matches, 5 wickets at 32.8 last summer. It is now quite gloomy out there, having been bright previously, as Podmore is in to bowl to Harris, who runs it down into the point area. It's fielded by Byram. No Andrew Salter in this 11. He's the usual point fielder. Glamorgan have 3 slips. There is a third man and a fine leg.
I think Steve O'Shaughnessy's already in discussions with his colleague Mark Newell about potentially even about light rather than rain, because it's got gloomy so quickly.
In comes Podmore and bowls to Harris. As the rain comes in, Harris leaves it and they'll be off.
Oh, that's going sideways. That's almost growple rather than rain. That is quite something.
Well, that did descend very quickly indeed, didn't it? It's not going to last long, but as the couple of hundred spectators run for cover, coats on, umbrellas up, dive under the stands. We've had 4 balls of the county cricket season, and it's raining, and they're running on with the hover covers because it is actually quite heavy rain at the moment, and they're going to get a bit the umpires are getting a bit wet on their way back to the pavilion. They're last off, giving most of the players a decade or two, and we're going to get an interruption in play after 4 balls and 1 shot and no runs.
Well, at least he felt bat on ball, Marcus Harris. I'm sure he'll feel much better for that. Chris Dent stood at the non-striker's end and watched, and, well, there we go. One of the things which always happens with this hover cover, which is a great thing, I think it's great fun, but the mound of sawdust at the far end just gets absolutely annihilated when it comes over. So there's a splashing of sawdust over at the far end. It's still hammering it down with rain. I don't think it is going to last very long. I can see that large patch of blue sky to the left, but it's getting even heavier now. We might even have some hail. Is it hail?
Well, it reminds me of yes, it's close to it, isn't it? We did have this in an early season against Durham last season, where 2 days in a row were sawn off by hailstorms mid-afternoon, but it's taking a little while to get that hover cover exactly over the wicket at the moment. So when the ground staff chucks the stumps to one side so they can get it over the crease at this end. Ooh, it's all feeling a little bit early season-ish. They're having to haul away at it.
It's going to have stopped raining by the time they get it completely over the pitch.
It's not looking as though it's moving as freely as it should do, that cover, to be absolutely honest.
It seems to be inflated on the left-hand side as we look at it, but on the right-hand side it's sitting pretty much on the floor. So, and now it seems to have died completely. So I have no idea how you shift a hover cover when it's not hovering. I think that's kind of the point of it, isn't it?
It really is rather.
Sort of in the name.
And that's not a very timely issue, considering that it looked fine before the match. They had it parked a couple of pitches away, but they're having a few issues, and I'm not sure if it has actually stopped raining now. It was very brief and very violent.
It's certainly close to, but it's slightly concerning, the fact that there is this end here right at the bowler's landing area. It's not even as if it's sort of half the pitch to the side or something like that. It's going to be a bit of a concern for the umpires as far as restarting goes, because we're going to have to wait for that deluge to dry, but then even worse than that, it's what's happened to the run-up and the landing area there. Just hope that, because it was so short, that there hasn't been much damage done. But yeah, it's not an ideal start to the season for many reasons.
If you want to contact us on Twitter via the course of the game, Mr. Seaborn is EdCricket6. And I'm Nick Webb 2017 2017. Very good morning to those of you that have wished us well for the coming season, among them Eddie Bayton, the Glammy podcast boys, and several others. Richie Muck, who's listening from wonderful Gower. Goody Hoo Racing, Nathan Watkins, Nick Bennett, thank you all for your kind words, and anyone else who has sent those remarks over the last couple of days, and let's hope you're still making them come September. But I think we are going to have a break of, well, at least 10-15 minutes while they sort things out here, so we probably better wind up for the time being here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan stream. We'll be back with you the moment there is anything to commentate on. Gloucestershire 0-0 after 4 balls. Bizarrely, I've been asked by Hugh to come to a meeting about the 100.
You're going to appear with you?
Hugh Morris.
Oh. Are you going to appear as a commentator?
No, but I don't know. I don't know why they want me there as a skeptic, but perhaps they want a skeptic's voice to say, how could you win over the grumbling old gits?
But if you're going to have Tam Cymru, sorry, I can't pronounce it very well, but if you're going to have that, then why can't it be on Radio Wales? Because, you know, this whole thing...
Very well,
well, maybe, yeah, true. But if they wanted to make a success of it, then they, I mean, I'm not saying it would make massive difference, but surely one of the things that they could have done was to do something like that.
Well, we don't get much on the radio anyway. The occasional Friday night, that's about it.
At least it might make it feel a bit more sort of, you know, in the community.
Yeah. But no, it's always been very centrally administered.
Yeah.
They say, well, what do you want? And they said, well, you know, names as soon as possible. And you have the draft, and no one offers us anyone out of they offered Mike Hussey before the draft, and they didn't offer anyone up afterwards.
Right.
I was told last night that Marketing wasn't the first choice. Orson turned it down.
Ford? Wasn't Graham Ford, was it? Wasn't Graham Ford, was it?
So he's gone, he's ex-Guinness, Alex Skipper.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, he's gone Kent now as the button coach.
Well, who was it turned up thinking ex-coach of the 100 as well, though? That's apparently it's one of the candidates.
Wow.
May have turned up, or it's got pretty far down the interview process to the white ball coach at the Fire Gardens. Assumed it was the Welsh Fire as well.
Talking to Orbis last night, what is David Anderson's job now when they come? Yes, yes, sir.
Well, yeah, I think so, yeah.
What coach if you need?
Well, I saw Matt on this walk last week. So they're going to be playing for the Wales O50s. He said, well, I have to see how much what he wants me on the second 11. Oh, God, that nearly killed me.
Just some chant off the record of Glamorgan, he said that position release that he doesn't think, or they don't think Australia is 100% fit.
Right.
You know, I asked him with Poland and Jeff, you know, the big
Yeah.
which you would think, yes.
That's average 30.
Then, thought the woman is okay, is named in the squad. And as he says here, first caller. Which is something.
He was in the squad last time, wasn't he?
Or is it?
Yeah, but I don't think he
called it.
I don't think he played then, did
He's
he?
been on the fringes.
Yeah. I think I did look.
Well, if that happens, very good. 605 declared.
Well, I mean, presumably, you would hope that they'd have a standby of someone who's coming over for the 100 or something.
I don't know what Gloucestershire are going to do with the blast this season. I've heard that Glenn Phillips will only come if he doesn't play in the IPL very much. He's already played the first game. If the lines have sort of alternated between basically we can't afford him and he will come if he doesn't play in the IPL.
Is Harris not seen as a last player then?
No, so he's, well, I mean, I'll say it on commentary again, but he played his first T20 in something like 2 years. In the BBL this winter and played a couple of games.
umpires will be making a further inspection at 11:40. Just to repeat the earlier announcements, if you're scorecard, anybody's got to pick up free of charge.
Well, there's that, there's that as well. This year, I think they can do both. Well, next year, really is that the American tour will expand into the blast and they will take the overseas players. But yeah, I've heard but then maybe Grant Rudolph played. He's not he played in Royal London Cricket for yeah, I mean,
he was playing club cricket.
oh yes, that's right, he was, yes, before he joined up with them for the Royal London Caribbean. That starts. That is, yes, oh gosh, I can't remember how it all fits together. Actually, I think they may have moved that later. I think that may be in September. Yeah, I think so. Let me just check. Because I think just for this year, it fits quite neatly.
Well, the American running of their rugby tournament has been shambolic, so...
What's involved in this? Okay.
Yeah. Are they married to
yes,
American woman?
Yes, he's one of the ones that's gone over to it, yeah. They've got quite a few South Africans who've taken up residency there as well.
Quite honestly, I looked through half the people I've never heard of.
In terms of the, what, sorry, in Major League?
The 100 were playing,
the 100,
you know. There was no Indians for a start. Very few.
They're not allowed to go anywhere.
No.
That's one of the
Very
things.
few Australians, and you think.
Well, yeah, the women's tournament had at least last year managed to attract the big names, but this year I think the Aussies have decided not to play in it because the workload management started to come into the women's game even now, and I think the Aussies have pulled out a lot of. Well, that's
Scandalous.
ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, they know what they've done. So instead of
Harris, yeah, 2 million players aboard us. They're arranging what's being losing exercise.
I think that's how they get out of it without breaking the...
Yeah.
You know, I think it was one of those adventures where they've managed to, you know, like on Dragon's Den, where they sometimes somehow seem to manage to convince them to invest, even though it's going to make a massive loss in the first couple of years for this sort of.
Get out of here,
pigs might fly in year 5.
Bizarre thought that they could sell it to around the world as well. It's not that fucking different.
I don't know if they ever really believe that.
Put the money into the blast and build it and buy overseas players or whatever.
Yeah, you could have extra subsidy for overseas players. You know, have a Division 1 and 2 in the blast if you need to.
Do you watch it, eh?
Sorry, the 100.
Do you watch it?
I mean,
young man, if you're interested, eh?
I watch it sometimes because it's on, and I don't listen to the TV commentary, but the radio commentary. other women's cricket as well, so I see what it has done for them.
I got no worries about that.
No, I know.
Enjoy themselves.
But they should. But they had 8 teams already on the women's game, didn't they, with that Kia Super League?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So now you've got them operating. You've got Western Storm operating, and you've got Welsh Fire operating, and you've still got the county game with a Wales team and presumably Gloucestershire and Somerset.
Yes, they don't play very much at all though. They play about 3 weekends.
Fair, is it? It's not fair for the Royal London or whatever. Have you named it yet?
No. It's the One Day Cup.
I did enjoy that. It's a good point by somebody right there. You can play cricket now, basketball.
Yeah.
Interesting, isn't it?
Carlson's a bit lucky, really. So has one innings here and there, and just things up to his place.
Right.
Perhaps it's because he brings his parents with him, so it provides a bit of a crowd. They were on the walk. They were on the walk as well.
Were they?
Yeah. God. You wouldn't think it could be nearly 25 kilometres from Cardiff to Pontypridd, would you? What way we went in this?
It's about 18 miles. 18 miles to Pontypridd?
I had my pedometer thing. It said at the end of the thing, it said 24.8 kilometres.
Look at your picture, you can figure out the big pictures and there.
Yeah.
My walking days are confined with a dog every day for about 3 miles, and that's it.
That's decent, isn't it? But no, it's...
Have you played, Nick? That's the story we've got to hear.
No, I haven't played. I haven't been to net season this summer. This winter, we won't be in that. It's in January, and I was away a few weekends anyway with the rugby coverage. I would have been heading for Italy and France again if I'd been available.
You've been around the world this year.
Oh.
The women have done well, haven't they?
Yeah. Well,
let's see until Sunday.
Well, they've got stuff by England again,
but not so much.
Hopefully not so much.
Were you doing it? When is it? Friday, Saturday?
It's weeks.
Did you see Emerson journey? He showed his picture at the station in Durham, and then he showed his picture eating a fish in Cove. Fish.
Our friend in the north.
Oh, you're gone. Marty.
Wow.
Yeah, we've got him next.
Oh right, Durham's done it. I think we've got Durham. Might be the match before the last.
And we've got him a bloody extra day this season. We've got him in the One Day Cup as well in Leith.
Get my glasses from the car. Microphone. You already passed it?
Yes.
I'm running last year. Is that all still working?
Actually, yeah.
Because I rang him 5 times and emailed him twice. So I don't know what the hell is going on with it.
Mine arrived yesterday morning, Sorry, actually, it's yesterday morning. I arrived yesterday evening after I'd left. It was about.
Did you get involved at all, Nick? Or left it to the office?
What's that?
Your pass?
I did it myself.
Yeah, well, I should have. Just go to the car.
Inspection at 22, was it? Was it called to do? I don't remember. 22.
Oh god, is that going to throw the time into the intervals on?
No, it's going to be, it'll be 6:30 closes for the next 3 days. Way.
It's in the old day with tomorrow and Saturday. So this will lose us a few overs.
Ah.
That's only down below. I need to bend it. I should pick it up from.
I've just replayed it. The workload management started to come into things again. That's.
I'm just going to put the mic on there. Yes, that's been dealt with. It was there for a bit, but
Nobody listening.
that's why our effects microphone is downstairs.
Well, that's
There's
what-
no possibility of
Well,
it.
that's exactly. That's what I couldn't work out what was going on either.
No, they just realise it, and it's. I guess it's swearing, then it's their fault.
Keeper up in the 10th over. Lancashire versus Surrey. Magnificent. Will Williams is in my fantasy cricket team. He's got a wicket already.
Good old Will.
William Williams. Honestly. You can only admire the bravery of the parents. It's great. Yes. The commentators on William Williams last year at Bristol.
Will Williams, yes, he did. He against Glamorgan Heath. He was numberless on that occasion.
Oh, yes, I think he was. I don't think they've got him a number by that championship match either. I think it might have been his second since coming over. It's certainly very accurate. So Burns has gone already then.
Burns caught Bell bowled, Williams won.
Bell, right, that's the young wicketkeeper, I think. Right.
George Bell, wicketkeeper.
Reigning in Div 2 everywhere apart from Yorkshire and Gloucestershire. Well, I mean, 35 minutes into the season and only one wicket. Admittedly, they're only playing in about 4 games, but still. Inspection 3 minutes early.
And my Playfair and Cricketers Who's Who have been delivered.
Hey. Well, the Who's Who's usually a bit of fun to see what the players have written.
Or apparently I don't know if it still happens, but there used to be a few false entries with teammates getting hold of presumably in the days before email or whatever.
And the Ryan Higgins causing consternation at his suggestion there should be music during the championship games as well. So they'd probably just do it to wind people up. Yes, wicket for Rowan Jones as well. I hate what this is turning. We got talked into doing this by some friends. Already just score watching, not for any other reason other than my own team.
I'm sure I've enough trouble with score watching.
Oh, I know. I'm
worrying about.
I know full well I'm gonna forget about this by about week 3, but.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the news from the middle is that the hover cover is broken.
Yielding at mid-on, 6 runs for hitting the hover cover. Get a digger or something, do you want to dig a tow truck or something to come and remove it? $12 start, maybe? I don't know. Be quicker about it than that, I don't know.
mind you, it is getting a bit grey there way to the left, isn't it?
Oh no, not again, yeah.
We're waiting from the middle. Yeah, they left the microphone on that.
I know.
With the camera on.
Somebody rang me, well, I remember and know to say, we can hear your conversation.
Yes.
They had removed it by the
well.
time, but it's their fault.
Did he say anything?
No, I don't.
Well, it's their solid fault. That one's just the one downstairs. You need to really yell to be on that from here.
What's happening? News from the middle?
We're waiting news from the middle, Mr. Bevan. Don't be precipitous.
Precipitation has been...
News from the middle will arrive in due course, when Dr. Higgle says it will.
Precipitous precipitation.
Probably over early then, so the question again. You got a third voice up there?
Nope. There's no budget for it. So I've managed to, well, I mean, other than getting David Payne to come on until he's fit, I might manage to persuade Melissa Story to come on when she's available. She did say.
Everyone from the middle following the inspection by the umpires. Play will be resuming at 12 noon. Lunch will be taken at 1 o'clock. Tea will be taken at 3:55. The close of play is now rescheduled to 6:30.
I'm waiting for one of you to say, racing. Somebody's been interviewing, what's his name? The chief executive.
Gordon.
Oh, yeah.
Holland.
12 minutes on the housing extra. Nothing. People say, you tell us in the new players, we discussed that. And when you get the softer on, then you have to drain it. They went on and on.
They were probably softening up the spectators for the fact that there wasn't going to be any play today.
Yeah, but the other say, well, it's doubtful, but we go less. And on and on.
Yeah, but that's the Somerset in-house propaganda machine, isn't it?
And yes, make sure we get the fact that the ground staff are doing an incredible job. And we just need to distract the fact that our ground does not. Tea was 3:55.
Yeah.
Always? No, always taken off.
Yeah, that we always taken off. Didn't announce it though. Losing touch.
Yes, and presumably we'll have to lose about half an hour.
Yeah, losing half an hour.
5 overs or whatever.
7 overs. Oh, Sean, can you confirm the ISDN line? No, that's your job. Edward 525, please. Come on. Me at 540.
And are you already, if you've got an ISDN lined up in that file room?
I don't need any updates.
There's a box plugged in. All you need is a microphone. Yeah, stick a microphone. There's a phone as well.
What are the numbers?
I'm not sure. Can you book your job, not mine. Stop shoving if that machine's not working
The
properly.
umpires involved, all the players out.
Why do you look wet? I don't know all over the ground. It's 5 months time.
Yeah, that corresponds at the far end, reckons the cover is not working. Edward Cooper for the Balconiers.
How did you know?
You're sitting down there, somebody's closer to it than we are.
Oh, that'll be fun. Well, it must be working because it looked hard and dry.
Lords now as well.
Yeah, 300 tonight playing at Lords, so they do badly.
Gloucestershire are still coming up with players I've never heard of. every game seeming. Josh Hull. He's just taken the wicket of Adam Lyall. Now even cricket player knows nothing about him. Hasn't even got his age, birthday. He's 6'7", they do seem to know that. 6'7" left arm seam for England before, you know.
I'm not going to believe this.
It's not for telling anybody or anything. They can't move it.
Sabine is going to come on now. And news in the middle of it, that they move the covers off.
They just...
I went. Yeah, I I've only ever done one, but Chester, I went into with a Chester. But I've been on there.
Everybody on Twitter then, if when he says so.
If I do now, she'll be coming out. She'll be coming out just in time for the little rain.
No, that's what I say.
I was going to say the story of Mark, I'm going to there. You're a quiet little week there, is it? You let him bring you up? Done. This one now? Yeah, but that hasn't caused you a problem, is it? It's left it, weakened it. I know, I see, yeah. I think that looks like a shark bite. Yeah. Slowly push the pack in out, you know, and then replace 3 times a week. But that was last year you did that, wasn't it? Year before, yeah. They're not going to be okay on getting rid of the stick, though. Your best friend, yeah? No. Well, where you starting now, and there's no one up there.
We got the 57s. It's a special train from Swansea.
They should be there now.
Box ferry. And we were busting the road. And we got back to Swansea. And that passed through the morning.
I came to watch the game against the students.
Straight in for the
Yeah, it was cold. The last day was nice. You couldn't play for the sundown.
No, the railway station.
Over there. But they didn't have this over there. You had to sit over there. They blocked it off the road because they were just bringing them over there.
Yeah. And it was still quite late.
And they've got some decent players. But two of them are going to win anyway. First game, we had going around quite nicely because they both lead for the first couple of overs. Then they pitched the ball up, put me on the spot.
Good afternoon and welcome back here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan web stream. Well, we're about to see the first over of the day concluded a mere 2 hours and 7 minutes after play started. If you are just joining us, we have had various delays due to rain and then due to the hover cover breaking down. It couldn't be removed for some time. The ground staff eventually managed to get the cover off, but by that stage an early lunch had been called. There was then another heavy shower and they just about managed to get some sheeting over the wicket to cover it on time. But we've just seen 4 balls delivered. In terms of the match, we're going to have an extra half hour added on the first 3 days. So 81 overs will be bowled today, weather permitting. I'm Nick Webb. Edward Bevan will appear in due course. Ed Seaborn of BBC Radio Bristol is alongside me. You couldn't make it up, Ed.
No, I think probably the word that comes to mind is omnishambles, but at least we're back playing again, and the hover cover seems to have been removed. There are unconfirmed reports that the hover cover was full of eels, but anyway, it's off the pitch, and somehow that green matting, together with the one cover that was managing to cover what little of the square it could, seems to have done enough job for the umpires to say that we're good to go.
We are indeed. Harry Podmore is warming up again after possibly the longest over of his life. And the clock says 13:09 on the scoreboard. Everyone is keen to crack on with it, and Podmore is bowling to Marcus Harris in his second season with Gloucestershire, the Australian opener. Left-hander, Podmore bowls, and Harris is forward with the ball being played firmly up to mid-off, no run. Just to run through the sides, if you are joining us for the first time: Glamorgan, Lloyd, Byram, Ingram, North East, Carlson, Root, Cook, Douthwaite, Harris, van der Hoogten and Podmore. So Salter and McIlroy, the 2 players left out of their 13. And Gloucestershire, I'll give you after this delivery from Podmore. 0 for 0 still on BBC Sport. Last ball of the first over, and he's beaten. There is Harris pushing forward. Bit of movement off the pitch, it appeared from this distance, but Harris survives, and it's the first over concluded. The Gloucestershire side then: Harris and Dent opening up, Bracey, Hammond, Van Buren the captain, Jack Taylor, Ollie Price, Tom Price, Zafar Gohar, Marchant de Lange and Ajit Singh Dale. It will be van der Hoogten to bowl from the River Taff end finally, and Ed Seaborn to describe it.
Well, there we go. 1:10 and I get to do my first over of the season. Lovely. Well, Marcus Harris, I was just thinking, you mentioned, I think, in the 4 balls that we had at around about 11 o'clock, that Harris had just come from playing in the Sheffield Shield final, and that game was at the Wacker. I think it's probably fair to say that conditions here were about as far away from the Wacker as it's actually possible to get. Anyway, it's going to be Chris Dent to face, and van der Hoogten is going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Dent. There are 3 slips in place. Here comes van der Hoogten and bowls full and straight and forward. Dent playing it into the offside for no run. This game in the Championship, or the conference system at the Championship 2 seasons ago, was Chris Dent's last game as captain. He resigned pretty much forthwith after the game, stepped away, said he'd sort of taken it as far as he could take it, and then James Bracey captained the last game of that 2021 season. Here is van der Hoogten bowling, and that's come in a fair way to Chris Dent, and not missing off stump by very much as he left it alone. Well, it's certainly doing bits out there. It's no surprise after the moisture that we've had, and Gloucestershire are going to have their work cut out surviving here, I think, against this new ball.
Yes, that one was taken by Chris Cook going down the leg side, even though it had passed outside off stump.
In comes Van der Hoogten. He's in now. Bowls to Dent. Forward. And is Dent defending into the leg side this time for no run. Chris Dent passed 10,000 runs last season in his first-class career. Did so in an unbeaten 207 against Surrey at Bristol. And I remember I was doing that game with Mark Church of Radio London, and I think the number that Chris Dent needed for the 10,000 was something like 163. In comes Van der Hoogten. He's there now and bowls. Dent struck on the pad, looks pretty close, but the umpire says not out. The ball ricochets down into the slips and will be stopped there, so there won't be a run. But it was leaning there, was umpire Newell, as if to suggest maybe that he felt it was an inside edge. I don't know, we did a replay here, may have been just outside the line.
I think it hit outside the line actually, probably would have clattered into off stump, but hit just outside the line.
It was a nice ball from Van der Hoogten, just doing enough. Dent tried to get forward and defend it. Here comes Tim Van der Hoogten, bowls outside the off stump. That one doesn't come back in as much as the one that Dent left alone, that passed perilously close to his off stump earlier on in the over. That one goes comfortably wide and he allows it to pass through to Chris Cook, but it was about 167 that he needed for the 10,000. And I remember he was in about the 70s when I thought, well, I just better jot this number down just in case.
Good
and
work.
I just remember Mark Church looking over and thinking, you've gone a bit early with that, haven't you? But just sometimes with Chris Dent, you'll have seen some of his long innings over the years as well, as Van der Hoogten bowls to Dent, who's forward, meeting that one in defence, drops it softly down in front of him, and that is a maiden over from Van der Hoogten. So back-to-back maidens with whatever 2 hours and 14 minutes from the start. But yeah, just sometimes you get the feeling with Dent that nothing's really going to get him out. But I'm not sure at the moment you could say, given what's on offer out there for these Glamorgan opening bowlers, that that's the case here.
Yes, looking back at his career highlights, 268 first-class century innings against Glamorgan and Bristol in 2015, and 151 not out in a 40-over game here in 2013. As Podmore is in bowls, and that's worked on the leg side by Harris, who seemed to take a step down the pitch there before playing that one to mid-wicket.
I seem to remember that 2015 game was one of those kind of, I'm afraid to say, classic Bristol games around about that period, where it was sort of 600 played 500, wasn't it?
I seem to remember a very boring final day as Glamorgan batted out for a draw.
Last day of the season, the last game of the season, I think it was, wasn't it?
As Podmore is in and bowls to Harris, who will get the scoreboard moving now with a clip down to fine leg. He is off the mark with a single, and at 1:15 we have the first run of the season in Cardiff.
It's looking a little bit dark away to the left again. It's been backed up by my fellow Ed at the back of the box. It doesn't look magnificent.
No. We have had a friendly game here in which Glamorgan lost, surprisingly, to Cardiff UCCE, the combined students team, as Podmore's in bowls and Dent is forward, watchfully just stuns the ball out on the offside. Although Glamorgan did declare, David Lloyd put it rather earlier than he would have done to give his bowlers some practice. Unfortunately, they were unable to take full advantage with a short boundary, and the students got home to a target of 274, thanks to a century from Xavi Clark being the main contributor. So well played to the Cardiff students. Here's Podmore in to bowl to Dent, who again stretches very carefully forward and plays out to Byram at points. Apart from that, Glamorgan had a game at Somerset, which was drawn, played about 2.5 days worth there, and a tour of Zimbabwe, where they won a 3-day game, 3 T20 games and a 50-over game against local select opposition in Harare. As Podmore's in to bowl, and Dent gets something of an inside edge. It goes squirting down towards fine leg. Chris Cook, David Lloyd retrieves it, hurls it back to Chris Cook, and Dent is underway, 2 without loss in this third over here on BBC Sport Online. Also available, as usual, on the Glamorgan website on the video stream. Our commentary will be linked with that for any all home games, unless there are any selected for live television. Podmore in to bowl to Harris, full length ball, but Harris misses out rather, and could have cracked it through the covers, but was rather more cautious and played it back down the pitch. 2 singles have been garnered by the Shire in the first 3 overs.
Well, to sum up Gloucestershire's pre-season will take substantially less time.
It rained.
Yes, they managed 33 overs of batting against Hampshire. They got to 118 for 3. James Bracey was 68 not out. And as far as the bowling was concerned, 244 for 9 in 60 overs. So that is Gloucestershire's pre-season on the pitch. And it doesn't look as though the season itself, at the moment, is going to be lasting too much longer.
Well, in the absence of the hover cover, the sheets are being dragged on by a tractor and a couple of ground staff. And not sure if it is actually raining or the umpires are of the firm belief that it's about to rain, but the players are leaving the pitch yet again after 10 minutes play.
That is the thing now. Without the hover cover, they've got to try and anticipate the rain much more than they would with the hover cover. They might have been able to give this a few extra minutes if they'd had the hover cover, but now they've got to unroll this green matting out on the pitch and then get all the covers in order. That even the matting is wonky, missing half the pitch.
Well, I'm afraid this is not a day that Robin Saxton and his ground staff will remember with any fondness whatsoever, because the hover cover has let them down, the mechanics have failed, the weather is not playing ball either. They'd want a nice sunny day, and as it is, we're going old school with the Hessian cover being brought on to cover the wicket, and a couple of sheets to cover either side of that if they can, and little protection for the run-ups.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to say, who would ever be on the ground staff? Ever. But, you know, because all you can do is get criticised for this sort of thing.
Absolutely.
But it's the hover cover malfunctioning is, I mean, you know, they're obviously not the ones that surfaced the hover cover. I mean, it's just a specialist piece of equipment, and then they've got to try and, I guess, think on the fly with backup plans. But especially days like this, even without the malfunctioning hover cover, I don't know how ground staff do it, but throw in that and gosh, yeah, it's been an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, we're usually quite fortunate here because the drainage is quite good these days, and they tend to get back on in around about 90 minutes, 2 hours maximum, no matter the volume of rain. But we're in trouble today, I think, as the pitch has been covered with the green matting, and now with a further white sheet, and a larger white sheet is being brought on from stage right as we look at it from the grandstand, and the paying punters have not been rewarded for their troubles today. We've had 18 balls bowled, 2 runs scored, and we're 2 hours and 20 minutes in, and our umpteenth delay of the day. I'm not sure if it's actually raining as such.
I think it might be raining quite lightly.
Yes, there's 1 or 2 brollies up.
It's not heavy, but like I say, they just can't afford for there to be another deluge, and then there'd be no covering on the pitch at all. They might even have been able to play through this for a short period of time if they'd had the hover cover, but not now. So
Edward Bevan reports
weather is horrendous.
Behind us, yeah.
Behind us.
It sort of comes in from the side or behind the box usually. Scores elsewhere. Well, there is play in only other one match so far in Division 2, where Yorkshire are 134 for 2 against Leicestershire, with Finley Bean on 65 not out, and Leicestershire finding further players that we've barely heard of.
Well, yes, and this time, even the online system doesn't really seem to know very much about the man who took the first wicket for Leicestershire, Josh Hull. Other than the fact that he's 6'7" and a left-arm seamer, the well-known cricket website that we use doesn't seem to know too much about him, but he's got rid of Adam Lyth, so that's something.
Derbyshire against Worcestershire is due to start at 2. Sussex against Durham is due to start in a few minutes' time at Hove. In Division 1, Notts are 93 for 4 away to Hampshire. Kent against Northants is due to start at 2. At Old Trafford, Surrey 85 for 4 against Lancashire, with 2 wickets for Will Williams, much to my colleague's delight.
Oh no, I've no partiality here.
Apart from a fantasy team.
Yes, well, it's something to do, isn't it? A couple of wickets for Will Williams. And that's most people's title match, it seems. Most people seem to be going for Surrey or Lancashire to win it, but it does seem to be quite open to me. You've got the likes of Hampshire, even Nottinghamshire could pull what Essex did in 2017 and come straight up and win it. They've got a good squad. Essex are always, you would think, going to be in the mix given their bowling attack.
Yeah, though Glamorgan saved their best form of the year last year for Nottinghamshire, beating them at Trent Bridge, and I think a favourable draw here, if memory serves me correctly. Middlesex against Essex at HQ. Lords, Essex 48 for 2. Had some delays there as well. And, over the water in Somerset, no play at all today due to a wet outfield, as the club, I think, had feared from getting their excuses in early yesterday. But, we're not going to get much here at this rate if these showers keep coming in. And now they're bringing on some sheets to cover the run-ups to a certain extent, although not all of them. They're not the largest, but they weren't expecting to have to use them. So, 13:25. I think we'll take another break. We've had plenty of them today. Gloucestershire 2 for 0 off 3 overs. You're listening to BBC Sport Online, also available via the Glamorgan Club website. Ed and myself and our further Ed will be back as and when we have anything further to report. I can see, I can see a man with a little red sort of fiddling with the like I said to him, Sunday, or Saturday, one of us threw it, assuming both of us on the day. Monday, I put myself out on Saturday. Someone's come and picked the car from Mum's on Tuesday morning, I think. I don't know, he asked me about something that looked at that for it, and I said, I'll go over to Monday actually. Smashing. Speak to you later. Deal.
start, was it? Jump start.
Yeah.
I've got some further news from the umpires. Play will be restarting at 2:10. We've lost a further 13 overs from the day's allocations, so that's 65 overs remaining. We will be resuming at 2:10. Tea will be at 4 o'clock, and the close of play will be at 6:30, or whenever our quota of overs for the day have been completed.
Oh, right. Oh, there. Nes i reid y marathon Grand Prix tair mlynedd yn ôl, a adeg bod nawr, a oedd i, wel, 20 tosh fyna. Oh, nice. Yeah, lovely. Really nice, Gloucestershire. Usual preview, beth i ddisgwyl, sôn am, yw system ysgorio ni darllen wedi newid ti'n fan, os eisiau sôn am hwnna, beth yw'r rheswm, system lot o pethau newid gyda'r self. Na fe, coffi, ie. Ond dal gafel ar Lamasheina. Oh, right. Right. Yeah, na fe. So, yeah, so dim y gêm yma, just edrych lan at y tymors. Yeah. Good. Owen, yeah. Da, ni mas o'r iaith o'r Sul, so spell yn bach neis. Mae'n chwarae Lloegr gytre yn Parc yr Arfer. Na, os asa. So, sim disgwyl ennill, ond os gael nhw'n gwbl o geisiadau, maen nhw'n neud yn Lloegr. Maen nhw'n wedi hollol wahanol. Chwarae teg. Mae fe'n bleser i wylio nhw, maen nhw'n edrych. Ydy? Ydy. Ydy meddwl bod yn capacity bach mwy yna? Ydy. Bod hwnna bach lir. Bod mwy o wyrgylch yn yr antymor. Ie. How we?
Mae fe'n siarad Cymraeg, yn bwtio ni.
Talking about holidays. Good thing I didn't say anything bad about it.
Yeah, exactly. Is that you, Nick? Yeah, that's you there, isn't it? Oh, you know. On this way. It's up to you. I don't mind. Okay, whatever you want. Silhouette. The score is getting out.
Yeah, after all, yeah, I was o'n i ddim, na, tadl ar, dad o fe.
Siarad, ysgu ddim, not gynnyn nhw'n arw. Wel, ddim wedi ffwrdd i'n anw.
O fe? Be oedd wedi bod yn sawl ysgrifennu?
Oedd e'n rhaid i'r tîr.
Where the stable has done a good job on that.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to Sapphire Gardens for yet another attempt to play cricket by the gentlemen of Glamorgan and Gloucestershire in the County Championship Division 2. It has not so far been the most fruitful of days for anyone. Gloucestershire 2 without loss after 3 overs. We've had weather problems, we've had mechanical problems with the hover cover, which has prevented probably a good 45 minutes to an hour's more play than we would have got otherwise. And it's all been rather unsatisfactory from the entertainment point of view. It's Tim van der Hoogten bowling the 4th over of the day, his second to Chris Dent. Ed Seaborn is alongside me.
Well, I feel for everybody involved here, really, apart from probably the Glamorgan non-bowling fielders, but it's not easy for the bowlers because they're worried about where their feet are landing, they're having to get warmed up and warmed down. It's pretty poor for Dent and Harris as well, having to keep going back out and resetting again, but we are ready to go with Van der Hoogten bowling to Dent. That one comes back quite sharply towards him. There's a big shout for leg before wicket, which is turned down by umpire Newell, so an event first ball after the 3rd attempt at playing some cricket, and Dent's suspiciously tapping away at the pitch, and I suspect will not be the last time that a Gloucestershire batter or even a Glamorgan batter will be trying to even out some portion of the pitch. In comes Van der Hoogten round the wicket, bowling to Dent, and Dent reaches forward for that one, doesn't get it, and has his outside edge beaten by Tim van der Hoogten. This is going to be a test.
Yeah, good toss to win, as they say. David Lloyd took about 0.3 seconds before saying we'll have a bowl, which must have been his intention probably for all week, I would imagine. It was the rain that came in yesterday.
Van der Hoogten coming in round the wicket bowling, full and straight. Dent this time gets the bat onto it in defence, goes up to mid-off where it's fielded by Kieran Carlson, and there is no run. There's more ground staff running about, but I think this time, thankfully, it's not, to go and retrieve some covers. I mean, cricket in April, I mean, you look over towards the far side of the ground, towards the river, and there's barely a leaf on the deciduous trees over there. In comes Tim van der Hoogten. He's there now and bowls. It's worked away into the leg side by Dent, but can't beat a sprawling mid-wicket fielder who rather went down in stages there, Dan Dathwaite. And I think he provided a sort of more literal barrier to the ball than a sort of long barrier or even a dive.
Good there. Man, yeah, get something in the way. He's a burly chap, Dan Dathwaite, about 6'2".
You want to make sure you've got your full spikes on with these conditions. Van der Hoogten in and bowls, and another play and a miss from Dent. Felt he had to play at it because of that round the wicket angle into the left-hander, but it just left him. Nicely bowled by Tim van der Hoogten. I think it's those deliveries which you just have to hope somehow that you don't get a little touch to. But well, I suppose there are two approaches really here, aren't there? There's the old-fashioned approach of try and stick it out, or there's the Bazball approach of charge down the pitch, try and smack him into the river and see if that puts him off. Van der Hoogten is in and bowls, and another play and a miss to complete another maiden over from Tim van der Hoogten, who's not conceded a run yet. And Gloucestershire are 2 without loss after 4 overs, pretty much a carbon copy, that one, of the ball a couple of deliveries ago.
Oh dear. We're going to have another interruption.
Why do you do this to us?
Wave at the ground staff. The tractors come on, the players head halfway off. Are we having a rethink? Are we to continue after all?
Perhaps they just wanted to let the ground staff warm up the tractors a little bit. Looks as if we're going to resume again. The shortest interruption I've ever seen.
Well, I can't really see why the umpires would change their mind in that 30 seconds of time. There are one or two umbrellas up at the River Taff end among the few hardy spectators. The good news is, dear listener, stroke viewer, that the weather forecast is rather better for at least the next couple of days. So if you're listening and you fancy some live cricket, you should be able to get some on Easter Friday, Good Friday, or Easter Saturday.
Well, our weather correspondent, who shall remain nameless, said not 10 minutes ago that there would not be another drop of rain all day.
And the umpires are coming together again. Our weather correspondent, Bevan E., who's off doing a little chat previewing the season with our Welsh language news colleagues from Newyddion TV downstairs. Mae'n bwrw glaw unwaith eto. It's raining again. There we are.
I think they're coming back again. I think they're coming back again.
Indecision has struck Messrs O'Shaughnessy and Newell.
Sort of yo-yo test for Marcus Harris to start the season. He's got sort of 2/3 of the way to going off. Now he's coming back on. Chris Dent, I think, was probably quite right to hedge his bets and not quite walk so far. But on-off... No. On-off, on-off, on. We've gone now in the space of, 10 minutes? No, not even 10 minutes. 4 minutes.
You couldn't make it up. You could not make it up. Having waited, over 6 months for professional cricket to resume in the UK, we have now got a day of chaos. And at the moment,
now?
Podmore is ready to bowl, but there's a sheet still on the pitch at third man, which is being retrieved and put back over the boundary.
What can you do but laugh, really?
Podmore to Harris, eventually. Both batsmen on a single apiece. 4 overs have been bowled. As Podmore lopes in and bowls, and Harris defends on the leg side to Van der Hoogten at mid-on, and there is no run. Podmore's firing about 74 miles an hour at the moment, and I think it's fair to say that probably hope to be 4 or 5 miles an hour faster than that.
Yes, I think loped was a good word for that first delivery.
Yes, a man who's been injury hit for the last couple of seasons looks as though he's easing himself into it as he's in to bowl, and that's played up to mid-off this time and intercepted by Carlson, and there's no run again by Marcus Harris.
It's probably about the best timed shot we've seen so far. Not that there have been many to choose from, but that one at least came out of towards the middle of Marcus Harris's bat.
No play over the water in Taunton, but the other 8 county games are all proceeding at the moment. Podmore into bowl, and Harris is on the back foot, and I've just realised that at some point we're going to have Harris to Harris in all probability.
Yes. Isn't it exciting?
James Harris to Marcus Harris. The one that I've had difficulty dealing with is Salter and Slater. In the last couple of years, when Salter's bowling to Slater, you have to be quite careful.
Could have Snater as well with Essex.
Oh no. Podmore in, bowls full length, defended by Harris, again to Carlson, jogging round from mid-off to intercept the bowling from this Cathedral Road end at the moment. The crowd is, well, it wasn't huge when we started. It's even more sparse now, given the weather delays, and who can blame them, frankly?
Yes, well, I was just thinking Shane Snater, probably the most fun name for me to say outside of Tim van der Hoogten, actually.
Podmore bowls and Harris shoulders arms to a ball that is comfortably outside off stump.
There's just something so satisfying about the name Shane Snater, but van der Hoogten comes pretty close, got to say.
Yes, Zimbabwean origin, is it, Snater?
Yes. Well, as everybody found out, and then was told many a time during that England-Netherlands ODI series, he is Jason Roy's cousin. But yes, born in Zimbabwe.
As Podmore is in and bowls outside off stump, Harris shoulders arms once more. Glamorgan have the Zimbabwean-born Eddie Byram in their side at the moment as he hastens from point at one end to point at the other, and Gloucestershire have galloped on to 2 without loss after 5 overs. If you missed them, Harris turned a single down to fine leg and Dent inside edged a single down to fine leg. That is the sum total of the day's scoring shots.
So, Bazball has come to county cricket. Yes, I really didn't see it happening with Gloucestershire, I must say. Van der Hoogten continues his battle with Dent. He's there now and bowls on a good length. Dent drops it away towards backward point, and there is no run. Fielded by Eddie Byram. But, you know, I'm sure other counties will take it up. Certainly the rhetoric from Durham in particular has been that they are looking to play that way. I think I saw a quote from Matthew Potts saying to us, a loss, or a draw I should say, is as good as a loss. In comes Tim van der Hoogten, he's there and bowls. Dent will get runs here. There is a third in place, so Billy Root will keep that down to just a single for Chris Dent, and Gloucestershire up to 3 without loss. Just played with soft hands through that gully region. 3 slips, but no gully. However, a third man patrolling that rope down there. But, I mean, I don't know which other counties will play their cricket that way. That's certainly been how Durham have said they'll go about it, but I think for the most part it's a sort of a, well, we might, but only when the situation dictates as far as the Bazball approach goes.
Yes,
Still
well,
want to see
Glamorgan,
intelligent cricket played.
Yeah, Glamorgan got a number of players who can get on with it and would prefer to do so.
Here is van der Hoogten bowling, and on the pads, whipped away by Harris down towards long leg this time. It's still only going to be a single though. Podmore, the fielder down there, has got quite a long corner of the ground to patrol down there, so Harris is going to have to work it quite square, I think, if he wants a boundary. The boundary's shorter over towards square leg, but I reckon he's going to be able to cover a fair bit of ground between long leg and fine leg. Harris is on to 2, and van der Hoogten bowls, and that is edged and has been put down at third slip. And I think it was put down. It was slightly obscured by the body of Ingram, yeah, but I think that has carried, and Dent gets a life on 2. We're just able to have a look at a replay now, yeah. Very much comfortably carrying Ingram away to his right hand side from third slip, and those have to be taken. Here is Tim van der Hoogten bowling to Dent, waiting bat raised. Dent this time gets plenty of bat on that, defending it out towards cover, and there is no run as things get a little darker again.
Ingram was going low. He's a little bit closer to the batter than northeast. Might just have reached northeast, sort of boot high, but Ingram taking it on himself, going slightly across northeast and unable, presumably with fairly chilly fingers, to cling on to that.
Last ball of the 6th over. Van der Hoogten in. Forward this time, well forward. Chris Dent getting a big stride down the pitch towards van der Hoogten and playing it robustly enough out into the covers again for no run. So 4 without loss after 6 overs, Gloucestershire, but handed a life already. It wasn't, it was fairly low down, but it was at the sort of height where especially in April, you're pretty likely to get them in the slips in England, and he shelled it.
And in Wales.
And in Wales, yes. Well, there we go. It's just cricketing England, isn't it? When we talk about England, it's England and Wales.
Here's Podmore then into his 4th over from the Cathedral Road end, and that's forced off the back foot by Harris, but straight to Carlson at mid-off, and there's no run. Some Twitter comments. Hiraeth says, no servicing or anything during the off-season for the hover cover. Well, it was used during the Cardiff Students match, and presumably was working all right then. A point made by Dean Thomas. Can't exactly blame the club for unforeseen circumstances. Freddie Jones asked if the day's highlights will be played along with the Benny Hill theme later. Podmore bowls, Harris leaves through to Cook. No run.
Well, he certainly could have had great fun replaying the on-off
yes.
bit earlier, especially to that.
Yes. Not sure if the Benny Hill theme can be played without bikini-clad girls, and we're certainly not going to have any of those today. 4 without loss. Different times. Podmore in to bowl to Harris, who's struck on the pad. Might have been a bit of inside edge. Bowl trickles out onto the leg side, and there is no run.
I notice Yorkshire actually are off to a flyer against Leicestershire. They've got 186 on the board in just 36 overs.
They're Bazballing.
Whether it's Bazball or the Leicestershire bowling, I don't know, but Rian Ahmed has bowled 1 over and conceded 22 runs.
Podmore is in to bowl outside off stump. That goes away, jagged away off the pitch, but wasn't close enough to draw Harris into playing a shot. Yeah, well, that's an education for the youngster, isn't it?
Yes, well, a lot of eyes on Rian Ahmed, of course, after he became the youngest player to take a 5-wicket haul, youngest debutant for England since goodness knows when, I can't remember. Brian Close, says Edward Bevan, thank you.
Podmore bowls, and Harris on the back foot plays it on the offside. No run. 4 without loss. Still Gloucestershire, having been put in by Glamorgan.
Conditions rather different at Grace Road than in Lahore.
Interesting development with counties keen for inclusion of all possible spectators. There's an organisation called My Picture Path, which has put out a guide to Sapphire Gardens for new people, as Podmore bowls and Harris leaves outside off stump. Anyone having concerns about heading to new places for a first time, at My Picture Path on Twitter, and there's a free guide to Sapphire Gardens is available to tell you what to expect there.
Rain?
Yes, I think you can expect rain in Wales in April. This is Dr. Hignell giving details of some refunds.
It comes Van der Hoogten in and bowls and tries to work that one leg side. Don't think he got any bat on that at all, actually. It goes out towards mid-wicket, but would have been missing leg comfortably. Still doesn't allow Chris Dent to feel any more settled at the crease. I mentioned about an hour ago that double century that he made against Surrey, also made 100 against Lancashire. Missed a few games last year for one reason or another. Ended up playing in 10 matches. Van der Hoogten bowls wide of off stump this time, and Dent lets it alone through to Chris Cook. 714 runs at an average of, call it 39 2/3.
Only 2 players on each side played in all county championship games last season. Lloyd and North East for Glamorgan, Hammond and Bracey for the Shire.
Gloucestershire used a lot of players last season. Here is Van der Huchten. He's there now on bowls. Dent reaching a little for that defensive shot. May not necessarily have had to play at it, but at least from Gloucestershire's point of view, he made sure that he got the middle, or at least close enough to have the bat on it. Defended out into the leg side for no run. Gloucestershire also had the slightly bizarre feature of having 7 different bowlers take 1 wicket. Exactly 1 wicket.
Blimey.
Which made the averages rather odd reading. Van der Huchten in, bowls. Another straight delivery. Dent meets it well. Again on that front foot, playing back up the pitch to Tim van der Huchten, the Dutch international.
Yeah, if you look at the Gloucestershire team a few years ago, you would have been surprised to learn that Miles Hammond and Jack Taylor would be among those claiming 1 wicket in a season, given they were both regular bowlers at one time.
Yeah, of course, Miles Hammond starting his career as an off-spin bowler. Van der Huchten bowls wider of the crease this time, and it's a little too straight, allowing Dent to drop that one off the hip out into the leg side. Good sliding effort from Dan Douthwaite. It looked like a ragdoll getting up there. Sort of, so he was being controlled by somebody on strings, but he managed to keep it down to a single, which is a very good effort given the amount of ground he had to make up. 5 without loss. Gloucestershire with 1 ball to go in the 8th over of the innings.
Douthwaite playing his first championship cricket since September 21, didn't feature at all in the red ball side last summer.
And Jack Taylor, of course, who's turned himself from an off-spin bowler into a leg-spin bowler because of the issues with his action. Last ball of the over, Van der Huchten bowls, and Harris this time gets forward to block it, and that is the end of the over. 5 without loss, and I think it's more than a few hours time been since we should have heard from Edward Bevan, so I shall make way.
Thank you, Ed Seaborn. At Ed Cricket 6 for Mr. Seaborn on Twitter, at NickWebb 2017. As regular listeners and correspondents will know, very good afternoon to Steve West, one of our regular listeners. Likewise, Neil Thornycroft, who wishes us a happy new season. Well, it's not quite as satisfactory as we would have wanted, but we have cricket, we have sunshine. Podmore bowls and turns the Dent inside out. There's an appeal as the ball runs down into the slips. No response from umpire O'Shaughnessy. Good afternoon, Edward, eventually.
Well, good afternoon, Nick, and good afternoon and happy new season to everybody who's listening. Bright sunshine for the first time in this interesting, shall we put it that way, interesting first day of the season here.
Quite.
At Sapphire Gardens.
Here's Podmore again. That last one, I think, pitched just outside legs, hence the umpire not being interested. And he comes and bowls to Dent, who's beaten with a push. Dent trying to persuade us that he played inside the line deliberately. I'm not entirely convinced. 5 without loss it remains in this 9th over of the day. We've had only singles to report so far.
Yeah, steady start by the Glamorgan opening attack. I don't know whether the interview was with you, Nick, but David Lloyd said a few days ago that the toss would be important.
Yeah, let's have a quick chat with him as that is played off the back foot by Dent. Out to Carlson, who runs round to his right this time to cover and fields. It's out in the middle, and rarely will you have heard someone say so quickly, "We'll have a ball," when Van Buren called wrongly.
Well, looking at the pitch, there's lack of greenness there, but having said that, there must be some residual dampness underneath. We've seen the odd one go, and Van der Huchten, very unlucky, of course, not to dismiss Chris Dent when he was on 2.
Podmore in bowls, and an ugly looking shot by Dent there. I'm not quite sure what he was trying to do as he rehearses a force off the back foot, but I think it was a bit too close to the body and may have beaten him on the inside edge even.
Yeah, I think he decided that he was going to do it, and all of a sudden going to change his mind and leave, and he looked in a bit of a mess there. Hasn't looked in the most convincing form as yet, Chris Dent, but he's a fine opening batsman, a great servant of Gloucestershire over the years, and Glamorgan will be ruining that fact that they put him down.
3 off 29 balls to date as Podmore bowls to Dent, who plays that nicely into the offside, but it's well fielded by a diving Byram at cover point, and there's no run. That one might just have run away to the boundary had it got through the infield. As it is, it's another dot ball. Nice soft conditions for the players to dive around in. Certainly they're not in too much risk of jarring everything. The pitch is not as green as I was expecting. There's not very much grass on it at all.
Must be the residual. I think there's nothing else. Otherwise, of course, he would have batted probably.
Next ball beats Dent, catches the edge, and that is Podmore's first wicket in his spell back with Glamorgan. The struggling Chris Dent touches one through the keeper. He's gone for 3, and Gloucestershire are 5 for 1.
A very good delivery, probably the best that he's bowled it, pitched and left. He had to play it. It was around middle off, and he nicked it, of course, and went straight through to Cook. And as you say, he hasn't looked very convincing, Chris Dent, but I think that delivery, Nick, would have got a few people out.
Yes, he's not bowling with dynamic pace, is he, Podmore? But he is moving the ball off the wicket, and Dent marches the long march back to the pavilion, which is one of the longer ones on the county circuit anyway, and especially when the pitch is towards the grandstand side of the square, as it is. And well, he's out with the final ball of the 9th over, gone for 3, and it's 5 for 1. But Glamorgan in these conditions would have expected, really, having won the toss, to make decent headway today. Harris and Dent look to be blocking it out, but
it's the old
experienced Dent goes.
Nick, of course, at this time of the year, you hope that you make inroads and try and dismiss the opposition whom you've put in for under 200, and we've got 3 days of lovely weather, if you can believe the weather forecasters, but they're pretty good these days with all the computers they have, and 3 lovely days. And Glamorgan will hope, of course, that all the dampness would have gone from the pitch, and then that their batsmen, they do have a good batting lineup, proved that last year, can profit. But as you say, they've got to take wickets this now while there's help in that pitch. That was the last ball of Podmore's over, so he'll be feeling quite happy as Tim van der Gooten will continue from the river end here at a sunny Sapphire Gardens. He's bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Harris. In he comes, bowls the first ball, and Harris gets a thick outside edge down to 3rd man. Oh, nice to report on the first day of a new season that there's a 3rd man in attendance.
Your favourite obsession, Edward.
Absolutely. Another left-hander, James Bracey, and another very, very good player. Played for England, of course, and kept wicket, which I thought was a little bit unfortunate for him there, because they say, of course, that Lord's is a difficult place to keep, and he didn't have the best of days, but he's young, very talented, and here he is to face his first ball from Van der Gooten. 3 slips waiting, wicketkeeper standing back as Van der Gooten bowls and draws Bracey right forward, gets it in the middle of the bat, and it's fielded by the bowler.
Yeah, 4 left-handers probably at the top of the order, with Miles Hammond yet to come, and then Zafar Gohar, a further left-hander, due in at around about 8. So Morgan will have plenty of practice in bowling on both sides of the wicket.
Yes, and Van der Gooten coming round the wicket now. In he comes, bowls. It's clipped, might have just hit the pad, because Sam Northeast's first slip raised his hands, and it is a leg by, signalled there by the umpire. The 2 umpires, Steve O'Shaughnessy, the former Lancashire batsman, and Mick Newell, formerly of Nottinghamshire. I remember Shaughnessy many years ago scoring the fastest 100 of the season when he was lobbed 100
Yes.
I did go for a walk outside the ground. I couldn't take much more of it at Old Trafford. Harris waits. In comes Van de Gooten. Bowls to him. Good length ball. Played back down the pitch. Harris not taking any chances whatsoever. He opened the batting. He is on three singles. How many balls has he faced, Nick? He's faced a few.
25,
but talented Australian opening batsman.
One of those hoping that, like Michael Neeson, that being over here will boost his Ashes chances.
Van de Gooten bowls, and that's tentatively but firmly played away onto the offside. Byron trots in for cover. The ground looking in an immaculate condition, as you would expect, of course, in the first week of April. There's been plenty of rain to keep it green throughout this miserable winter, but it looks in pristine condition. The pitch a little way over to the right. That is to the right of the big stand. Van de Gooten in again, bowls to Harris, and Harris drives powerfully through the offside. There'll be runs here. Don't know whether it'll run away to the boundary. No, it's pulled up just inside by Carlson. And they go through for a comfortable 3 runs, which doubles Harris' score. He goes on to 6-10 for 1. Gloucestershire having been put in by David Lloyd, the Glamorgan captain. And that was the end of the over.
Yes, the first time that we've had anything but singles to the Gloucestershire account in these difficult early overs. Gloucestershire taking a traditional approach to try and get through the difficult early stages with the ball moving. They've had several interruptions to their concentration because of the weather and the problems that we had with the hover cover, which cost us a few overs today. As Podmore bowls, and that's hoiked away into the leg side. Not quite timed by Harris, but he'll pick up a couple of runs. Rocking back and swinging as if he looked to smash it for 6 over mid-wicket. Ended up for 2 to backward square. 12 for 1. But be interesting to see if Harris is starting of to try and take Podmore on in an aggressive fashion. He moves to 8. 12 for 1 Gloucestershire in this 11th over here on BBC Sport Online. Edward Bevan, Ed Seaborn, myself, Nick Webb. As Podmore bowls, that's played more respectfully into the offside by Harris. No run.
Don't know if you've mentioned it, Nick. A few differences to the season this year in the rules and what have you.
With, good point.
250 runs you have to score before you get your batting point. That goes up to 450. Some have suggested rather that it's following Bazball to score quicker and get more entertainment for the watchers.
As that is played by Harris into the offside, fielded by Byram at point. No run. Yeah, also the change in bonus points back to 5, which is 5 for the draw rather than 8, which is what we had pre-COVID.
Yes, you can think either ways in that, because you can have good draws which deserve you perhaps 6 points, and then you have dull draws where some counties decide they want to draw from the last day on.
Podmore bowls, that's through low outside off stump. Harris plays no shot through to Cook. Yeah, you can understand why they've gone back to lesser reward for getting the draw.
Yeah.
In terms of the 250, you think, well, that's quite formidable, really, as a first target in the UK early in the season, certainly. You get the feeling there won't be many batting points around. Maybe early doors. Podmore bowls, and that's beaten the outside edge of Harris's bat, and I don't think it carried to Chris Cook.
No.
As he went tumbling across to his left in front of skipper David Lloyd.
I think this pitch, if somebody said, how do you describe it? I think he would say it's a slow seamer. You don't expect it lightning fast at this time of year, but there's not a lot of bounce, and as you described that was taken very low down. Might be just a little bit of uneven bounce, perhaps.
Podmore in to bowl to Harris, driven through mid-off. Nice shot, but I don't think it's going to be hauled up inside the boundary. They may well go back for 3 as Carlson chases, picks up about 5 metres inside the long off ropes. And Harris gallops on to 11 not out Gloucestershire, 15 for 1. Having lost Dent, caught Cook, bowled Podmore for 3. Harris is not out 11. Bracey, who's only faced a couple, is not out naught, 1 sundry. And last, hopefully, says, peering suspiciously away to the left.
I think we're all right today, Nick.
Yeah, we might get a prolonged period of play.
Glamorgan, of course, without somebody who's graced this ground for 10 years or so, Michael Hogan, but then welcoming him back on the Gloucestershire side, Martian de Lange. As Van der Gooten starts an over and bowls, and this is defended by Harris up towards mid-off.
He's always a popular figure here, wasn't he?
Oh yes, very, very pleasant gentleman, Mr. de Lange.
As long as you're not 22 yards from him with a cricket ball in his hand.
He can be devastating, and then he can leak runs, as we've seen here in one-day games over the years. But and a ferocious hitter of a cricket ball, as we once saw up at Northampton. Here's Van der Gooten, and it's left by Harris outside the off stump. Van der Gooten in his 6th over.
Yeah, fastest century. And at Leicester he almost won a game single-handed, and he's caught for 90 going for the winning hit.
Which was, it wasn't the best bit of cricket. He played a fantastic innings and wanted 3 runs, as you say, all on the boundary, and yet you just tap them around all the time in the world, 9 wickets down, and he had a huge hit and caught on the boundary. Van der Gooten is in, bowls to Harris, and Harris plays again on the walk, as it were, out to mid-on. So Glamorgan have packed their sides with seamers. Dan Douthwaite, who took 5 wickets against the Cardiff Students the other day, he's included. Didn't play at all in championship matches last year. And there's also James Harris, and there's also David Lloyd to turn his arm over and bowl medium pace. There's no Andrew Salter, which I'm a little surprised of. Van der Gooten bowls. Oh, and that's beaten him all ends up. And again, it's low down taken by Cook. Van der Gooten bowls very, very steadily, and his figures reflect that. 2 balls of his 6th over and conceded just 7 runs.
Yeah, just a little surprise that Carlson and Root were both picked. Glamorgan going for the longer batting. Thought one of those might possibly miss out.
Tim Van der Gooten comes in again, round the wicket, and bowls, and good length ball, which is respected by the batsman who plays it back down the pitch.
Because in terms of batting lineup, Cook is 7, Douthwaite 8, Harris 9. They could all be one place further up had Glamorgan chosen to play either the spinner Andrew Salter or the left arm seamer Jamie McIlroy.
Quite agree, because Van der Gooten is no mean batsman these days, and he's right down the bottom of the order. So there's plenty of batting. I agree with you. I'm a little surprised both are playing. Van der Gooten to complete the over. Bowls pitched on leg stump and played gently out to mid-wicket, and that's another over gone by. Another maiden. 15 for 2, Gloucestershire. And we have lost 28 overs if you've just joined us because of the various reasons.
Yes, the weather and the hover covers.
The hover cover.
Yep, 15 for 1. Dent, the only man gone. Cook bowled Podmore 3, having been dropped 1 run previously off Van der Gooten. So it is going to be Podmore to continue into his 7th over. Long spell possible because of the weather interruptions, of course. 15 for 1. Bright sunshine. Harris presumably will be warming up. Is that him stretching down at third man?
Down the bottom. Van der Gooten is here. He was stretching as well.
Man stretching at third man. As Podmore bowls, strikes Bracey on the pad. Shout for LBW. Not a huge response from behind the wicket. Podmore seemed interested, but not absolutely convinced.
There's definitely a bit of movement there for Podmore, because he's beaten the bat a couple of times, got the wicket, and not particularly quick bowling, as you say. The other about an hour or so ago, about in its 70s, 80s,
early 73, 74 is last time we saw time on the screen. Podmore bowls outside off stump. Bracey has a whoosh at it and misses.
Not the best shot to play on naught when it was wide of the off stump, and he tried to hit it through the covers, and an early season shot, you would say, getting the feel of things. Well, he didn't get a feel of that. Well, he would have nicked it behind. Still attacking field with 3 slips, covered and extra cover. The man down on the third man boundary, mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg, rather wide.
Podmore bounding in, bowls. Bracey steers it into the offside, fielded by Byram, making ground to his left from point. And there is no run. If you want to time your day's activities by what's going on here, then tea at the moment is due at 4 o'clock. And close of play, who knows, 6:30 in theory, but if the light is still good enough, then it may well be after that. If the light's not still good enough, then we'll be off, because we don't have floodlights available. Podmore bowls, and there's a big appeal for LBW. He believed in that one, certainly, and Bracey is unmoved. Umpire O'Shaughnessy is likewise unmoved, and Podmore, I think, really thought that was going to be given out. As we get the benefit of a replay on our monitors. Oh, that's
good shout.
That looked extremely adjacent. I'm not quite sure why that one wasn't given, to be honest.
Was it just a little shade, half a ball outside leg stump? That's the only reason I can think.
Potentially. Podmore in, balls to Bracey up in the block hole, driven to Carlson, mid-off, no run, 15 for 1. Bracey remains on 0 as Carlson working away, trying to keep the seam intact and the shine on the ball. There's Glamorgan's polisher on in chief. 3 slips still for Podmore in this 13th over of the innings, last ball thereof. Podmore in to bowl to Bracey, who drives. Carlson, who's been a busy man in the field, moves to his left to field. It is a maiden over. 15 for 1 Gloucestershire on BBC Sport Online. 13 overs gone. 54 potentially to be bowled today, should conditions permit.
Yeah, good over again from Podmore. The only reasons I mentioned earlier was that perhaps it might have just been a shade outside leg stump, but it was very, very close. Uncomfortable over there for Bracey, because he had a wide wafted one outside the off stump. But he'll be glad to open his account. He still hasn't scored. 11 to Harris, who's been there since the start, and he will continue as Tim van der Gooten will start his 7th over. Here he is, first ball, bowls. That's driven firmly out towards mid-on, where it's fielded by James Harris. 7 overs for Podmore, and 1 for 7, 5 of which have been maidens, and 3 maidens out of his previous 6 for Van der Gooten, and 0 for 7 for him. So it's been good, tight, aggressive bowling from the Glamorgan opening attack. From the river end, then, with the trees behind him, in comes Van der Gooten and bowls, and the beauty. Beats a half-forward prod by Harris and goes through to Cook. They've found their length, and probing away. They've been just a little bit unlucky. Bat has beaten the ball. Ball has beaten the bat a few occasions.
Yeah, a little bit of breeze around, blowing the clouds over reasonably rapidly, thankfully.
Sun's still out as in comes Tim van der Gooten and bowls again. He's forward, again comes Harris, and again is played, showing plenty of patience is Harris.
Yes, you'll be able to tell about the breeze if you're watching on the Glamorgan video stream, because the remote camera at that far end is being blown around a little bit.
There was one other adjustment this year. I think I'm right in saying that 2 games to be played in the county championship, as in comes Van der Gooten, bowls again, and this time he plays him on the walk, as it were, out to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. There will be kookaburra balls played, and this is to try and give English batsmen the opportunity to test that kookaburra ball before they go on tour in the winter, where, of course, abroad they mainly kookaburra. Don't know what 2 games is going to tell them.
Yeah, I think Glamorgan's 2 games are both at home, so we'll tell you about that nearer the time in mid-season.
Van der Gooten bowls to Harris, and Harris again plays straight, but it's intercepted there by Carlson, who comes in quickly at mid-off, and there's no run.
I'll just do one more over before giving way to Ed Seaborn, and we'll have double Ed for the first time today.
Double Edder. 1 ball for yet another maiden from Van der Gooten. Then, if he doesn't get a run conceded, that'll be 9 maidens in this innings so far. And it's left outside the off stump, so that was another maiden. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 7. Podmore 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7. And quite rightly, I think, Nick, that David Lloyd is going to persevere with Podmore, because he's bowled extremely well in his first outing of the season, in his new colours here at Glamorgan, previously with Kent, and before that with Middlesex. And might having a nod and saying, well, try 1 more, and then we might give you a rest, and try either Douthwaite possibly, or Harris, or even Lloyd himself. There is a bit of swing. Lloyd will take the ball.
It's Harry Podmore to James Bracey. Podmore bowls, Bracey drives firmly down the ground, calls Harris for the single. Podmore might have got a fingertip to it on his follow through, and they hustle through for the single. 16 for 1, and Bracey is finally off the mark with his 9th delivery. Michael Hogan is off the mark with Kent, his first wicket for his new county. He has 1 for 15. So does his Kent opening partner, Matthew Quinn, and Northants are 34 for 2 at Canterbury. Podmore to Harris on the back foot, watches it carefully and defends. In Division 2, Durham are flying on 98 without loss against Sussex at Hove. Lees has got a half-century there. Yorkshire flying even more before the rain came at Headingley. Yorkshire 186 for 2 in the 37th over. Finley Bean 82 not out. Dawid Milan 51 not out. Podmore in, bowls to Harris, plays it towards backward square leg. I thought there might have been a single there, but Harris was on the cautious side and sent back his partner. 16 for 1 it remains. At Derby, Derbyshire 71 for 2 against Worcestershire. Billy Godleman 41 not out there. No play in Townsend. Lords Essex 106 for 2. Lawrence 41 not out. As Podmore's in, bowls, and Harris is forward defensively. At Old Trafford, Surrey 139 for 4. Jamie Smith, the top scorer so far, with 40 not out. Ben Folkes is 39 not out. And Notts in some trouble at Southampton, 141 for 7.
Our friend Mr. Bracegirdle won't be a happy man then.
Indeed. Mohammed Abbas with 4 wickets there has led the Hampshire charge. Podmore bowls, squirts off an outside edge from Harris. He'll get a single down to wide third man. 17 for 1. So play in 8 out of the 9 county games. Not so at Taunton, where the outfield was very soggy. Glamorgan played down there. Well, had a reasonable amount of play.
He called it off at 9:30, somebody was saying, this morning at Taunton.
Podmore to finish his 8th over. 1 for 9. Gloucestershire 17 for 1. Digging in. Not really progressing. As forward comes Bracey. Defends on the offside. Byram fields at cover. BBC Sport Online. Ed Burton will be joined by Ed Seaborn in just a moment or so. You want to swap mics, do you, Edward?
Thank you very much. Yes, I think kind of glacial progress from Gloucestershire since the loss of Chris Dent, and it's Van der Hoogten continuing bowling to Harris, who looks to drive down the ground but can't beat the bowler. He doesn't field it cleanly but slows it down enough for mid-on to prevent a single. So we had 9 maidens out of the 15 overs bowled so far. We haven't had a boundary, had a couple of threes.
Not only on Glamorgan's accurate bowling, Ed, but also I think the pitch is a little bit on
Yes.
the sluggish side.
Van der Hoogten is in and bowls. Harris defends away back towards Van der Hoogten, who will field. Yes, because we've
There's a lot of rain here.
Yeah. We've seen quite a few deliveries which on another day would have been put away. When Glamorgan have overpitched slightly, every time it seems Gloucestershire have mistimed the drive. We've seen
ball not coming onto the bat.
Yeah, several drives come out of the bottom of the bat. Harris has been examining the toe end of his bat several times. Van der Hoogten bowls wide of off stump. No shot from Marcus Harris. Almost looks slightly disdainful of that delivery. Sort of
when you
straight
get
down to the floor and had nothing to do with it.
Now, when you, as a seamer, you get into the groove and you know it's a slow pitch, and you know that if you land it on that particular spot and get a movement, it's very difficult for the batsman then to score freely. We saw one nice off drive coming up here, but then the slowness of the outfield stopped that going, and it's been slow, but still just the 1 wicket to fall.
Van der Hoogten is in and bowls. Harris has had a flirt with that one. The bat poked away from his body, but he didn't get the outside edge to it. I mean, it seems as if any time Harris feels as if he's finding some sort of fluency, a ball like that comes along.
That's right.
And all of a sudden you're back to square one.
Yeah, and he'll think, well, did I do the right thing? What's going on? I'm not fluent here. And he'll start thinking in his mind, how can I adjust?
Here is Tim van der Hoogten. In now bowls, and down the leg side this time. Harris cannot get a flick on it, and it goes through to Chris Cook. So
am I right in saying, Ed, that he's a free-scoring batsman?
Harris, he's not a sort of an attacking player by nature. I don't think he likes to get bogged down, but he's not a sort of a David Warner type. Exactly. He was kind of the solidity to go with the attacking nature of David Warner when they were partnering each other. Last ball of the over. Van der Hoogten is in and bowls. That time it's well wide of off and not drivable, so Harris watches it go through to keeper Cook. 16 overs gone, 17 for 1. You were talking about Marcus Harris's Ashes ambitions, and realistically he's only got maximum of 12 innings to impress the selectors in English conditions, so each outing is vital. This is a an important innings for Marcus Harris's Test ambitions, and there is potentially a spot open for him, but it's not necessarily the spot you might have thought a couple of years ago.
No.
Usman Khawaja has been prolific since coming back into the Australian side, whereas David Warner had that bizarre series in the winter against South Africa where he scored a double century, didn't get above 10 in any of his other innings, and was named man of the series.
I know, it was an extraordinary decision, that. Well, there's been a change of bowling at this end after a very good opening spell from Harry Podmore. It will be James Harris, an identical field. Now, we saw Harris last year. He was inconsistent. Some games he bowled extremely well, and then others he was way offline. But here he is now, and he's bowling the first ball. Bowls to Bracey, and Bracey tucks it away for possibly a couple. Because no, he's not going to get two, as it's picked up quickly and returned. Just the singles. So Bracey moves on to 2, the score on to 18. And we notice here at Glamorgan how changed his action was since he was here as a young player when he was 17, 18, 19. And I honestly thought Harris, and so did many other people, would play for England, but then went to Middlesex, and his action has changed. I think not for the good. Here he is, comes in and bowls, and that's very well wide of the off stump and went through to the wicketkeeper.
Well, Gloucestershire, of course, had James Fuller, another promising young seamer, as he was with Gloucestershire, and went off to Middlesex to pastures new, and I suppose try and get. Well, yes, well, he is now, and of course now he seems to be having the best time of his career. He had a fantastic season last year with Hampshire.
It's Harris bowls again pitch on leg stump, turned away to short mid wicket, fielded, and there is no run. And he hits the ball a mile as well, so he's a good all-rounder. And those are the boys who can pick up big money if they impress in one-day cricket. And he, as you say, didn't impress at Middlesex. Off he went, and then and let's think again of somebody who moved from Middlesex to Gloucestershire, and a great loss to the Shire, as the next ball is well pitched up, driven again on the onside, and again it's just a single.
But I think in some ways, when you're talking about how Harris's action potentially was changed, I think it's another prime example of how actually the best club for you is the club that brought you through. If you're getting cricket for that club, then I think you're really best off sticking with them.
Harris bowls, that's played, well, he was looking to play it on the onside. It flew off the side of the bat, and two fortuitous runs there for James Bracey. He was going to try and flick it again on the onside over mid-wicket, and it caught the top edge of the bat and went over cover. He gets a couple of runs, but movement then from Harris. You see, and at that stage, Glamorgan in the second division, Middlesex were a good first division side, and history will tell you if you go up and play in that area of London, as Harris comes over the wicket and bowls again. Didn't know much again about that. He didn't know where the ball went, so it's an interesting, shall we say, start of the innings from James Bracey. He's on 4. The score is 21 for 1, and off he went, because I remember the day that somebody pushed my arm and said, look who's next door in there, and it was Angus Fraser. And no one guessed as I do. I went in afterwards and I said, you've come to watch James Harris? He said, yes, I have. And within a fortnight it all been signed, which is very sad for Glamorgan. Now he's back, and did take 5 in an innings against his old side at the end of last season up at Lords, and shows what he can do. We've got a double change. Dan Douthwaite, who didn't play championship cricket at all last year, took a 5-4 against the Students last week, and he will come in. Can produce the unplayable ball, can bowl some stuff where you can score off, to put it mildly. Interesting to see, and he will be bowling from the River End. Ed.
Well, I think James Bracey's footballing skills certainly seem to be up to scratch there. I mean, that's clearly why they spend so long playing football in the warm-ups, which of course they don't anymore. And Gloucestershire play this sort of foot volleyball thing, usually. Well, I suppose it's still hand-eye coordination, or foot-eye coordination, however you want to call it. Douthwaite will come over the wicket to Marcus Harris. Busy action, bowls outside off stump, and no stroke from Marcus Harris, just having a watch of that first delivery, but he kept the ball out probably better than his beloved Bristol Rovers have this season there, James Bracey.
Yeah, poor Bristol Rovers. Still in Division... Well, yeah, they are in Division 2, aren't they?
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, no, they're towards the bottom of League One at the moment.
Oh, that's not too bad.
In comes Douthwaite bowls, a little further back of a length, tight-ish leave from Harris, but he could probably leave that just about even on length as well as line. But Douthwaite pretty much around the mark that he needs to be right away. For James Bracey, last season it was a bit of a roller coaster ride, as really the last few seasons have been for him. Just sort of fingers crossed really for a sort of non-disrupted season for him. As Douthwaite bowls, that comes into Harris, tries to work to leg but gets struck on the upper thigh hip sort of area.
I remember
get a run for it.
Watching him make his debut, James Bracey, and he got runs, and he looked, even then, you know, you can, so all of a sudden, this fella can play. And every time that he played against Glamorgan, he got runs. I don't think he's failed a lot.
No, until last season, his career best was against Glamorgan, but he surpassed that against Yorkshire at Bristol last year. In comes Douthwaite bowls, no shot once more from Harris, that kind of flick leave presents the bat to the bowler almost after performing it. But yeah, last year Bracey did play in all the matches, so it wasn't disrupted from that point of view, but it was in terms of the fact that he dropped down the order, and then right at the end of the season he came back up the order and had a good match at Headingley. Made a 71 and a 39 there in quite tricky batting conditions. Douthwaite to bowl now to Harris, and another leave. Not much movement on offer that time from Dan Douthwaite, but Harris still wary of playing away from his body, playing too far outside the defensive comfort zone.
Yeah, Mick Newell, the umpire, walking down, pointing out to Harris that he's just running down the pitch a bit too close to that off stump, that area where you're not supposed to run off.
Particularly, well, they're always keen on it, they have to be, regardless of match situation or conditions, but particularly today, the dampness. As next delivery, full, looking to drive Harris, another mistimed shot, goes up to mid-off. Neither went in the direction he was intending, nor with the amount of speed. So 4 runs from that over, so that surely makes it the most expensive. Oh, sorry, pardon me, that was the previous over from Harris. I'm reading the scoreboard wrong. Pardon me, that was a maiden over from Dan Douthwaite. It was the previous over, which was a terribly expensive one from Harris that went for 4. But 21 for 1, Gloucestershire after 18 overs. Another maiden to add to the count. Harris 13, Bracey 4.
Overcast conditions now, as in comes Harris to start his second over, and it's played away on the onside and fielded there at mid-wicket.
What do you make of these points changes then? I mean, I know you sort of touched on it with Nick, but I know a lot of coaches are against
I don't
points
think why make it 250, you know? It's other than perhaps to think let's play some attacking cricket. But how often have we seen, I'll just break off as Harris runs away from us and bowls like stump again.
It's going to go for 4.
And it's gone too. Yes, he's too wide, fine leg there, and it's gone for 4. And Ed Seaborn rather excited because that is the first boundary, and we are in the 19th over. So my word, that is something. Yeah, I turned it off his hip, perfectly good shot, and it's 4 runs, and the ball now has disappeared down that area where the dreaded covers are.
Haven't you done enough damage today?
The
First you tried to cover the pitch, and now you're trying to cover the ball.
It is retrieved, but going back to the no doubt you have. I've seen sides on 196 and 197 play out a maiden and not bother with the bonus point. And I don't think you're going to go hell for leather if you're 200 and whatever, 240, 243, because you might lose a wicket. I don't quite see the point of it. Harris bowls again, and this time it's a better delivery, which is nudged away by Bracey up onto the offside. He remains on 8, and the score 25 for 1.
I think it probably, well, I say probably, it may work in the midsummer when pitches have kind of lost a little bit of their life, maybe, potentially when they're using the Kookaburra ball, which might not do so much, but this time of year, I'm not so sure.
Here's the next ball. That's a good looking shot. It beats mid off. That again is going up towards the boundary, and it's going to be 4 more runs. Runs galore in this over. 8, 2 4s, and that was a half volley again from Harris. He still can't really find his radar. You just watch that ball again. It was well pitched up and sort of floating half volley, which was easy pick there. And Bracey goes into double figures. He moves on to 12, and a little spurt here in the scoring rate for Gloucestershire. They're 29 for 1. Still the 3 slips. Glamorgan still attacking. As Harris comes in again and bowls, and again that's a half volley, and again it's a boundary. So this not particularly good bowling by James Harris, and Glamorgan rather surrendering the initiative that they had gained when Gloucestershire was scoring at just a run over, as it were. Again, it's no movement, floated straight up to the bat, and 1 down the leg side, 2 through the offside, and Bracey now has overtaken Harris. He's moved on to 16, the score on to 33 for 1.
Those last 2 shots were right out of the innings that he played in the pre-season against Hampshire. Made a 68 with 15 fours.
Here's Harris again in. Bowls down the leg side. This time it's clipped away onto the onside. Fielded, that's the end of the over. Expensive over, 12 runs off it from James Harris. And Gloucestershire put into bat to 33 for 1. The man out. Chris Dent, caught by wicketkeeper Cook off the bowling of Harry Podmore for 3. And we've got the 2 change bowlers on at the moment. It'll be Douthwaite who opened up with the maiden to continue at the river end.
It is also worth talking balls in terms of the Duke's ball even, because last year they had this tendency to do quite a bit for the first 15 overs or so, and then
change
just
the ball.
Yes, in comes Douthwaite bowling now. Harris drives, don't know that he meant to get that necessarily through backward point, and third man manages to come round the boundary and keep it down to a couple of runs. He ate up the ground there, the fielder down there, because I didn't think he was going to have a chance to get to that one off the bat from Harris. It was timed well enough, but I think he was looking to get the cover point gap rather than the backward point gap. Gets 2 though and moves to 15. Gloucestershire to 35 for 1. But I'd just be interested to see how this sort of story of the Duke's ball of 2023 develops. Douthwaite bowls to Harris, just got a little bit squared up there. He managed to block it away comfortably enough, but he did play that defensive shot with pretty much both feet facing the bowler. But
well, the makers have said already this year a much better, inverted commas, batch of balls have been produced. Well, they would say that, wouldn't they? Some people might say. But at least we haven't had to change the ball. Normally we've changed about 2 by this stage in the innings.
Yes, especially with the Kookaburra being introduced, it's quite a threat to Dukes,
yes.
I suppose. In comes Douthwaite bowls, wide of off, and watched through to the keeper by Marcus Harris. But I mean, they had, I think, started to correct the problem towards the end of last year. But I think just ball changes aside, I wonder if these ones are going to lose their life like the ones last year seemed to do, even when they could be changed to a ball that was older. Douthwaite bowls to Harris, defended away into the leg side. May have been a quick single again there, but Harris has been quite cautious with his running between the wickets as well as his stroke play. There have been a couple of singles which he's turned down, and no run leaves the score still 35 for 1. But it's sort of, I mean, not quite there yet, but getting towards the point where last year the ball would have stopped doing lots, but there are plenty of differences from last year to now as Douthwaite bowls again, and no stroke from Harris, good length ball outside off. One of them being that the square is so much greener. If we got towards even the halfway mark last year, the square would have roughed up that ball,
Oh,
and
yes.
it would have either started to go out, well, it would have started to go out of shape, because they, by all accounts, most of them were never in shape to start with, but the scuffing of the ball would have prevented some of the movement through the air anyway. At least a conventional swing. Douthwaite bowls full, and on the roundabout 4th stump, Harris prods it away out into the covers, and is the end of the over. 20 gone in this Gloucestershire innings. Bracey has overtaken Harris. Bracey's got 16 from 19 balls, quite the outburst, and Harris has 15 from 70 deliveries.
Yes, and at the moment, David Lloyd will just sit back and watch things, but if Glamorgan don't take any wickets the next hour, he'll be thinking, well, was it the right decision? Because the first thing we said when we saw this pitch, it looked a pretty good batting pitch. Anyway, James Harris starts another over, and that's a better ball from him. It's played defensively by Bracey down the pitch. Still the conventional opening bowler's field of 3 slips, and then 2 in the cover and wide mid-off area, and a third man. Short mid-wicket, fine leg, and a mid-on. So on this sort of pitch, you've got to try and just probe away. It's not quick, and try and contain the batsman. As in comes Harris, bowls, and that played away down to third man, and it's collected just inside the boundary by Douthwaite and returned to Chris Cook.
I do quite like Glamorgan's field that they've got, actually. They're not giving Gloucestershire free runs, but they've still got the 3 slips, and I think, I mean, classic curse, the next delivery will be edged through 4th slip, but I'm not sure they really need any more than that.
Oh no, I don't think so. In fact, I thought perhaps they might have taken the 3rd slip away, as in comes Harris and bowled very wide of the off stump, and Harris is Harris to Harris. Harris, the batsman, has nothing at all to do with it. There's a shot on our television of the sky. White fluffy clouds and lots of blue sky, which we like to see. And the next 3 days promises to be very, very pleasant.
It's a bit of a breeze, not sort of really troubling the flagsticks too much, or the flags, I should say, on the flagsticks.
Next ball is left outside the off stump, and there is no run. 15 to Harris. Bracey's on 17. Morgan winning the toss, and no hesitation in fielding first. They don't have Andrew Salter. I think there was a game last year. I think it was Durham, the first game of the season. Just break off as Harris comes in, bowls, and that's nice fluent shot, but intercepted there by Carlson, who moves quickly to his left. We saw Durham score a very big total and for about 3 or 4, and all of a sudden on comes Salter, and if my memory serves me right, he took 6 or 7 wickets and with career best figures. And that's why I'm always loath to leave a spinner, a recognised spinner, out if your seamers are not doing the job. That's short, played away off the back foot, nice looking shot. That might beat third man, will it? No, it stopped just inside the boundary. Good bit of fielding, just the 2 runs instead of perhaps we might have expected 4. And that completes the over, 38 for 1. Both batsmen are on 17. And just going back to that, I noticed there's a few spinners in the Gloucestershire side.
Yes, just a few. They've got, well, 4 5 potential spin options. I mean, he's 5 who bowled last year. I can't imagine that things are going too well if really they're getting a substantial number of overs out of any of them other than Zafar Gohar, but they do have that option. I suppose the one thing you might look at with Gloucestershire's side and worry is if the spinners do get taken to, if it's not spinning, then you've only got the 3 seamers. Here is Dan Douthwaite bowling to Harris, to Bracey, full and straight. Bracey watchful in defence, up to mid-off it goes, and in both Tom Price and Ajit Singh Dale you've got 2 young bowlers. Dale 22 years of age, Tom Price is 23, so you know, there are going to be days when, despite the excellent starts that both have had to their careers, when things don't go so well. That's short, been pulled by Bracey, really not timed at all. He'll get a single out towards deep square. I think it was also a no ball, whether he heard the no ball and went even harder at it, but I don't know what part of the bat that came off, but it wasn't the middle. Single to Bracey and 39 for 1.
No, I don't know if that was rather planned. He wouldn't want to bowl a no ball, obviously, but he banged it in because he's got a very rooted deep mid wicket.
41 for 1, in fact, with the 2 runs for the no ball. As in comes Douthwaite bowling to Harris, just touched into the onside, out towards forward square leg. There will be a single to Marcus Harris. He moves on to 18, and it's 42 now for 1.
Yes, and the batsman getting on top of the bowling here. Sort of release for them from a very good opening spell from Tim van der Gooten.
So in these sorts of matches, even a 30-run partnership has to feel like a bit of a recovery. Douthwaite bowls down the leg side. Bracey clips towards long leg. It's picked up by James Harris, and there'll be another single to the total. 43 now for 1. But yeah, I suppose just going back to the balance of Gloucestershire's side, Marchand de Lange is the other seamer, and when it goes right for Marchand de Lange, it's wonderful. Douthwaite bowls to Harris outside the off stump, no stroke. But if you, and of course they're not going to be going out trying to do this, but if you've got a day when all 3 of those things sort of coincided and nobody really had their rhythm and radar, then there could be a situation where you're forced to bowl spin to a short straight boundary, and that's probably not going to end too well for Gloucestershire. As in comes Dan Douthwaite, he's there now and bowls, and Harris this time onto the onside in defence, and there is no run as it's fielded at mid-wicket.
But how often have we seen seam after seam, and all of a sudden you have a change of line, a change of length, if you like, and the flight, the slower, and often you pick up a wicket.
Oh, I definitely take your point.
I think that you have to have variety in a full side, especially in a 4-day match.
Here is Douthwaite, there now to the crease bowling full. Harris looking to drive. He was on the move as he played that shot, but then had to get back into his crease because he couldn't find the gap between extra cover and mid-off that he was looking for. 43 for 1 is the Gloucestershire total after 22 overs. The innings run rate is dangerously close to 2 and over, but it's been good progress by these 2 the last few overs. The pressure hasn't quite as yet been kept up by the change bowlers. It was certainly in effect when Podmore and Van der Hoogten opened up the innings. But I suppose the other thing is, though, that this pitch isn't as green as we might have expected it to be, so
nowhere near it.
It may be that it does actually take spin.
Oh, James Harris's first ball. That's the best ball he's bowled. He bowled it at Brace. He went for an elaborate sort of drive through the offside and went straight through him to the wicket-keeper. He could just keep that line, he'd be fine, but he does tend to over-pitch and short balls and half volleys now and again, but if he gets it right, then he'll be rewarded.
There was some seam movement there from Harris.
Well, there's still some movement there because of the again, this residual moisture. He bowls again that leg stump and is turned away up towards mid-wicket. There'll be 2 runs. It's a chase for Billy Root, who picks it up. And that's what I meant, having bowled a very good first delivery, then drifts down leg side and they can pick up 2. You've got to be very consistent, especially if you put a side in and want wickets.
I was thinking with that first ball, though, I mean, sometimes when you do just bowl a couple of half volleys, as Harris has done to Bracey and been put away for 4, just sometimes it can at least produce the false shot by him trying to drive a ball that's not there.
Or that, you see, that was another good delivery which he pushed at and went straight through him. Again, that was taken low down by Chris Cook, which tells us that there's a little bit of indifferent bounce, but basically it's, I think, I don't know if you agree, it's a slow seamer.
Oh yeah, it does look that way. And the old Shane Warneism, if it seems it spins, so
it's true.
We'll see.
Yes, Harris over the wicket, close to the stumps, bowls, and that's turned away. And Root comes in quickly at mid-wicket this time and just leaves it to the man at mid-off, who feels it's Podmore.
I mean, I was a dreadful leg spinner, but I used to prefer bowling with the wet cabbage on a wet day than supposedly prime spin bowling conditions when it's dry and dusty and there are the footmarks. I think actually it does more with the wet ball sometimes. So it's not necessarily the case that you just can't bowl spin in April.
Oh no. Here's the next ball, which is, it opens the face as Bracey and guides it down to third man to Dan Douthwaite, and they go through for a single.
I actually found the wet ball sometimes easier to grip as well, bizarrely, as a leg spinner. So I don't know why. Maybe it's just me, but it just sort of felt there was a bit of sort of tackiness with the ball, which you could kind of get hold of, and you could give it a bit more of a rip.
Very much the same as possibly an off-spinner liking the new ball now and again. In comes Harris and bowls, and that's glided away. Identical shot there from Marcus Harris this time. He moves on to 19. Bracey's on 22. And the score is 47-1, and the bright sunshine continues. And the bright voice of Nick Webb, am I right, Nick, says he's going to come back. He says, get out of my seat. So I'll go.
Thank you very much to Edward Bevan. We'll be back after the tea break. Yeah, well, you mentioned bowling with the new ball. I mean, that's something which Zafar Gohar did quite a bit last season, especially actually in the One-Day Cup. He opened the bowling on a good 3 occasions, I think, in that competition. In comes Dan Douthwaite starting a new over, and that's just nudged down towards long leg by Marcus Harris. He'll pick up a single and move into the 20s, 48 for 1, the Gloucestershire total. So partnership worth 43 between Harris and Bracey after the loss of Dent. He was dropped by Colin Ingram at third slip on 2, but only added 1 more run before being caught behind by Chris Cook off the bowling of Podmore. Here is Douthwaite. There now bowls, bit full, driven down the ground. Mid-off is quite deep. He might have got a single to him anyway because it was a bit straighter than where he was positioned, but he is very deep there and allows another run, 49 for 1. Nick Webb is back alongside.
Yes, having taken advantage of the first choice of cake.
Oh, now you tell me.
Sorry about this, Ed.
Here comes Douthwaite. Bowls down the leg side, well down the leg side. Harris, as they all do, trying to work it away fine, even when it's that far away from the body. And so often you see batters get themselves in trouble with a delivery like that. It's just prime strangle down the leg side sort of territory, even if from Douthwaite's point of view he does not want to be bowling any more there.
There you are. Edward is offering Ed his choice of cakeage.
In comes Douthwaite. Bowls now and flicked away for a single towards backward square leg.
Go on, you're a visitor, have a couple.
50 up for Gloucestershire as I'm dropping cakes on the floor. 50 up in the 24th over. My goodness, what a selection. This is going to have to go on Twitter later, I think. Well, I say later, I mean probably now-ish, before they all disappear. Oh my goodness, I don't think I've been treated to a selection quite like this in a county match. Douthwaite bowls wide of off stump, no stroke from James Bracey through to Chris Cook.
Yeah, the tea interval is at 4 o'clock, but if the gannets of the written media or whoever's lurking in the main press box get in early, then there's sometimes less of a choice available to us hard labouring broadcasters. So the experience of Edward Bevan there.
I'm not sure we've been doing much hard labouring today. This is our longest unbroken stint of the day. 1 hour and 20 minutes we've been going. The last ball of this Douthwaite over. He's in and bowls well wide of off stump and no stroke. Once again from James Bracey. So 50 for 1, Gloucestershire's total. They've moved their innings run rate above 2 and got themselves up towards where they might have been looking to be at the start of the day, really. I think you're always going to bank on losing 1 to the immediate new ball, but now potentially is the time that these two have got to try and cash in. You do not want to be getting a start like this in these conditions and then giving it away.
Yes. Douthwaite has been
in comes
try another channel as that one's playing up a little bit. Harris, the first ball played by Harris on the offside, and there is no run. I don't know, I only had this machine a couple of days ago and it's already playing up.
It's like the hover cover.
Like the hover cover
here.
Yeah.
Just give it a whack and that'll do.
Technical what's-its. Luckily we have a choice of channels. I've plugged into another channel now. Harris to Harris. And Harris is the winner, the batter that is, as he cuts that down to third man for a single. Wide of the slips. 51 for 1. Marcus Harris moves on to 22. James Bracey has overtaken him on 23 despite having come in 9 overs later. And well, we're finally settling into some sort of rhythm, albeit a largely gentle one after the ons and offs of the first few hours play, mostly off. Harris in to bowl to Bracey, full length, driven by Bracey, well intercepted by a diving Carlson, who got a hand to it and steered it towards Podmore, coming around from mid-on.
I don't think, have we done an on-air congratulations for your Wisden achievement? Not been named Wisden Griffith here.
Yes, you may see a few words of mine in Wisden next year, having had many years of Mr. Bevan describing Glamorgan's achievements or otherwise. Harris bowls and Bracey jabs down on that one, hit it into his pad I think, and rolls out onto the offside. But you're the award winner of this year.
I should not have brought it up because then
broadcaster of the year.
Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth.
Congratulations, Ed. Congratulations on that achievement. Look forward to seeing the picture of your trophy when you get round to picking it up. Harris to Bracey, and he plays that one defensively to Podmore at mid-on, and there is no run.
Got my comeuppance for that one then.
Not at all, not at all. Have to relish our achievements in the often unglamorous world of county cricket. As Harris to Bracey, 23 not out, having taken 3 fours off a previous Harris over. This one is played firmly on the offside, but parried by Byram at point. There's no run. 51 for 1 at the end of the over. Harris 22. Bracey 23. Man out. Dent. Caught Cook. Bowled Podmore for 3. Did you have to provide a tape of or recording of your highlights?
Yes. Well, not highlights, no.
Or just a chunk of one of your finest moments?
I mean, there wouldn't be highlights necessarily, but no, I did send in a 20-minute clip God help the people who've got to listen to that, but there we go. No, a 20-minute clip, which was actually the end of the Lancashire match I sent in, which was a thrilling finish, not one that went Gloucestershire's way, as in comes Douthwaite, bowls full and straight, and blocked back to the bowler by Marcus Harris, and judging by the way that Dan Douthwaite's moving back to his mark, I don't know whether that missed hand and hit shin. Anyway, certainly not grateful for that on a cooler day. But yes, it was an extraordinary final day, that actually. Gloucestershire came into it, I think, 3 wickets down and got within, or 4 wickets down. As in comes Douthwaite, he's there now, bowls. It's a no ball, and it's been worked into the gap between long leg and backward square, but again the dimensions of the ground just mean that it's quite hard to pick up 2, even though it did split that gap. But it'll be 3 runs to the total with the no ball and the single, so 55 for 1 I think will be the score eventually. But yeah, they got within 3.5 overs, did Gloucestershire, of saving that game against Lancashire at Old Trafford, as Douthwaite delivers a ball outside off, no stroke from James Bracey. Jared Warner, the Wakefield Wall, last man out, faced 115 deliveries from memory from number 10. It was quite some effort, and almost got Gloucestershire there against an attack of James Anderson, Saqib Mahmood, Matt Parkinson, Hassan Ali. Douthwaite bowls now, forced off the back foot by Bracey. They'll be looking for a couple of runs here, with third man coming up from the rope. Podmore does the honours, and indeed they do get that too. Bracey on to 25, the score 56 for 1, which means that the 50 partnership has come up for the second wicket between Harris and Bracey. Pretty even contributions. 25 Bracey, 23 Harris, and extras 4. Douthwaite runs in again, now bowling to Bracey, played up the pitch, fielded by Douthwaite off his own bowling, and there is no run. And then later on in the season, Gloucestershire played Lancashire at Bristol. The attack consisted of Tom Bailey, William Williams, Jack Morley, and he says, testing his memory for the last name. Anyway, I think every member of that attack was different from that game at Old Trafford. Douthwaite bowls now, full, driven down the ground. That's a nice looking shot from James Bracey. It's not going to bring him 4 though, not quite well timed enough to reach that straight rope down towards the river, but they pick up another couple of runs. Bracey to 27, 58 for 1. Not sure how many instances there would have been of that, really, of 2. I think I'm right in saying it was entirely different attacks in 2 games, but such is the way with such a busy calendar and big counties with big pockets and big squads. They can afford to do that. It does, I suppose, also actually point to a certain amount of luck that is involved, therefore, in the county championship these days. That's short, and it's been crunched by Bracey through mid-wicket for 4 runs. That probably the most authoritative shot of the day so far. It was not a bouncer with a great deal of venom to it from Dan Douthwaite, and James Bracey has dismissed it through mid-wicket for 4. Moves on to 31, and at the end of that over, Gloucestershire are 62 for 1.
Yeah, Bracey latched onto that one pretty quickly, didn't it? Back of a length from Douthwaite. As you say, pulled away pretty firmly, just wide of mid-wicket. 62 for 1, and Gloucestershire's run rate is starting to accelerate, having been barely a run and over for much of the first hour of proceedings. It's the first hour of actual playing time, because we have lost 20. I think they've had a recalculation on the scoreboard, actually. 26 bowled, 41 to go. That makes 67. 16. 29 lost on the day, by the look of it. 29 overs lost. David Lloyd into the attack from the Cathedral Road end, bowling to Harris, who plays that one to point. Byram Fields, no run. And, yeah, not the greatest start for James Harris, who had a slow start to last season. Finished the season well with a decent number of wickets in September. But Glamorgan certainly were hoping to get more out of him this season. Last year 31 wickets at an average of 38. David Lloyd round the wickets, and Harris plays defensively on the leg side. Last season wasn't great with Lloyd from the ball, but he tended to be fairly selfless as captain, only really bringing himself on when the more established bowlers had failed. So sometimes he was fourth seamer, sometimes fifth even. He's fifth again today, but there are no specialist spin backup. Lloyd bowls, Harris drives on the leg side. Tumbling stop by Root at mid-wicket. No run.
It's always the thing with being a captain that bowls, you know, especially I think being an all-rounder. I suppose Ben Stokes has it, I'm not going to say he has it easier because he doesn't, but at least with his injury he's got an automatic route to saying, well, that's why I didn't bowl. But also, you know, they know the job that he does when he does bowl, so it's a bit less of a problem for Stokes, but it can be a problem for a captain who bowls.
Lloyd bowls, played on the onside to Podmore at mid-on, no run.
I'm just actually on Ben Stokes rather than the issue of captains who bowl. I not actually realised the extent of Stokes's knee injury until I saw him he didn't play obviously in the 50 over match that Gloucestershire played up at Chesley Street last year, but the extent of the support and the bracing on that knee.
Harris drives this one back to Lloyd, and there is no run.
I hadn't really seen it until then, and then he was just walking around the boundary right in front of us. It was a slightly surreal moment when a sort of larger than life character as Ben Stokes is. Never actually seen him up close before, but there he was, and you know, I remember looking at that in that moment and just thinking, gosh, how does he play any cricket with his knee in that condition?
As Lloyd bowls, that's played nicely through the offside, beats a diving Byram. That will be 4 runs for Marcus Harris, and Gloucestershire galloping on therefore to 66 for 1. 5 dot balls and a 4. Is that Harris's first?
It was.
Yeah. Harris's first 4 off the 92nd ball that he'd received.
I mentioned Marcus Harris's Ashes ambitions. He should, if all things go well, in fact if all things don't even go that well, he should pass both these milestones. Should pass 150 first class games, and he needs just a tick above 400 runs to get past his 10,000 career first class runs, and he's been gradually nudging that first class average up each of the last couple of years. It was sort of early 38, I think, when he first, in fact it might have been before when he first joined Gloucestershire actually, but it seemed to tick up sort of 38 and a half, 39, now it's 39 and a half. He had a decent time of it in the Sheffield Shield, scored a century against Queensland and an 80 odd, which was a vital innings for Victoria because they played Western Australia in the last round of sort of round robin, as it were, and it was a match that they had to win against the side that was already through to the final, and Harris scoring runs in that match to see Victoria through to the Sheffield Shield final, which Western Australia ended up winning. Douthwaite bowls now to James Bracey, and there is no stroke there, but for Harris it was really, other than his time with Gloucestershire, it was really his first extended run at the Shield for a couple of seasons, because he's constantly been in and out of that Australia squad not just the side, but he was picked for, I think, the Test series against West Indies, which Australia started off their summer with. As in comes Dan Douthwaite, bowls to Bracey, and that is a ball which I don't think you can do very much with if you're James Bracey. And his expression after it beat his outside edge was rather in agreement with that. It was sort of cocked his head to the side and said, well, what do you expect me to do with that? I can't get a bat on that. That has gone off the seam and past his edge, actually by, I suppose, by a little distance in the end. It's done too much. Douthwaite turns past that mound of sawdust, runs in now, bowls. Bracey defends off the front foot out into the covers, and there is no run. So yeah, I think he was involved in that squad against West Indies, and I think he was also picked for the series against South Africa and then didn't play. Then he wasn't picked for Australia's tour to India, the Border Gavaskar series, which was an absolute treat to watch, as it always is, albeit some of the pitches were perhaps a little more spicy than they might have been. Douthwaite bowls to Bracey, who angles that one away down past backward point. They'll jog through for a single. Judging by Douthwaite's expression, I think he feels as if he was very nearly through there, but Bracey gets another run, moves to 32, and it's 67 for 1. So in that back part of the Sheffield Shield season, Marcus Harris actually at last got some consecutive games under his belt in Aussie conditions. The other thing was that he played his first T20 match for a couple of years in the Big Bash, got picked for the Melbourne Renegades. He was opening the batting with Martin Guptill. Guptill faced the first 16 balls of the match. And if you've not played a T20 game for a couple of years, I would imagine you probably want to feel some bat on ball. 16 balls in a T20 game is quite something. I don't think I've ever seen anybody face that number of deliveries to start a match. Douthwaite's bowling now to Harris for defence. One-handed pick-up from Douthwaite in his follow-through, and there is no run. It wasn't the happiest couple of Bash games for Marcus Harris, and he was replaced in the Renegades side, but I suppose from his point of view it was at least some cricket, because the previous winter had been pretty similar really. Not much cricket. Douthwaite bowls to Harris, driven away straight down the ground. There wouldn't be 4, there will be a couple of runs here. In fact, it's mid-on who wins the race to the ball. Tim van der Hoogten with the fielding. Couple more runs to Harris takes him up to 29, and Gloucestershire to 69 for 1. We've had 28 overs play.
Yes, it can be more frustrating, I guess, to be the 12th or 13th best cricketer than the 18th
yes.
or 20th, where you're back playing for your county or your province or your state or whatever it is.
And at least it's a potentially maybe slightly easier being a batter rather than a bowler, because especially nowadays, even if you haven't played cricket, there seem to be restrictions slapped on you for how many overs you can bowl. So you end up going from not playing cricket for your country to then going back and not being allowed to play cricket for your domestic team.
Here's David Lloyd. Fastest ball in his previous over, 76.4. Douthwaite got up to 77.8 in his last over. There's Lloyd bowls, and forward comes Bracey, and there's no run. It's a little bit of a problem with this particular Glamorgan attack, having left out the specialist off spinner and the left arm seamer, that you've got 5 guys all bowling mostly around mid-70s, right arm seam.
Especially as Andrew Salter always seems to do well against Gloucestershire whenever he plays.
As Lloyd bowls down leg sides, Bracey doesn't get anything on it, and it's well taken by Chris Cook, diving away to his right.
I was going to say that. I mean, that was really soft hands from Cook, because he got a half volley down that leg side. I mean, a half volley take. That is not an easy thing to do.
He's still with Glamorgan for this season and next, at least, at the age of 36. Signed an extension to his contract recently to cover summer of next year. and still looking pretty athletic behind those stumps, albeit there will be pressure as Lloyd bowls and Bracey mistimes a drive to mid-on.
The old cover drive to mid-on.
Scrunged away. Yes, off a thickish inside part of the bat.
It was a Graham Smith drive, except somehow Graham Smith managed to hit them for 4 when he played that shot.
Glamorgan have got the youngster Alex Horton, England under-19 player, who will, they should really give some further first-team exposure to this summer. As Lloyd bowls and Bracey is forward, defending on the offside into the covers. There's no run. Glamorgan opening up with some economical spells from Podmore 1 for 9 off 8 and Van der Hoogte 0 for 7 off 8. James Harris, Dan Douthwaite rather less economical, with Bracey taking the 3 4s in and over off the bowling of Harris to really get the scoring going, and Marcus Harris finally hitting a boundary off the 92nd ball he'd received. David Lloyd loses his run up and goes scuttling through without delivering there to James Bracey. Tea is some 7 minutes away, should you be hitching to get the kettle on or whatever. 69 for 1. Advantage Gloucestershire, I think, on this afternoon's session, as Harris is Lloyd bowls a full toss and Bracey just scoops that away to mid-wicket. Missed out there really, as Lloyd overpitched horribly, having lost his footing on the ball before. Certainly didn't get that one to come out as it was meant to.
He rehearsed a shot there, James Bracey, which would have threatened the windows in the dressing room areas over there, but yes, I thought for one moment that he actually picked that up straight to mid-wicket. I mean, it would have been a horrible way for him to go.
Lloyd around the wickets, bowls down leg side again. Good take by Chris Cook. David Lloyd slightly losing his direction in that over, but no damage done. 2 overs, 0 for 4. Gloucestershire 69 for 1, probably 2 overs to go till tea, and then we'll have 36 overs during the final session.
Light permitting.
Light permitting. To be honest, with the cloud that we've had around today. Oh, this is interesting. Wasn't expecting this, as Carlson as the first spin option. Thought
rather
they
than
might
Ingram.
go Ingram or Root. Carlson did have an unexpectedly prolific one-day cup with the ball last season, but just the one first-class wicket last season, 1 for 65. Among the one wicket club that you were referring to, that the Shire has several members of.
Off breaks?
Off breaks, yeah.
Right, possibly then thinking about 2 left-handers in rather than Leggy turning it into the left-handers, I'm not sure. Anyway, Carlson bowls. This is very exciting, the first over of spin of the season, and Harris will take a single into the vacant square leg region. Harris moves into the 30s, 70 for 1. There's a deep square, there's a deep cover, so only those 2 men out. They're certainly tempting Gloucestershire to try and go over the top, particularly straight, mid-off and mid-on in relatively close. Carlson bowls now to Bracey, works away towards mid-wicket. There might be a run there. Short extra, short mid-wicket. Backward point, fielder on the 45, and just the one close catcher in David Lloyd. He's in at slip. Carlson moves in, bowls. That's a very loopy delivery, which I don't think it pitched, but Bracey again will feel that he's missed out on a full toss. He's worked it straight to mid-wicket. It's been well in the thick of things. Certainly giving it some air, though, is Kieran Carlson, and they've given them the short, straight boundary towards the river to try and target, potentially. It's nicely bowled by Carlson, full and straight, and Bracey can do nothing but defend that one back up the pitch.
Carlson took 4 for 41 at Northampton last year.
Well, she's got a career best of 5 for 28.
At Northampton.
Aha. Here is Carlson bowling to Bracey. Nice looking drive through the covers. It's only going to be the single, though, with that sweeper out on that offside boundary. 71 for 1.
Yeah, that was on his first day in first-class cricket that he got a career best in the red ball stuff. It was on an absolute Bunsen burner at Northampton where the ball turned square for the entire match.
Well, Joe Root's got figures of sort of 5 for 6 in a test match, doesn't he, out in India again? As Carlson bowls and turns around Marcus Harris there. He was looking to work to leg. Whether it just straightened a bit or whether Harris was a bit early on the roll of the wrists, but it did come off front part of the bat, but not in the air, and out into the offside for no run. And it was the one full toss there, but it was a pretty tidy start from Kieran Carlson. Pity that's probably going to be his only over. 71 for 1, 30 overs bowled.
Well, we're not in Northampton now, Toto. It's David Lloyd to continue with the final over before tea here on BBC Sport Online. And Lloyd round the wicket from the Cathedral Road end, and Bracey plays it to mid-on. And there is no run. So we're going to see a final session of 36 overs, potentially from 420.
We need our torches to get out of the ground, I think.
Yeah. After the mechanical malfunctions we had earlier on of the cover getting stuck on the pitch. As Lloyd to Bracey, turns the wrists, plays it to Root at mid-wicket, no run. So Gloucestershire happy at the moment just to see things through quietly till tea after a mini assault.
Notice knots have been bowled out by Hampshire for 185. Tom Moore's 49 not out, but not the return to Division 1 that, to be honest, I was thinking they might make.
Lloyd bowls, Bracey's hit on the pad, impassioned appeal. No answer from umpire O'Shaughnessy. That was David Lloyd's attempt, I think, at a Stuart Broad celeb appeal. But David Lloyd is much less demonstrative than Stuart Broad. And he looked as though he was faking it, to be honest. David Lloyd there. It was going, I think, down leg side.
I can see why he's appealed for that, because Bracey has moved across, but it's just that angle with the right arm round, delivering from pretty wide of the crease. I just don't think that's hitting leg.
Lloyd in again. Bracey plays defensively on the offside. There is no run. We are 2 balls away from the tea interval. Harris is 30, Bracey 33. It has been Gloucestershire's session.
They have bowled a lot round the wicket to these left-handers, actually. It was only Podmore that really concertedly attacked Gloucestershire from over the wicket, and he got the wicket doing it.
Lloyd into Bracey again. Oh, he's fiddled at that one and he's caught behind, and Glamorgan have the breakthrough. James Bracey doesn't survive until the tea interval. Glamorgan captain David Lloyd strikes, and Gloucestershire 71 for 2 at tea. Harris is 30 not out. Bracey goes for 33.
You will be livid with that shot, because you're in the last over before tea. It was a wide ball, he didn't have to play at it. It wasn't quite short enough to cut. It was a sort of a half drive, half cut, which so often gets you into trouble. Just flirted with it. And that is a shot that James Bracey will absolutely rue, because, as you said, it was looking to be firmly Gloucestershire's session, and that has given Glamorgan the boost that they would want going into the dressing room, and somebody else will have to come out and start again after the break.
Which we shall do on BBC Sport Online. We will be back for the remaining 2+ hours of this game at around 20 past 4. Gloucestershire 71 for 2 at tea.
Honestly, it's that far. I don't know. Alex Moore fitting in a good mood. was a game at Exeter against Exeter.
Oh, don't reserve that one. He's always on about
Yeah. See, me and Rod think exactly the same.
the infamous not slapstick.
Not that. It was the last. I think it was a game late season where the last game where we didn't play for about two sessions, and then they called it off. It was sunny. And we were just parking around.
Once again, everyone, owing to the issue with the hover cover this morning, Glamorgan Cricket is offering everyone here today complimentary tea and coffee. You can obtain a voucher for this. Please collect it from reception and then redeem your complimentary beverage from the kiosk under the pavilion stand or from the Lewis Lounge, which is upstairs in the National Cricket Centre. So everyone is entitled to one voucher per person. Please redeem it in person from reception. You're also very welcome to go out to look at the pitch during the tea interval. If you are going to be venturing onto the outfield, though, we kindly ask you to enter via the gate in front of the National Cricket Centre. I've got some...
Gloucestershire 71 for 2. It was largely the visitors' afternoon until James Bracey was caught behind off David Lloyd for 33 with the last ball of the session. Bracey and the obdurate Marcus Harris, the Australian, had looked to build a decent start for Gloucestershire after they'd lost Chris Dent, caught behind off Harry Podmore for 3. Podmore and Van der Hoogten bowled very economically. Earlier we had hover cover problems that have reduced the time playing and got rid of about an hour of the morning session. Gloucestershire 71 for 2 at tea.
It's tea time as well at Headingley. There have been a series of interruptions there, and in 36.2 overs, Yorkshire have made 186 for 2. That's against Leicestershire. It's tea time as well at Lords, where Essex are currently 136 for 2 from 50 overs. That's against Middlesex.
just as a batsman. As a batsman,
Yeah.
let him just focus on his batting. I think we had some wicket keeping injuries.
Obviously, yeah. I think who it was.
I think. Is it New Zealand? Test match.
When I refused Roger's earlier.
I wondered what was wrong with you.
New season, new identity.
Well, I'll start off with good intentions. It all goes downhill later. Yes, I started putting myself in and realised that I didn't want this. I didn't try and eat.
some notes, Nick. I think, and I know that you were the expert on figures, I think that was Van der Guten's 200th wicket.
I believe so.
Not
Thank you
so.
for reminding us. Yes. That sounds like a familiar stat.
Would that be first-class Champo wickets? I suppose it probably is.
I think first class for Glamorgan. We'll clear that up.
Yes, because he's
as and
played
when.
around the world, isn't he? The Netherlands. And anyway, the good doctor will have had it somewhere.
Yes, he did mention it to me, but it's the 200th wicket for Van der Hocht, and we'll confirm the exact stat for you.
And a ball before lunch, comfortably placed were the Shire at 71 for 1, and now they've lost 2 either side of tee for the addition of 7 runs. And now we have Van Buren, South African-born captain of Gloucestershire. Diminutive figure, but a very good all-round cricketer. And he is striding out into the middle. And Van der Guten thoroughly deserved that wicket. Very impressive figures now. 8 over and 5 balls, 5 maidens, 1 for 10.
Yes, it's a pleasant turnaround for Van Buren, isn't it, considering that a couple of seasons back he was tied up in a bit of a nationality muddle and
right.
Didn't play for some time. And now in his second season of captaincy. But a bit of a job to do in this situation. 78 for 3 is more reflective on what Glamorgan would have wanted, having put Gloucestershire into bat at 10:30 this morning.
Bats right-handed as Van Buren bowls left-arm spin. And he will have 1 ball to face for the first time today, over the wicket. Bowls, this is pushed away into the covers, and there is no run. Good over there, apart from the 4 byes, and it's 78 for 3. Van Buren yet to score, 33 to the man holding the Gloucestershireans together. It's Marcus Harris. He is not out, 33, and it will be David Lloyd to continue bowling his medium pace from the Cathedral Road end.
So that was Van der Hoogten's 200th in first-class cricket for Glamorgan, just to confirm that for the Sydney-born Netherlands international. Happily based in Wales these days. 78 for 3 as Lloyd round the wicket to the left-handed Harris. Glamorgan have got a right-left combination to worry about for the first time. And Harris is driving that one pleasantly up towards mid-on, where Van der Hoogten stops it, and there is no run. A bit of blue sky around, a few dark clouds as well.
My prediction so far at 1 o'clock is keeping. That is for no rain today.
What? We had another shower at 20 past.
No, we didn't.
Yes, we did. It's driven by Harris to mid-off, and there's no run. You're rewriting history,
yes,
Edward.
But they only just walked and back, and
Anyway,
stay away the rain.
Let's hope so.
In Glamorgan, if they take another wicket, David Lloyd's decision will be more or less vindicated. If you take 4 wickets before the 100 mark, then you've done pretty well to insert the other side.
Lloyd into Harris, defends on the leg side, and there is no run. Got the more aggressive Jack Taylor to come. Not sure if he'll be inclined to give the bowlers quite as much respect as Harris has.
And even more aggressive Martin de Lange following.
Yes. A big swing of the bat, whatever the circumstance. Lloyd right arm round, bowls. Harris stretches forward, defends this time to Harris at mid-off, and there's no run. So, good toss to win. You always thought for David Lloyd and the home side, as Van Buren called incorrectly.
I have no doubt he would have bowled as well, Van Buren.
Yes, you would in these conditions at the start of the season, wouldn't you? Lloyd in bowls, wide outside off stump, hammered away by Harris, latching onto that one. Just a wide half volley from Lloyd, blotting his copybook. He's now 1 for 8. And Gloucestershire move on to 82 for 3 with Harris on 37 not out. Last season he played 9 championship matches for Gloucestershire and accumulated an impressive 726 runs at an average of 42.7. Second season was the Shire, had a year at Leicestershire as well, formerly of Western Australia, now plays for Victoria. Lloyd bowls, that's a repeat almost. It's driven backward of square this time by Harris. It might just be tapped back inside the boundary. It is a good piece of combined fielding. Eddie Byram it was who put the throw in eventually after the man at third man had scooped it back from close to the ropes. So Harris moves on to 39. Gloucestershire 84 for 3. Van Buren is yet to score.
I think I have big news for you, Nick. The man has come to attend to the hovercraft. I saw him striding, and he's there. And I think the groundsman, the assistant groundsman, gone back to the hut to get something.
It's a widget or a grommet.
He is. I hope it works tonight. Although they say there's no rain tonight, or no rain for 3 days apparently. So the impressive Van der Gooten will continue to bowl to Van Buren, yet to score. In he comes, bowls, an appeal for LBW, and that is not out, says umpire Newell at that end. I think he was outside of the line off stump there by a fair distance. But he is moving the ball, whether it's off the pitch or whether it's in the air. Can't really tell from here, but certainly gets him in movement. As he walks past the pile of sawdust. 3 slips now in attendance. A wicketkeeper standing back as in comes the next ball. Oh, that beats him outside the off stump, taken low down by Cook. An impressive spell this already. It's only the second over for Van der Gooten after the tea interval, but he's beaten the bat a few times and got a wicket.
Yes, perhaps he will be the man to lead Glamorgan's attack for the next few years after the exit of Mr. Hogan.
Here he is again. Nice rhythmical action. Bowls. Brings Van Buren right forward and pushes it gently up towards mid-off. Fielded by Kieran Carlson.
Looking pretty trim, not that he was ever overweight or whatever, but
he's had his injury problems of the last couple of years, but as you say, he does look quite fit and played every game, I think, in pre-season. He's going to have a busy season because he's an important member of the one-day side. Here he is, and past the umpire, bowls to Van Buren. Van Buren comes forward a little bit late, but eventually gets a bat on it and plays it up to Carlson, who fields it mid-off. Thinly populated Sapphire Gardens today, and well, who can blame them because it's very cold out there.
Hopefully a few more with many people on holiday on Good Friday and Easter Saturday, so hopefully there will be more numbers in the next couple of days.
And hopefully from Gloucester, which is just over the road. I was going to say it was a bit further than that. Van der Gooten bowls, and this is played straight bat. Oh, a bit of a misfield there by Carlson. They might just get a couple here. No, they won't. Just the single. That's good backing up there mid-off. I was going to say the easy run from Bristol, but no run from Bristol to anywhere in Wales is easy these days with that.
The Bringlass tunnels.
Oh, don't talk about it. It's getting worse and worse and worse. Not that I've been there a lot on the in the winter, of course, but if you don't go at certain times,
yeah, you have to time it very carefully indeed.
Round the wicket now then for this last ball of the over to Harris. Bowls. He clips this away up backward of square. They'll think of a second and they don't have to bother because it's gone for 4. Very well timed by Marcus Harris. Beats His namesake, James Harris, had fine leg. He moves into the 40s. He's 43, and the Gloucestershire score now 89 for 3.
Plenty of runs around elsewhere in Division 2. Yorkshire 186 for 2 against Leicestershire, with only in the 37th over there. They're having another inspection around about now after a weather delay. Durham are cracking along at Hove, 184 for 1. Alex Lee's made 79. Michael Jones is 67, not out there. And Derbyshire going along at 5 and over as well, 160 for 3 against Worcestershire. Billy Godalman made 70, Madsen 53, not out. Lloyd Bold starts a new over. Van Buren off the back foot, forces into the offside. Stopped by a diving Carlson at cover. And there is no run.
Baseball.
Yes, I think Glamorgan's players have always been encouraged to play at the tempo which suits them best and will get them the maximum number of runs rather than having a preset team ethos of...
They're attacking players, aren't they?
Most of them. Lloyd bowls and Van Buren drives again straight to cover. No run. No play at Taunton today in Division 1. Somerset Warwickshire off at Lords for rain. Essex 136 for 2. In what's being seen as an important match for the championship title, even at this very early stage. Surrey 213 for 5, so honours reasonably even against Lancashire at Old Trafford as Lloyd bowls and played cautiously on the leg side by Van Buren, no run. Ben Folkes batting at 5 is 66, not out. Jamie Smith made 54, and some speculation as to whether Johnny Bairstow could be accommodated back in the England Test side by taking the gloves and displacing Folkes.
Yes, it'd be very unfair for Folkes, I think.
Yes, he's done nothing particularly wrong, has he? And has
keeper.
Scored reasonable numbers of runs. 89 for 3, Gloucestershire. Lloyd bowls. Van Buren drives into the offside. Diving stop by Carlson again. And there is no run. Northants at Canterbury are now 85 for 7. Falling apart. Vasconcelos, 39, is the only man in double figures so far in that Northants innings.
Hogan
2 for 32 in his 8th over. Lloyd bowls, driven by Van Buren to wide mid-on, fielded by Podmore, single taken, 90 for 3. Grant Stewart, 3 for 6, as the best man in the Kent bowling figures at the moment. On the south coast of England, Hampshire in early trouble, 21 for 2 after dismissing Notts for 185. So, day for the bowlers in a couple of matches, but batters on top elsewhere. Often, of course, largely bowling friendly in these early rounds as Lloyd bowls and Harris plays that one to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Just a single off, quiet over then from David Lloyd, Gloucestershire having been put in a 90 for 3 after 35 overs, and 32 are potentially available if the light holds.
Yes, and it's been pretty bright at 8 o'clock, at 7:30 recently, but we have some fine days. So we'll just have to hope and pray that the light, or some of us might not want to hope and pray that the game goes on to 6:30, 7 o'clock. But it's nice to have cricket back. Van der Gooten then is coming in from the River End. He's bowling over the wicket at Van Buren. Bowls to him now. Van Buren drives up towards... He's looking to drive through the offside, get an inside edge with the ball coming in to him from outside the off stump, and it ends up at mid-on. No run. Causing problems, Van der Gooten. Van Buren is 2, and the man holding this innings together, Harris, is 43. Van der Gooten in past umpire Newell and bowls again. That's a thick outside edge, perfectly safe down towards third man, where In comes Harris, who had a couple of overs earlier on. Was hit for 3 fours, in fact, in his second over. And we haven't seen him since. I suspect we'll see Podmore coming on to bowl here at this end.
Yes, it's quite a long last session, isn't it, too, for David Lloyd to juggle his bowlers through. Lloyd himself doing a solid job at the moment.
Yes, 1 for 17. This is his was his 5 overs. Here's the next ball. It's just angled down towards third man, where Podmore will field.
Interesting to see an over of Kieran Carlson before tea. I wasn't expecting that.
No, the usual off spinners tea time over.
But thought Ingram might be the first spinner used. But
Ingram didn't bowl at all in the pre-season, I noticed.
Van
Buren waits. In comes a good length ball from Van der Kutten. Trim it to mid-off, no run. Good to have some cricket. I was away last week on holiday and I was told it rained every day of the week. So...
Oof, did it? They managed a bit of play at Taunton and here.
So we say some rain, but then...
I was whizzing around a bit last week.
Saturday wasn't particularly good, apparently. Van der Kutten bowls. Oh, Bale for LBW. And, yes, he'd given him a long wait from umpire Newell, and I thought that he wasn't going to give it, but Van der Kutten picks up another LBW. There's a lot you can say about umpires giving them out immediately, or whether they wait. There's a lot to be said. When they wait because they have to make up their mind. Let's have a look at this now. And Van der Kutten, well, it was his back to us, the batsman, but it looked pretty straight to me. And you can't blame umpires really for waiting.
He was playing a bit across the line, I'm afraid, wasn't he? Like Hammond previously, the left-hander.
And not a big man, so it's another strike there. The game has changed.
Yeah, 71 for 1 at one stage just before tea. Gloucestershire looked really well sat at that, despite having been put into bat. But David Lloyd striking before tea, and a couple of wickets for Tim van der Hoogten as well. And Gloucestershire now in some trouble at 92 for 4. Though, having said that, early season conditions, if they can get up to 200, it might be a competitive total.
Marcus Harris, of course, is still there, and much will depend on him. As since the interval, I thought it all started with James Bracey going penultimate ball before tea. It was 71 for 1, then it went 78 for 71 for 2, and then it went 78 for 3, and now it's 92 for 4 as the new batsman.
Ollie Price
walks to the wicket, so Ollie Price coming in now. I suspect it'll be Jack Taylor. And
it's quite low for him, 7, isn't it? Good batsman to have at 7, Jack Taylor.
Yes. Then we'll have Marshall de Lange probably at 7.
No, Taylor 7.
Ed will tell us now. He'll give us the batting order.
Zaffer 8, Tom Price. De Lange 10, I suspect.
We shall wait and see, but this is an impressive spell here from Tim van der Kutten.
Younger of the 2 Price brothers, Ollie, 21 years old.
Yeah.
Born in Oxford. They seem to specialise in brothers from Oxford at the moment.
Charlesworth brothers.
Charlesworth and Taylor.
Right. 1 ball to go in this over. Van der Kutten to Price. And he comes, bowls to him, and he leaves. That's the end of another good over. End of the over, 92 for 4. And I think we can say that David Lloyd's decision is vindicated. If you pick up 4 wickets before you get to 100, then I think you'll say to yourself, yes, I think I did the right decision. But there's a long way to go in this innings, let alone the game, and Price will Hello, they're going off for rain.
Unfortunately, yes,
My
it's
prediction is wrong.
rather. Edward Bevan will not be applying to take over from BBC Wales weatherman Derek Brockway.
No, Derek, you're safe in your job.
Future. Yeah, looks
Didn't
like
expect that.
looks like a passing shower. It was more easily visible on the screen than as we looked out on the ground, to be honest. But we are going to have a break, and these breaks are not going to be hugely short at the moment because the ground staff have got to get the sheeting on, unless there's no sign of the hover cover being pressed into action. They'll probably try and get that going again when we're trying to do our close of play interviews outside the pavilion. It's always the law that every time you try and switch on a microphone, someone will bring a mechanical device somewhere near. The sheet is halfway on, the players are halfway off, the umpires are undecided.
Not going anywhere, the umpires.
We saw a bit of umpires hokey-cokey earlier on, didn't we? In out. This time they are having a brief break as the ground staff kick the green plastic matting down the wicket.
Van Buren must be thinking the world is against him. I mean, just reached the pavilion, given out LBW, and the rain arrives.
So, Price is not out, Harris is 44 not out, Gloucestershire 92 for 4 after 36
We won't
overs.
be long, I don't think.
We won't be back. We won't be long. We'll be back.
I don't
probably
think. Hang on, Nick. They're
in
not
a
even
few minutes' time.
They're not even bothering to go up the stairs. I think. Stay with us.
Does it keep on talking time?
Yeah, I think because it has cleared. They put the matting down. I suspect they will be asked to put it up again.
They're hard-working ground staff today, aren't they?
It is coming
And no, it is being centralised on the wicket. Umpires waving vaguely. Glamorgan have got 3-4 players on the outfield. One more at the bottom of the steps, and half the team fancy a cup of tea, another cup of tea after the tea interval. We're only 25 minutes into the afternoon session before the rain intervened. We're going to lose some more overs. We've lost 29 previously. The green matting, having just been rolled down, is being rolled back up again. Where's David Lloyd to help out? He's a keen footballer. He could kick it around a bit. And, of course, could well see his team promoted to the Football League in the next couple of weeks.
Terrific. Wrexham, terrific performance this year.
It was the celebrity fan until Ryan Reynolds came along and Rob McElhenney. But then they've probably invested a couple of £1 million more than David Lloyd has.
Just about. Anyway, back they come.
I was interested to see that David Lloyd is helping set up an academy in North Wales with the former Glamorgan player Will Owen to try and provide a little bit more of a pathway for promising future potential professionals or club players from the north.
Well, I wish somebody had set up something from the west, because when Glamorgan won the championship in 1969, there were 6 players from West Wales. When they won it in 97, there were 5 or 6. And now, sadly, there's nobody from the west. And since Owen Morgan went last season or the season before, there's no one, as I say, from West Wales.
Well, Salter, who's not in this team, I know.
Yeah, he's not playing today, but Salter is the only one. And
Pembrokeshire boy.
You know, when you think of the great players that have originated from West Wales, it's rather sad.
Well, I was looking at the report of the AGM, and there was talk of building on possibly the base at Neath, and which is South Wales Central, really, rather than West, isn't it? But it looks as though it's likely to hold any sort of secondary base for Glamorgan, but
there's nobody down there.
You think they want to? They need to actually come forward with some definitive plans, because I know we've had COVID, but there has been talk of a secondary base at Neath for the last 2 or 3 years. It'd be nice to see some firm proposals as to what they hope to put there and when and how much it'll cost and what it'll provide.
Somebody was telling me the other day, and I was interested to hear that in the Cardiff area you have private schools, privately educated, private coaching. There are a couple of public schools. Monmouth, more or less, is a very good school for grounding and coaching. A lot of players come through from Monmouth School. There's what's the school down just down the road on the way into Cardiff? Nice playing fields on the left.
Llandaff Cathedral School.
You've got the Cathedral School there, and a lot of players seem to be, privately coached from the cradle, as it were. And down west, you haven't got any of those. Llandovery College, now very little cricket played there. Christ College, Brecon, you get the odd one, but I would like to see more players developing from that area. And as you say, up from North Wales. And apart from David Lloyd and Will Owen, of course, there are not many coming down from the north, are there?
Not too many. No, this is true. Rowan Walker, who did and has gone off to Leicestershire, which was a
bit
great
strange.
shame. Great shame. Has had a lot of thought, hope for him and his first progress. We are about to restart. Just before we do, a mention for everyone involved in the Valleys Cricket Initiative, Walking in the Valleys for Young Cricketers, with members of 11 clubs in Cardiff and the Valleys, taking part in a 4-day trek between Cardiff and Merthyr, which doesn't sound that far, but went a bit of a roundabout way, so it was quite a long way, taking on a number of clubs. Here's Lloyd into bowl to Harris, who forces off the back foot.
Were you near collapse, Nick?
It was hard going for the more elderly members of the walking party. Thank you as well to Glamorgan for staging the launch of it, and Mark Frost said a few words, and Matthew Maynard, the championship coach, walked with us for the
off you went.
The whole first day. Yes, you wouldn't think you could take so long to get from Cardiff to Pontypridd. Lloyd bowls outside off stump, cut away by Harris. Nice shot, diving stop, palmed over the boundary by the diving Dan Douthwaite, who flung himself full length. I think it's Douthwaite down there, and got a palm on it. Tipped it round the post in football parlance, but it went away for 4 runs. 96 for 4. Harris moves on to 48 not out. He has been pretty imperturbable as Marcus Harris, showing his test class quality as the ball is given a bit of a polish because of mud, I suspect. Yeah, so well done to everyone who took part in fundraising events for young cricketers.
Absolutely.
On behalf of those clubs. Even had the Umpires and the Scorers Association providing a few footsteps along the way. Not quite sure whether they
was
were...
a good doctor?
I didn't see him, but Mark Frost and Cherry turned out to wave us off, and as I say, Matthew Maynard walked the whole distance and finished a little more quickly than I did. But he's younger than me. Lloyd bowls, and Harris off the back foot plays into the covers. And there is no run.
Going back to David Lloyd now, he's captain of the side, he opens the batting, and if he's going to be used as a third seamer, or a fourth or fifth even, he's going to be a lot of work. So I take your point you said early in the morning, Glamorgan played another seamer, or even another bowler here, it would ease the load of Lloyd.
Lloyd in to bowl to Harris, who drives, and back to the bowler, Lloyd fields, and there's no run. Well, Glamorgan bat deep, potentially, in this game. I mean, they can be knocked over easily, whoever's there in these conditions, but Gloucestershire have got a plethora of batting as well, with Jack Taylor yet to appear in the first half dozen. Last season, 4 championship matches only, and a batting average of 28.7. As Lloyd comes back over the wickets, and driving is Harris. Lloyd plunges to his right to stop the ball, ends up grovelling in the dirt, picks himself up.
Yeah, 3 single figures, Racy with 33 and Harris undefeated on 48 are the only 2 that have got into double figures. And I think Harris, by the way he's playing very selectively, choosing which ball to hit. He knows that he has to be the sheet anchor of this side and try and guide them up to the 200, 250 mark.
Faced 111 deliveries for his 48 runs as Lloyd bowls a short ball that Harris ducks underneath, sails harmlessly down leg side. It is a dot ball to finish the over, 96 for 4 after 37 overs. Harris has 48. Ollie Price has yet to score.
Twirling away to our right and walking back to the boundary is James Harris. So it looks as if James Harris might be coming on at this end and keeping Podmore to replace Tim van der Gooten at the far end. That's what it would appear from here. Lloyd has bowled 5 overs.
Yeah, Podmore hasn't had a second spell, has he? 8 overs around the early rain breaks.
The numberless Ollie Price waits as in comes Van der Gooten and bowls to him, and he gets on the back foot and plays defensively back down the pitch.
He's meant to be 67, but it's obviously just on the shirt rather than on the jersey which he's sporting.
3 slips, even though we are in the 38th over. Attacking from the start. There was a time when they took 1 slip out when that partnership was developing between Bracey and Harris. That put on 66 with the second wicket. Tim van der Gooten from the far end in, bowls, and that was close. It was left by Price and it jagged back. And a few exclamations, hands in the air.
Tall boy, isn't he, Ollie Price? 6'3".
That's a good line out forward then, by the looks of it.
Plenty of reach.
When's your next excursion into the rugby world, Nick? Wait for Van der Gooten bowls, left this time, quite easily left.
I'm doing a studio commentary on a Scarlets game on Friday next week. Unfortunately not travelling with them because I'm due down the AMS Park on Saturday of next week for the Women's International.
All right.
Round 3 of the Women's Six Nations, Wales against England.
Sellout.
Yeah, impressive. Biggest crowd for a women's game in Wales.
Yes, Tim van der Gooten comes in, bowls to Price, waiting to get off the mark, and he leaves outside the off stump. He knows that his job there now is to stay with Harris, give him some support not to lose any more wickets.
Yes, I've enjoyed doing the first couple of matches for Wales women, in which they've collected maximum points from, 10 from 2 games.
Always good to support or watch a winning side.
But it's a better product now than even a few years back with the professionalism. It's just a better standard of play.
Van der Gooten to Price, bowls to him. Just can't find that straight delivery. 3 balls and haven't needed play in there.
Something that hopefully will apply in the cricket world again. If you invest in having more professionals, they produce a better, more watchable product and hopefully pay for themselves in a few years' time.
Yes.
See, there's a double header here between with Western Storm having a double header with Glamorgan in T20.
Hang on. You're talking
2 matches. No. T20.
Western Storm.
They're one of the previous Super League sides, women's sides.
I see. That's the end of the over, incidentally, and the score remains at 96 for 4.
That's on Wednesday, the 7th of June, where Western Storm play the Midlands side Blaze at 2:30 in the afternoon. and then Glamorgan plays Surrey at 6:30. So we'll be broadcasting both those games. I think the second T20 game that Western Storm have played here. Of course, they play more at Bristol and Taunton than here.
Yeah. Oh, it'll be a good day out.
There's also a 50-over game in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy between Western Storm and the Northwest Side Thunder. That's on the 29th of April. So a couple of women's dates for Sophia Gardens as James Harris in the sunshine is in to bowl to Marcus Harris, who drives through the covers, and that'll be his half century. An elegant way to reach it for Marcus Harris, stroked away past cover point for 4 runs off 113 balls, I make it. And that will include, is it 4 or 5 fours? I'll give that for you in a minute. 113 deliveries, that's his 5th boundary.
And the 4th boundary off Harris is 5 overs and 1 ball. I shall do 1 over after this and then retire to prepare for my piece for the language of heaven.
As umpire O'Shaughnessy examines the ball suspiciously, as it's been whacked against the cover boundary boards.
Get on with it, says umpire O'Shaughnessy.
James Harris in his 17th season of first-class cricket, and he's in to bowl to Marcus Harris, who drives again hard into the offside. This time it's straight to point. And there's no run. Of course, you were on hand, Edward, when James made his first breakthrough, really, against Gloucestershire, taking a shed load of wickets.
Yeah, memorable. 17 years of age, just. And just when I was on commentary, I was telling Ed all about it. A wonderful young bowler he was.
Harris bowls, and Marcus Harris drives to cover, and there's no run. Matthew Maynard had a brief chat with during that fundraising walk, and he was telling me something technical about James Harris's action, about how they'd looked at it with the advantage of some GPS technology in the winter.
Couldn't believe it, James. He always changed.
James Harris bowls. Marcus Harris drives. No run. Colin Ingram at mid-off is the fielder. But I'm afraid I was sort of nodding along and didn't really understand what Matthew was saying. But yeah, see.
Well, he used to come from here very quickly. Now, if you look, when he gets up there, it more or less floats out as opposed to coming down very, very much quicker and movement from everywhere.
Harris bowls. Marcus Harris plays to point Byram Fields, no run. 100 for 4 then, with that boundary that brought up the half century for Marcus Harris. So he has just over half the Shire's runs. They've lost Dent for 3, Bracey for 33, Hammond without scoring, Van Buren for 3. 25 overs remain after this delivery from James Harris. And that is driven firmly to wide mid-on, but Van der Hoogten is alert, does the fielding, and there is no run. 100 for 4, 39 overs.
There we are. And Van der Hoogten is going to have possibly another over, and then we might well see Podmore coming on at the far end. So I'll just describe this over before I vanish. And the third slip comes in because Price has yet to get off the mark. And he'll try and bowl, I fancy, just a little bit straighter now, Van der Hoogten, because he didn't make Price play for 3 or 4 balls off the last over. Here he is in bright sunshine from that far end, bowls Oh, that's surely going to be very close, and it is. He let it go, didn't offer a shot on his third LBW victim. Really, you could have given him out from here. So, the mini collapse continues as Price goes without scoring. Van der Gooten gets his third wicket, and half the side are out for 100.
Yeah, misjudgment by the youngster there with the ball jagging around a little bit. Not quite sure why he left that one. It did come back a long way. The only doubt, I suppose, is whether it had actually done too much. And yeah, that was a significant movement on the seam, off the seam, from Tim van der Hoogten. But even had that ball gone straight on, I think Price might have done better to play it. So van der Hoogten has 3 leg fours in a row on the scorecard.
There's me saying this could be his last over before Podmer comes on. They'll have to grab the ball off him, or pull it off him.
What's he ball? 8 overs in the first spell, so this is only the 5th. He might manage 1 or 2 more.
He will now.
He will now, with a third wicket to his credit. 100 for 5. And, well, Gloucestershire having got to 71 before they lost their second wicket, this is now more the sort of scoreboard you might expect to see on having been put in on a green-tinged wicket, although not as green as we're expecting.
Nothing green there's just the, you know, as I mentioned, a
little bit of moisture
underneath.
And with, well, let's hope they manage to get the cover back on at the close of play. The hover cover, which caused so much problem in terms of the morning session, which was reduced to 4 balls. All right, it would probably have lost an hour out of the 2.
The game moves on.
But thankfully the game moves on as
Jack Taylor.
Taylor arrives, experienced campaigner.
I don't think you'll see a lot of blocking from Jack Taylor.
We've seen some frightening hitting from him in T20 games against Glamorgan. Certainly comes in wearing the Gloucestershire shirt, which, although it's of course mainly white, does have a nutty little yellow and black stripe down the side.
Can I have a gripe?
Go on.
Club sides now throughout country, England, Wales, and whatever. Before long, we won't know what whites are, the traditional garment of county cricketers or club cricketers. You know what I'm getting at? In comes Van der Gooten and bowls at Taylor, who dives confidently, and it is stopped by Carson at mid-off.
Well, most league cricket now in clubs is played in coloured clothing.
Sad.
Probably only...
That's me being old-fashioned, but traditional. And, you know, the only time I watch, well, I see it now, will be Test cricket and county cricket. Van der Gooten, as the sun beams down now over Sapphire Gardens, comes in, bowls to Taylor. Taylor gets a thick outside edge. He's off the mark with a single down to third man. And Harris Fields score moved to 101 for 5. And still Harris holding, or trying his best to hold this innings together.
Even as a geriatric and occasional club cricketer, I've got 2 lots of kit now, a coloured kit and a white kit.
I don't suppose you need the white kit, do you?
I played sort of 1 knock-around evening game and 1 friendly game last season in the whites. So you still need to. You can't bin it completely, but it's more towards the back of the cupboard.
Yeah, no. Anyway, that's my gripe. Van der Gooten to Harris. He comes in and bowls and he plays forward back down to the pitch. 52. A very good innings here by the Australian. Where would Gloucestershire be without him? Because it shows Harris 52, then Dent 3, Bracey 33, and then it's 0-3-0. And from 71 for 1, it's gone to 100 for 5. The left-handed Harris waits. Just the 2 slips for him as Van der Gooten comes racing in and bowls, and it's clipped away on the onside for a single. You'll have the experience here of Jack Taylor. Who have we got left? We've got Marsh and DeLange.
To the price,
The
Tom.
other price, yeah.
Zafar Gohar
Go on.
possibly next in.
And Dale.
And Ajit Singh Dale, yeah. And 24 overs left, possibly, of today, if the light holds and the weather holds.
Last ball of the over. In comes the next ball. Oh, he has a dart at that outside the off stump. Misses, goes through to Cook. Through to Cook. That's my stint for the moment ended. 102 for 5. And looking ruefully from the back of the commentary box as his side have lost those quick wickets. But he'll tell you all about it now, is Ed Seaborn.
Well, Edward goes off to work out what the Welsh for hover cover is. Periant Hofrenny? I don't know. Hofrenny is a helicopter, which isn't quite the same, but you know what I mean. It's a hovering thing. 102 for 5. Harris is 53. Taylor is 1. Ed Seaborn isn't remotely interested in our linguistic travails. And Harris to Harris once more, outside off stump. And Marcus allows the delivery from James to go through harmlessly. This is probably a bit more what we thought likely when the toss is made. Gloucestershire battling hard for the afternoon session and falling apart a bit in the evening session.
Yes, it is still, I think, moving as much as it was at the start, but at the same time they've lost some wickets in some fashions that they would not have liked to have done.
Marcus Harris leaves that one go through outside off stump through to Chris Cook. Well, the Ollie Price playing no shot.
Yes, I mean it all goes back to the James Bracey dismissal right before tea, I'm afraid. Just giving the wicket away at that point, and had it been one down at tea, who knows, well, we might still be in this position, but you'd have thought it less likely.
James Harris to Marcus Harris. And he plays slightly uncertainly at that one. Through it goes low to Chris Cook. And softish wicket maybe. There's certainly been virtually no bounce. I think I can only remember one attempted short ball from David Lloyd, and that only got up about shoulder high. Yeah,
it really is. You're kind of, I mean, it's not, I suppose, your archetypal April surface in that there's not that much grass, it's a live grass on it, but you've just got to land it on that same spot.
James Harris to Marcus Harris, who gets runs here down to third man, gets 4 of them. What part of the bat did that hit?
Bottom edge, I think.
Looked as though he was trying to steer it away, but it didn't go where he was expecting it to, and he's calling now for some tape on his bat.
I think that was the old arrow drive. Trying to force it off the back through the covers, and then got a bottom edge and went behind him and to a very fine leg and for some fortuitous runs.
His 6th boundary, he moves on to 57. Practices the shot that he was looking to play. Glamorgan have now got a conventional offside field of point, cover and mid-off. 2 slips. James Harris to Marcus Harris on leg stump and clipped away through mid wicket. That'll be at least a couple of runs. It may be 3 as they turn and look, and Tim van der Hoogten is in possession of the ball and also of a formidable throw. So it was actually forced Chris Cook to backpedal despite being from 60-70 metres away. It's comfortable. 2 more runs to Marcus Harris, who moves to 59. 108 for 5. Oh, Gloucestershire.
He does work it with that strong bottom hand through a sort of wide mid-on through that leg side quite a lot, Marcus Harris. I mean, there's the deep square out there, which means that he's more likely to play that shot, but that does tend to be where it goes.
James Harris to Marcus Harris again. Forward defensive to Ingram at mid-off. No run, so Harris a little bit expensive. His 7 overs have cost 34 runs. Notably, I suppose that 1 over that cost 12 runs is not too bad apart from that. But certainly Van der Hoogten, 13 overs, 3 for 19, is the man with the outstanding figures. Credit to Marcus Harris there, because he could have held play up during the over while he had his battery paired, but waited till the end of the over, scored a couple more runs, and then the tape arrives for the Australian opener.
Got a bit of a rainbow straight ahead of us.
Well spotted.
Not a particularly well-formed one. Got sort of a third rainbow, but it's, just a little bit of rain from that cloud, not much. I think will be good for another fair while anyway, he says. Perhaps tempting fate, but...
Yeah, I think the light's more likely to get us
I
than
think so.
Than the rain in these closing stages of the day.
I mean, it's probably, I would guess, it might be slightly better than Bristol in this respect, but I would imagine it's not the best seeing ground with the red ball, with these blue seats to try to look into. You've got the tree line on the far side as well, so it might not exactly help things. So it's the impressive Van der Huchten to continue. He bowls now to Jack Taylor, struck on the pad. There's a strangled shout from Cook behind the stumps. Everybody else was much more interested, although Cook was trying desperately to sprawl away and stop the ball, whilst everyone else was busy looking at umpire Newell. But this time the umpire says not out. I did just wonder whether that might be a little bit high, potentially. No, it's maybe outside the line, actually.
Yeah, outside the line. I'm not sure if Chris Cook was making sure that he caught the ball in case there was a little inside edge on it.
Anyway, snuck between bat and pad. There's another strangled leg before shout, and the ball loops up in the air out into the offside for no run. This is not a pleasant stay at the crease for Jack Taylor so far. He's been there 5 balls. He's got a single for thick edge down to third man, and then the other 4 balls have been really rather difficult to negotiate. They will not be able to wait until they can get Van der Huchten out of the attack. He's moving in now and bowling, and there's another LBW shout. This time they felt they had their man, and they do. It is a 6th wicket for Glamorgan, a 4th for Van der Huchten, 4 for 19, and it's another LBW. It looked straight. Glamorgan instantly felt that that was out, and this time umpire Newell did not leave Jack Taylor waiting for too long. 108 for 6. The score, I mean, we're seeing it from behind, but it looks out to me.
Yeah, it hit more or less on bottom half, the bottom side of the knee roll, I think, as we see.
Oh, it's out.
A version from behind the stumps again, or behind the bowler rather, and yeah, possibly the only one that was less certain than the others, I think, was Ollie Price, because it jagged back so far. It might have done a little bit too much from Van der Huchten, but umpire Newell is keeping his digits busy. 108 for 6. Harris has 59 of them, and as we've been saying, a remarkably lopsided scorecard.
And really, whilst perhaps not quite in this fashion, this was the biggest problem with Gloucestershire's batting last season. They would get a good contribution from somebody at the top of the order. You know, you look at the numbers: 3 centuries for Harris, couple for Dent, a couple each, a couple for James Bracey as well, 1 apiece for Hammond, Van Buren, Higgins. But particularly, you look at that top 3: Harris, Dent, Bracey. They got big runs, but so often nobody really stayed with them. It was more, I mean, this has been an extreme version of that, where you've got somebody 59 not out and nobody else other than James Bracey really staying at the crease for any extended period of time. But this was an issue last year, and I'm afraid it has been so in the first game this year as well. Zafar Gohar had to do this so often last year, come out in important moments, lower down the order, try and do his best to score what runs he could, and he had a decent season with the bat, actually. 4 half centuries, average 27.4, just under 500 runs. Fell just short of the 500 run 50 wicket double, Well, what was it? 7 runs short and 3 wickets short of achieving that. He's facing Van der Hoogten. He's searching for his 5-wicket haul. Round the wicket to the left-handed Zafar Gohar. It's outside the off stump, and Zafar leaves that one alone. But you look at a sort of a consistent output from Zafar. Highest score 81. He very seldom failed in both innings of a match, and quite a lot of those runs were when his team really needed them. He didn't necessarily always produce victories, but still, it's those fighting qualities. In comes Van der Hoogten, bowls now to Zafar Gohar, and well wide of off stump, not going to interest Zafar in playing at that one. But he would see himself, I'm sure now, much more so of a bowling all-rounder than potentially when he first arrived at Gloucestershire. In fact, it was in the second phase of the conference system in the 2021 season. Van der Hoogten bowls now to Zafar. A pleasing drive, but it won't pick up a run because Kieran Carlson moves across from mid-off to prevent the ball from going into that gap. And that is the end of another maiden, and it is a wicket maiden for Van der Hoogten. 14 over 7 maidens, 4 for 19, all 4 LBW. And, well, he has decimated this Gloucestershire middle order. 0-3, 0-1 for Hammond, Van Buren, Price and Jack Taylor. And it's up to Marcus Harris and the lower order stroke tail to see how much they can get. I was just looking back to the first game of last season, actually, and I was going to draw a parallel, but maybe I'll do that next over.
James Harris to Marcus Harris, who plays it into the covers, and there is no run. Yeah, so I was looking back to see Zafar's figures, 6 for 43 in the September game 2021, as these two teams fought it out in Division 2 following the earlier conference system, which I quite enjoyed actually. Gave you some jeopardy mid-season as well as the end of the season. Harris in the sunlight to Harris as he drives and misses. That's a rare loose shot from Marcus Harris, really. His feet weren't quite stable as he looked to whack it through the covers. It remains 108 for 6.
Yeah, he's so much of a better player when he just looks to keep his shape and time that ball through the covers rather than that one. That's the drive that does creep into his game. We saw it last season, which is much more of a flashing blade. If you just shelve that shot.
Harris to Harris. He's bowled him! James Harris's first wicket of the match. Marcus Harris, Gloucestershire's mainstay, is gone. It is 108 for 7. Marcus Harris goes for an excellent 59, but Gloucestershire's tail will have to do it by themselves now.
Yeah, it looks like he's pretty much played all round that one, and I just wonder, the wickets that were falling, you saw the flashing attempted extra cover drive, previous ball, that one looking to straight drive with more force than he had in some other attempts. Just wonder whether he felt as if, well, I'm running out of partners here. I've got to start playing some shots, and I'm not sure that with Zafar still, Tom Price and Marchand de Lange is certainly no mug with the bat to come. I'm just not sure that he really needed to make that move at that point. But it was a well-made 59. He did, to be honest, show what was possible on this pitch, but well, I was going to talk about last season where Gloucestershire were 103 for 7 at Northampton and managed to scrape their way up to 223. Eventually ended up in a nail-biting draw with Northamptonshire still needing 27 runs to win, Gloucestershire needing 2 wickets, and it just ran out of time, unfortunately, partly because of the amount of interruptions on the opening day. At the moment, it's really quite similar to that, but the big difference now is that Gloucestershire had James Bracey in and set, and Bracey ended up piling, well, I say piling on the runs, with a score of 223, overdoing it a bit, but he did play the big part in taking that score from 103 for 7 to 223. But now Gloucestershire have no set batter, and even 150 is looking a long way off.
So Tom Price is in at 9. Averaged 14.6 with the bat in the championship last season. Impressive season with the ball. 32 wickets in 8 games at an average of 20 for the older of the Price brothers, although he is just 23 himself. And he'll be facing up to James Harris. He'll be relieved to get that wicket, I think, after a slow and rather tentative start to his craft in the competitive season. And he has 3 slips now for the new batter, Tom Price. James Harris goes away from us at the Cathedral Road end and bowls to Price, who's forward watchfully and playing it back to the bowler, and there is no run. So the batting to come, Marchant de Lange and Ajit Singh Dale, and with just 3 wickets left, 21 overs after this, it is quite possible that Glamorgan's openers will face a testing little period this evening, and Gloucestershire's bowlers will have a chance to exploit the conditions as well. Harris bowls, forward goes Tom Price, steering down into the gully, and there is no run. The shadow of the floodlight pylon is now over the playing surface, over the wicket, which must be quite distracting, but there's not an awful lot you can do about that, is there? 108 for 7.
I suppose, yeah, the sun's come out just at the point where it could cause some problems. Not typical.
So fair bit of blue sky overhead now. James Harris bouncing in, bowls. Price punches it off the back foot, but straight to Byram at point. There is no run. James Harris has a wicket maiden to his credit. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 34. He'll enjoy having that under his belt. As I say, talking about with Ed earlier on, a remarkable longevity of his playing career, really. This is his 8th year on Glamorgan's books. He also had 9 years at Middlesex, and he's only 32.
Yeah, for somebody who's, I suppose at one stage longevity was kind of questioned, really, given the injuries that he's had. It is a remarkable achievement. Van der Hoogten resumes his potential demolition job of Gloucestershire by bowling a delivery on off stump to Zafar Gohar, who defends into the offside for no run.
Remains chairman of the Professional Cricketers Association, does James Harris, is having a second 2-year spell in that job.
He took over from Darrell Mitchell, I think, didn't he? Before him in that role. Certainly a prestigious role for a player.
Yeah, Mark Wallace held it previously.
In comes Van der Hoogten to the crease now, bowls, and well outside, well I say well outside, well enough outside off stump that Zafar never thought about playing at that one, sort of swayed out of the way of it.
And I believe that Van der Hoogten is the Glamorgan rep on that organisation as well, the PCA now, so I suppose it's a useful thing to have towards the end of your playing career as well. It shows you've got something on top of your playing abilities.
Yeah, and you know, it's a chance to influence the game that you play. Van der Hoogten there now, bowls to Zafar Gohar. It's run down towards third man. They'll get 1, they should think about 2, and they will. And it is throw coming in from Podmore. 2 runs to Zafar Gohar to get him off the mark. 110 now for 7. Tom Price, his first class career best came here in that same match that we were talking about, where Zafar Gohar took the 5 for in the second innings to bowl Gloucestershire to victory. Tom Price made a 71. Gloucestershire rather ground Glamorgan down in that batting innings. Van der Hoogten in, played late by Zaffer, but competently enough out towards point for no run. Yes, you couldn't really get two more contrasting innings. This one and Gloucestershire's last full innings on this ground was... I mean, they certainly took their time to get up towards that 400 mark, but perhaps it did have some effect on Glamorgan in the field. Rather different today. Van der Hoogten is in and bowls. That one comes back in towards Zafar Gohar. There was a rather sizable gap between bat and pad there, and the ball almost went through it, but it just about caught the inner half of Zafar Gohar's bat and out into the leg side for no run.
This is the last ball of Van der Hoogten's 7th over in this spell, and it's 3 for 12 in this spell.
It's quite a stretch. You would have thought Podmore would be back in soon. Whether he would come from the end that he opened with, maybe he wants to check out the River Taff end as well. In comes Van der Hoogten, and that's glanced down towards third man again by Zafar Gohar. No harm in that shot. It was down well in front of the cordon and wide of them anyway. And Zafar will get a single. It's 111 for 7. Zafar has 3. Gloucestershire collapsing from 71 for 1 with 2 balls to go in the afternoon session. 111 for 7 now. They're going to need to bowl out of their skins, and I suspect probably, you would think, overcome a first innings deficit. They certainly made a bit of a habit of doing that in 2021, but not so last year.
Well, Gloucestershire on a winning streak. 2 games.
Yes.
Looking for a 3rd win in the row. Look on the bright side. Gloucestershire finishing 22 strongly, but albeit too late to save them. 111 for 7 they are, as Zafar faces James Harris. Full length ball driven into the offside. Byram fields at point. No run.
It will be interesting at the end of the day's play to ask whether they do feel the pre-season has had an impact. I suspect the answer will be they will say no, because of course the decision was, before all the disruption due to the weather, the decision was the clubs not to go overseas.
Harris bowls to Zafar, defends on the offside, no run.
So, you know, I saw an interview with the club from Will Porterfield, who's standing in as assistant coach. Well, I say not standing in as assistant coach, he is the assistant coach, but he's standing in as coach, you see what I mean, with Dale Benkenstein missing this game due to family bereavement, and I'd like to certainly extend my very best to Dale Benkenstein and his family over that bereavement.
Harris bowls, Zafar tries to turn it down towards fine leg. They've gone through for a single, and that'll be all they'll get, because Zafar's fallen over at the non-striker's end as he looked to turn and put pressure on the fielder for a possible 2nd run. But he couldn't do that because he was flat on his derriere. 112 for 7 with that single to Zafar. Just got a bit of bat on it as the umpires change sides, or umpire Newell changes sides.
So often turning on the grassy patch just off the pitch where you see that kind of a slip.
Tom Price yet to score. James Harris bowls to the right-hander, who drives pleasantly, but straight to Van der Hoogten at mid-on, and there is no run.
But yeah, just going back to the point about what Will Porterfield was saying, he's pointed, and I think, you know, there's a reasonable point in there, that in previous seasons trips overseas haven't exactly led to flying starts. There's no kind of exact science to how to do the pre-season.
Harris bounces in, bowls, and forward comes Tom Price defending. Back to the bowler, no run.
But I would have to suggest that 33 overs worth of batting in the pre-season, during which several of the players who've come in and gone today didn't actually even get to bat at all would be not ideal, however unscientific it might be. And of course that's not entirely down to Gloucestershire, of course it isn't.
Harris to Price, drives at that one, and it's taken by Cook going down leg side. Did he inside edge that, or has that come back a long way?
I think it's come back and gone past the inside edge. I don't think there was an inside edge on it. We'll get a
replay on the video stream. No, it's just a lot of movement.
Yeah, and actually I did mention that Harris did play all round the delivery that bowled him, but it did look to me as though there was a bit of late swing as well.
Just
I think
bit of movement.
Harris is getting some late swing now that he didn't seem to be getting up front, so not sure what exactly has caused that, but whether it's the ball's just got a bit scuffed on one side, and surely it can't be reversing, but I don't know. Anyway, it wasn't doing that earlier.
As you suggested, Van der Hoogten giving way to Harry Podmore, and I will give way to Edward Bevan since I have to address the BBC Radio Wales evening show and have a chat with them.
A chat? Ooh. Well, there'll be plenty of talking points. It's Podmore then to start a new over, bowling over the wicket to Zafar Gohar, the left-hander, and that's prodded up to mid-off, and there's no run. Thought, actually, even before Van der Hoogten actually started taking wickets, that he probably did slightly out-bowl Podmore in the morning/afternoon sessions. But it was Podmore that took the first wicket, that of Dent for 3. Van der Hoogten has certainly got his rewards now. Podmore bowls to Zafar Gohar. It's cut away, not a great deal of timing, more chopped down towards a wide third man, and it is just going to be a single. Zafar to 4, 113 for 7, and Edward Bevan is back with me.
Yes, Ed, an extraordinary scorecard, isn't it? 59-33 and 3-0-3-0-1. It's I'm sure they're very grateful to Marcus Harris for his contribution. But I listened to your little chat there now, and you're absolutely right. If you don't get any practice and you come into a first-class game on a pitch which is doing something, you know, I still think it's residual underneath, getting the movement.
Yeah. Podmore to bowl to Tom Price down the leg side. Price tries to get his first runs, but can't get any bat on the attempted leg glance, and it's taken by Cook.
It's it's very difficult coming in this time of the year to bat on these sort of pitches. It's worked perfectly for Glamorgan on any side winning the toss here, because if it dries out, as we've been promised 3 days of sunshine, it looks a pretty good pitch, then Glamorgan should be getting enough runs. But at one stage, it would have been a draw already, but it won't be a draw, no, I doubt.
Podmore bowls to Tom Price, works towards mid-wicket, and it's fielded there, and there is no run. Billy Root getting a touch of the ball. I don't think really said his name that much today. Not too much to do, but gets a touch on the ball there. Yeah, and that's actually sort of what happened at Northampton in that game I was referencing that Gloucestershire played last season as well. Yeah. And given the fact that there isn't that much live grass seemingly on it from up here anyway, there is every chance that that could happen. As Podmore bowls to Tom Price, that's a tight leave, both in terms of line and length past the top of off stump. But, well, it was a better leave, I'm afraid to say, than his brother, at least.
Yes,
at
I'm
least
afraid
it
his
missed
brother walked in front
pad and
of
stumps.
There we are, have a look at it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's close enough to get the heart racing, I think.
There's a lot coming back, a lot of balls coming back, especially from Van der Hoogten. We've seen, and Harris in one over came back viciously at one. But it's not easy out there for the batters, especially the tail enders that we're in now.
Podmore bowls to Tom Price, and that, I think, might have been the attempted away swinger from Podmore. I don't know whether it moved away masses, but the fact that it didn't move in meant that it was effectively a change-up from what he had been doing. 113 for 7, Zafar 4, Tom Price yet to get off the mark. I wonder if there's almost an argument that Gloucestershire want to get bowling this evening. I know they certainly can't think like that, because they should be feeling there might be some more vital runs out there to get. But
yeah, they're very short of runs at the moment, but they're in a bit of betwixt and between. Do they go for their shots and try and get up to 150, or do they accumulate in singles? Yes, Harris to start another over and bowls, and big appeal there from behind for Harris. Wasn't all that bothered for LBW, but umpire Shaughnessy wasn't really interested. It's the other umpire Newell, who's given the 4 LBWs, and I don't think we can argue with any of them, really.
no, I don't think so.
I was on the air to sister station BBC Radio Cymru when Jack Taylor went, but that looked pretty adjacent, wasn't it?
Yep.
Here's the next ball, and it's just dabbed away onto the on side. They scamper through for a single, takes the score to 114 for 7. Did I steal your thunder then? No.
No, it's your over.
It is the start of the over. He's in his 10th over, 1 for 35. And Portmore has bowled 9 overs, 1 for 10. But 6 wickets fell for the addition of just 37 runs. As in comes Harris bowls to Price. Price dabs it away onto the offside. Don't want to be a pessimist, but I really wouldn't like to see the two brothers get a 0 each.
No, well,
I go home tonight. What do you get, lads? Mother or father or whatever. What do you get? No. What do you get? No.
Tom Price will hope to get some sort of revenge with the ball,
yes.
I suspect, but
yes,
you're thinking about that now.
Harris bowls, and this is driven quite nicely, and he's going to get 4 runs. That's the way to get off the mark. Nice half volley, and he drove it past him for 4. Gets a little tap from his partner Zafar, and the score has moved on to 118 for the loss of 7 wickets. Perfectly good shot from Price. He played it elbow well up, got right behind it, and got 4 runs.
Yeah, certainly played a few of those on drives in that 71 I was talking about here a couple of years ago.
That'll make him feel much better. James Harris is in, bowls to Price. Price gets behind it, and of course a quick single because Portmore is rather deep at mid-on. Zafar responds, and they go through for a single.
I suppose you want to put it in a lower order batter's mind that you might bowl a short ball, so the deep square leg is out, but I just wonder if really you necessarily need to have the deep square. Even if you did want to bowl a short ball, you've still got the possibility of catchers who could take a catch, and then there isn't that easy drop and run into the leg side.
Here's the next ball. Zafar goes back and tries to hammer it, but doesn't time it with any sort of authority. He's fielded at cover. Zafar get runs. He's known, but he looks as if he can play.
Yeah, I was just saying to Nick, actually, when he first came here at the end of 2021, he was certainly thought of as somebody who was there for his bowling, and runs were sort of, they were useful runs, but he certainly would have been thought of as a bowler who can bat a bit. His first class average sort of, early 20s, 21, 22, something like that. So a useful person to have lower down the order, but not somebody that you'd be relying on for big runs. Whereas this season, even though he's come in at 8 in this match, the feeling from Gloucestershire they were quite comfortable to have him at 7. So, he, as I was saying to Nick, he has come up with some important runs last year in Division 1. Podmore starts a new over, bowls to Tom Price, right in behind that one, and blocking it up to mid-off for no run. So, it's just short of 500 runs, 4 times past 50.
Was he? Oh, well done. Yeah.
Last season. So, and a consistent output of runs as well. So, and you point to some of the situations that he got those runs in. A very important 55 in the win against Warwickshire at the end of the season. Break off as Podmore bowls now to Tom Price, who drives pleasantly. This time it's an off drive, and Douthwaite is off in pursuit, but he may as well give that up because the ball has already crossed the boundary rope. 123 for 7, and a couple of really pleasant drives from Tom Price, this time off drive, first one on drive, and he's on to 9.
And this, I will tell you, if you're a bowler who thinks of it, right, this is the man who plays off the front foot. I'm not going to pitch it up to him. Just keep him on the back foot, because with 2 lovely shots.
For Podmore, there is no deep square, and there's also no square leg at all. There's a mid-wicket and a mid-on and a fine leg. They're the only 3 fields on the leg side, as Price does play this one onto the onside, and it's fielded up at mid-on for no run. Looking back to the start of the season, Zafar made another half-century against Northamptonshire, without which Gloucestershire would probably have lost that game rather than drawn. A 40 in the second innings against Yorkshire. Again, they managed to set Yorkshire a target of just over 200. They knocked it off fairly easily on in the end, flattening out Bristol pitch. But the situation is that he scored those runs in. As Podmore bowls, it is a bit further back of a length. Price punches off the back foot up to mid-on, but won't get a run for that.
What is his history, Ed?
Well, so he's been playing in the domestic system in Pakistan for a long time. He's played 1 test, 1 ODI as well. He played the ODI, I think, back in 2015 against England, and the test match was out in New Zealand, not exactly the place you necessarily want to be making your debut as a spinner. As Podmore bowls, it's a little leg side-ish, but Tom Price works it straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So, yeah, he has played Pakistan Super League as well, so he's got experience in
useful player to have.
Yeah, so it may be that Zafar has to play the T20 this year as well, with the situation that the club find themselves in, with
monetary
takings
situation
down from last season. A lot of 2 T20s washed out completely. As Tom Price faces up to Podmore, there's a huge shout before wicket. Podmore's leaping up in the air backwards, trying to get umpire Newell to raise the finger, but this time he doesn't, and it's the end of the over. 123 for 7, 9 to Tom Price, 5 to Zafar Gohar. We'll get a look ourselves at that, maybe just angling down the leg side.
Give the benefit of the doubt to the batsman there.
But yeah, so he's got experience playing T20 in a highly pressurised and prestigious T20 competition. 65 first-class matches. He's 1 short of 250 first-class wickets, average of 29.5, but
useful county player then.
Yeah, well, certainly, and he does also have an English wife, so
he's qualified.
He might be in the future.
As Harris starts a new over and he's played off the back foot into the covers, Carlson Fields.
But I think rightfully he, at the moment, I suspect, hasn't given up on his international ambitions.
How old is he?
He's 28.
Well, young enough, yeah.
So
as a spinner.
Exactly, yeah. So there's still plenty of time to go, and he would be turning his back on the Pakistan route if he were to take up a deal such as Dan Worrell has at Surrey.
Here's the next ball. Good looking shot, but straight to short mid wicket. Oh, it's fielded there by Billy Root. So a little bit of resistance coming here. It was at one stage 108. It's now 123. 15 runs added. These two battling to save a complete collapse. You can say it's been a milli collapse up to now. Left-handed Zafar waits as Harris bowls. And LBW again turned down by umpire O'Shaughnessy this time. Plenty of shots for LBW. Hard work for the umpires. They're going to be watching all the time.
I did just wonder there whether potentially there might have been inside edge. No, it's pitched outside leg, actually.
Outside
It was the away swinger. I saw that completely wrong. I thought it was the in swinger. It was the away swinger.
We'll get you out there then, facing James Harris,
I would be running off towards square leg. I can tell you that. I wouldn't be LBW.
Yes, Harris again is in and bowls, and this time is played down towards third man. They'll think of a second, But Ed Byron's in very quickly indeed and hurls the ball back to Cook. And they just settled for a single. 124 for 7. It's been a good day for Glamorgan bowlers. At one stage, it was a good day for Gloucestershire's batsmen because 71 for 1 represented a fight back. But then it all went wrong as 6 wickets fell for 37.
Yeah, it felt really as though that 71 for 1 was well above par, really.
The launch for the innings of 250 odd.
Yeah, and with 2 batters in Harris and Bracey who'd got into the 30s, and that can so often be the tricky thing to do.
Yeah.
Get that far.
Here comes James Harris as bowls, and this is forward from Price, Tom that is, and pushes it up to mid-off. Gone a little bit darker, yeah, not appreciably so. It's perfectly all right to play, and we will have had a full day's cricket, if you know what I mean. Even though we've lost 27 overs, I think it is, Nick was saying. The over rate is level, and all's well in God's land. Harris bowls, that's played up towards mid-on. Quick movement there from Podmore to stop a single. End of the over, it's been quite a long bowl there for Harris. 11 overs, 1 for 41. And you got the important wicket, very important wicket of Marcus Harris, who played very well indeed for his 59. And if a wicket does fall and Martian DeLange does come in, do you know what I do? I would bring Carlson on. I'd bring Carlson on immediately.
Wow. From which end?
Either end, because he'll light up his eyes and he might put it in the taff a few times, but he eventually, unless it is his day, he'll eventually go up in the air somewhere.
Well, I think Gloucestershire would take that move as well, because I mean, if you say he gets 2 or 3 away, I mean 12 or 18 runs at this stage for Gloucestershire would be gold dust before he gets out. In comes Podmore, starting a new over from the River Taff end. Ball short and wide, it's cut by Zafar down towards a deep backward point. There'll be a couple of runs here with Van der Hoogten doing the mopping up, and 126 for 7 with Zafar on to 8. Elsewhere, Nottinghamshire were bowled out for 185 in Division 1, and they returned there. Hampshire 87 for 3 in reply. Fletcher Middleton 41 not out, a young academy product for Hampshire.
Middleton, well, that's the son of.
It is. Podmore bowls full, it's driven by Zafar, but they've got a cover in place, and so that's not going to be a run as it's fielded there. So yes, Fletcher Middleton 41 not out, and Liam Dawson is 6 not out. Close of play at Canterbury, Northamptonshire 89 for 7 there, with 3 wickets for Grant Stewart, 5 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 6. Couple of wickets to Michael Hogan, 2 for 36. Podmore bowls, a cut shot attempted by Zafar, and he flashes at a ball that doesn't get up very much and misses it. Chris Cook with the take behind the stumps. Surrey 297 for 7 against Lancashire. That's already looking like a game living up to its billing as potentially important, at least in the title chase. Match between the 2 title favourites, Surrey first and Lancashire second, coming into the season. In comes Podmore, bowls to Zafar, who rather pokes at that one out towards point. Won't get a run there either. 76 for Ben Folkes, 75 not out for Cameron Steele. This is what Surrey did last year as well. They were in a bit of trouble there at 77 for 4, but they just bat forever. The likes of Jordan Clark, and they've got Sean Abbott starting for them this season as an overseas player, Cameron Steele, who can provide overs as well as runs. They just keep on going with that lower order. Podmore bowls now. Zafar Gohar with a firm push drive up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
They've also a very shrewd coach in Alex Stewart, one of the best in the business. And when the Ashes started, he's signed, and he signed Tom Latham, who's averaging 40 odd in Test matches from New Zealand, just for 4 games.
Yeah.
Well, people say,
this is what Surrey can do.
Exactly.
You know, I remember, was it a couple of seasons ago or last season? It was a couple of seasons ago. Oh, we'll just get Ravi Ashwin in for 1 game. Why not? Podmore bowls to Zaffer, flicked away fine by Zaffer Gohar. It won't go for 4, well, it shouldn't go for 4 anyway, and they'll come back for a quick second run. The throw comes in from James Harris, but it was a well-judged second from Zaffer, who moves into double figures. He's on 10, 128 for 7 at the end of that over. Close of play at Lords, Essex 162 for 3 there. They've had several interruptions. Dan Lawrence, though, 74 not out, and 74 from, and I think this is quite telling, 153 balls. So it's not as though he was playing the kind of
he's a
quick,
attacking player,
flashy innings that Dan Lawrence can sometimes play. He played the situation.
How many did the Knight of the Realm get?
He made 16. It's Court Simpson bowled Roland Jones, a rather familiar combination.
It is a very familiar combination. Right, it'll be Harris, who's had a quite lengthy ball here. He's into his, what is he into, his 12th over. And then he comes and bowls, Price ducks. So my ducks just moves his head one side. I lost the end of that because a seagull came right in front of my eye line.
Well, it was sort of the opposite to the magnificent sight for a fast bowler that middle stump being uprooted is. It was a bouncer which then bounced in front of Chris Kirk. Not what you want to see as a fast bowler.
You'll find for some reason that these seagulls come in toward us at this sort of time of night, many of them. As in comes Harris and bowls, and that's played away on the onside down towards mid-wicket for a single. Score goes up to 129 for 7. Why they come at this time of night, I don't know, because everybody's finished their tea.
No, I don't know. No, I've no explanation.
Well, you don't get many seagulls at Bristol, do you?
Not as many as some grounds, no.
Well, you're not not all that far from the sea.
No, I just don't seem quite to come in like they do at, I mean, obviously much closer to the sea at Hove, but still.
Here's the next ball. That's well played, nicely played by Zafar, up towards the extra cover boundary. It's a very short boundary, might well get there. And yes, it does. So I think possibly this could be Harris's final over now. He's gone for 46. And as I said, he's had a lengthy bowl. Might see David Lloyd come on at this end.
He can be very pleasing on the eye, Zaffer.
Played into that nicely.
Flow of the bat through that drive, but
the pitch looks as if it seems to be playing a little bit better than when all those LBWs were going. Here's James Harris in past the umpire, bowls, and this tucks him up just a little, but they'll get a single. As Carlson has to move quickly to his left. 133 for 7, and this little partnership is put on 26 now, 134 for 7. So an useful little partnership here. Both batsmen now have gone into double figures. 15 to Zafar and 10 to Tom Price.
Well, you know what some would be saying at the moment? You can't judge a pitch until both sides have batted on it.
That's right. Yeah.
I suspect that won't stop some, though.
In comes Harris and bowls. Price leaves outside the off stump. He's got one ball left, and I think I'll be a little surprised if he does bowl the next over.
Yeah, I suppose David Lloyd could potentially.
Yeah. Carlson might have a little twirl, a little different.
Yeah. And it's, what have we got? 13 overs to the end of the day.
Another 13.
Maybe thinking about getting through those a bit quicker, I don't know.
Here's the next ball, and that's dabbed down in front of him, and Nick is on his way back. 134 for 7 is the score.
Yeah, no play at Taunton today due to a wet outfield, and Division 2 scores I hadn't quite got through, so maybe I'll leave that to Nick Webb.
Thank you, Ed. Perhaps if you could return in 20 minutes or so, and then I can write my report for the website during the final overs of the day. But in the meantime, we've got a little radio update as well in a few minutes as I try and keep all the balls in the air, so to speak.
Right. Assessment of the day, as far as Glamorgan's concerned, very satisfied, I would have thought.
Quite. Here is Podmore then from the River Taff end, and on the back foot is Zaffa defending back to the bowler. But if Gloucestershire can get through some of these remaining overs, 160 for 7, push on to 200 tomorrow, I don't think they're out of the game, certainly on that sort of performance. So Glamorgan have to knock over these last few. As in comes Podmore, 1 for 18 next to his name on the board. Balls to Zaffa, who runs it down to third man. May pick up a couple of runs here as it's fielded by Van der Hoogten, and Zaffa turned well and scuttled home busily for the second run. 136 for 7.
I know it's wise to be after the event, but when Taylor went for 1 to Van der Hoogten, he was taken off not long afterwards. I think I'd have said to him, keep on going. I don't know about you, because he was
7 overs in the second spell. That's fair enough, isn't it?
Yes, he'd make the breakthrough when you're into the tail.
Next delivery is again run down by Zaffa to third man. This time I think just the single, as Van der Hoogten gets to it quickly, fires the throw in rather angrily at 2 having been taken the ball before. Just the single there. Zaffa to 18, 137 for 7.
Yeah, it's been a good performance. Morgan should get the third bowling point. A long way to go for Gloucester now with this new rule of 250 to get a batting point.
Yeah, I think that's a bit harsh on the batters.
I do. Yeah, I totally agree with you.
I quite like the change. I'm not terribly worried either way by the change from 8 to 5 for the draw. As Podmore bowls, that's pulled by Price but mistimed. Looked as though he'd got a big blow in there, but straight to Carlson at mid-wicket, and there was no run.
A bit short to pull, I thought. A bit full, rather, to pull.
Price is on 10. Zaffa is on 18. Only the third and fourth players to reach double figures. Marcus Harris, 59. James Bracey, 33. But some pretty low numbers on that Gloucestershire card at the moment. 137 for 7. Podmore bowls, and forward comes Tom Price, playing back down the wicket, and there is no run. So back to just the 2 slips now.
Douthwaite having a stretch and a bowl at mid-off. I've seen him bowl for quite a while.
Yeah, just the 1 spell today. 5 for against the students in that friendly. Right. Earlier in the
probably got him his place today.
Yep, fair point. Podmore into Tom Price, who stretches forward, bat and pad together, plays out into the covers. No run. 137 for 7. Are Gloucestershire, having been put into bat by Glamorgan. 4 wickets for Tim van der Hoogten, 59 for Marcus Harris, the main protagonist of the day's play.
It's only run on with either a pad or he was banished by the umpire. And here is Mr. Douthwaite to come on and bowl at this, the Cathedral Road end. He had originally bowled at the other end. Harris has bowled 12 overs, 1 for 47. Rather expensive, but taken the big wicket of Marcus Harris. And he will be bowling from this end to Zaffa Goa, who is on 18. His partner Tom Price is on 10. And he does have the ability, doesn't he, Douthwaite, to sort of produce the magic ball amongst the other ordinary deliveries. All of a sudden he'll find something from somewhere. 2 slips then, and the rest in defensive field in front of the bat. Here he is, comes round the wicket and bowls, and so far plays forward out into the offside. So Zaffa is left-handed on 18, Tom Price right-handed on 10.
Neil Thornycroft reported at one point our commentary was marginally ahead of the pictures. Could you delay by half a second? Shouldn't be, because we're plugged into it. Maybe we just read the game so well.
Here's the next ball. That's edged down to third. Man, will it be 4 runs? Tumbling die there by, I think it's Byron, in the gathering gloom. And they take 2 more runs.
Clive Metcalf wondering whether there'd be issues over Glamorgan's cover problems. Well, I think since it's broken down during the course of play, then probably not. They weren't in a position to... it's not really the sort of thing that you expect to have to make alternative arrangements for, is it?
It's like the player breaking down after the game started as the player starting injured. Here's the next ball, and that's nicely played, but straight to mid-off where it's fielded and no run. Now that 1 wicket Glamorgan would like today, and Gloucestershire would really like these 2 to stay together until the close and start afresh in the morning sunshine. It's been an interesting first day. 8 wickets.
7.
7 rather. Plenty of action. Douthwaite bowls. And this is jabbed. He likes to play that shot. Jabbing it down to third man.
Unless you're getting ahead with the commentary again.
140 for 7 is the score.
Yeah, these 2 shoring things up nicely at the moment. Stand with 32 runs.
Could be a low-scoring game. On the other hand, if this pitch dries out, as it should do under the promised sunshine the next 3 days, then it could be an easy pace pitch. So an interesting 3 more days in prospect. Douthwaite into the right-handed Price and bowls, and this is clipped past him, and it will be fielded eventually by Van der Gooten behind the bowler, and that no, there's 1 more ball left. 141 for 7 on this first day of the championship season 2023.
Yeah, forecast according to the BBC for the Welsh capital, 13 degrees and sunny tomorrow, 14 degrees and sunny Saturday, 15 degrees and sunny Sunday.
Here's the next ball. This goes a thick outside edge by the batsman. Zafar, and he keeps strike at 142 for 7.
A few showers around on Monday and Tuesday, which shouldn't concern us cricket-wise, although obviously hope for everyone's sake that it stays nice for the bank holiday. 142 for 7. I think we can safely say we're not going to get a radio update at 6 o'clock by now. As there's a few consultations going on. Glamorgan just having to recalculate after Van der Hoogten ran riot in those middle stages of the innings. James Harris chipping in with the wicket of Marcus Harris, the big wicket as far as Glamorgan were concerned, and then Gloucestershire stopping the rot and fighting back, and looks less likely that Glamorgan will bat today now. Podmore bowls, Zafar is forward, playing gently out to cover. Carlson fields, no run.
11 overs left, predominantly seam, 20 to 7, something like that, 7:15. Been a long day.
7:15-ish, yes. Maybe even 10 to 7 if they don't get on with it. The over rate is level as things stand. Harry Podmore is probing away with 2 slips. Zafar is waving towards the pavilion, but is happy to face up to Harry Podmore and beats the outside edge, does Podmore, of Zafar's prod outside off stump. Through it went to Chris Cook. Podmore drops the return ball, as it were. Picks up slightly disconsolately. Only his 13th over of the day. It shouldn't be too weary.
No.
Oh, in fact, that was Chris Cook having a shy at the stumps because he thought the Zafar might have got off balance as we look back at the replay. It wasn't just a careless throwback to Podmore, who's in again, bowls to Zafar down the wicket, playing on the offside. No run as Byram comes in from point. Not sure if Safa's just looking to get on with it a little bit, take the attack to Glamorgan.
Do you know who he reminds me of? Mr. Patel. Patel, remember who played for Glamorgan?
Yeah.
A busy little player, left-handed, small.
Yeah.
He hit the ball a long way though, didn't he, Patel, remember?
He did.
He had Lords, he hit the ball.
He did whack a few, and that defeat, sadly, that cost Glamorgan the chance of promotion. Podmore in, balls, and Zaffa pushes out on the offside. And there is no run. 142 for 7. Gloucestershire tidying things up slightly at the end of the day's play, having slipped from 71 for 1 to 108 for 7, losing therefore 6 wickets for 37 in that period of play that started just before tea. Podmore lopes in. Balls. Zafra is forward defensively, playing to mid-off.
He's playing every ball on merit, in fairness to him.
It's a sensible innings, isn't it?
Is.
From the man from Lahore.
One
Plays
cup.
Central Punjab and helped them to win the 50-over trophy in Pakistan recently. Just one test a couple of years ago and one one-day international 8 years ago. So his international recognition has been fleeting and spaced out. Certainly an excellent player at this level as he hits that one hard down into the ground, bounces up to point, and there is no run. One or two of the remaining spectators starting to edge away. It is a very small crowd after the extensive delays that we had early on.
Quite a number of people here from Gloucester supporters, and if they leave about now, they will have missed the Bringlass terminals clog up because the rush hour seems to have gone, although with Easter approaching, goodness knows how long the queues will be.
Yes, it doesn't bear thinking about over the next few days, but
Dan Douthwaite will continue. He will bowl his 8th over and bowls now. And defensive response comes from the obdurate Tom Price, who's played a sensible innings. He's on 11. Safa is on 22. Douthwaite not for 29. This is his 8th over. Trying to make an impression and trying to force a place in the first team, because he didn't play one game last year in Championship cricket. He bowls again, takes the bat off the ball as Price tries to force it away on the offside. Cloudy, but the clouds are high, the blue skies, sun over the city, the tall buildings of the offices, far distance as Douthwaite bowls, and that's left outside the off stump. What do you think, Nick? 9 overs left, a little 4 over blast from Van de Gooten from the far end.
Has he bowled 15 overs in the day? Yeah.
Fit young man. Dan Douthwaite and past umpire Shaughnessy. Bowls now. It's pulled away, just a little short. Billy Root will field on the mid-wicket boundary. Returns, lovely return into the gloves of Chris Cook. And they go through for a single, 143 for 5. The partnership is 35, would you believe?
Yeah, Douthwaite has got to prove really that he's able to be this fourth seamer that they're using him as today.
Well,
it's bowled reasonably tidily, but just letting the pressure off a little bit.
Here he is. He's gone round the wicket to the left-handed Safa, bowls in, and it drops just short of the man in the gully there. Good stop more than anything, as it didn't carry to Colin Ingram. It landed just short of him, I think.
Yeah, Safa's played positively on occasion, but as you see, treating everything on its merits. The middle order with the ball moving a little bit, and Van der Hoogten looked a bit rabbit in headlights at the time.
In comes Duthwaite and Bowles, and that's driven it for 4. I thought it'd been stopped by the bowler, but it driven past him on 4 more runs. It's getting a little bit troublesome for Glamorgan now, because they were in a very good position at 108 for 7, and it's now 149 for 7, and Zafar has moved on to 26. Lovely shot, best shot he's played really. Couldn't see the ball because it was rather dark, and as I say that, out comes the sunlight.
It rocketed back past him.
Yeah, it did.
Douthwaite tried to dive and put a foot out. It was actually a no ball as well.
It's the second no ball he's bowled, yeah. So he gets another ball, not for 36, and he comes in, bowls to Zafar. Zafar gets behind it. Wicket playing well now, and the ball not doing much because it's old, 55 overs old. That's the end of the over. We have, what do we have?
9 to go.
9 overs left, so fair bit of cricket to be played.
Light permitting, as we always say around this time of the evening. As have to try and get to the bottom of the floodlight mystery, because it really is bizarre that you're not allowed to have the lights on for Championship cricket, given that the nearest housing is probably a good 100 yards away behind us, and they have the hockey lights on quite often. First ball from Podmore allowed to go through by Tom Price. He's on 12. Junior partner in this stand, Zafar on 26. There's a hockey centre behind us that also operates in the evening and also uses floodlights. That's closer to the housing, and to be honest, how much residential housing is there within viewing point of the ground, and who's going to be disturbed by extra lights between 6 and 7 maybe? Next ball is clubbed back down the grounds by Price, and he'll get runs here. It's running up towards the straight boundary, and it'll get to the boundary. And not the most elegant of shots from Tom Price, but certainly effective, as it was smashed back past Podmore there. Not sure he quite timed it, but he hit it very firmly and beat a diving Ingram at mid-on. 153 for 7. 150 up for the Shire. Stand of 45.
Yeah, good work this by these two.
Getting some sort of semi-respectability, as the next ball is played gently to mid-on.
Interesting to see how this pitch plays tomorrow. If it does dry out nicely, looks as if it could be a very good pitch, couldn't it?
Just wondering about the footmarks, whether they'll produce a few dents in the pitch, because of course it is a reasonably soft surface, and they're actually very clear on the video stream, the footmarks of the bowlers at both ends, whether that'll pose a problem and allow Gloucestershire's army of spinners into the game. Podmore bowls, Price on the walk, then blocks to cover. No run. So, one or two aggressive shots from this pair. Maybe just thinking there's no point in hanging on if the scoreboard is not moving.
Yes, they play very sensibly. Just picked out the balls that they want to hit.
13 overs they've been together now for this stand of 45. And next delivery from Podmore, outside off stump, a grunt of effort from the bowler. Through it goes to Chris Cook, no run. 153 for 7. We will have had, just 64 overs bowled in the day. So 32 lost for the day. 16 of those can potentially be hauled back over the next couple of days, so effectively we've already lost an hour's cricket of the match, but not too much to worry about, as Podmore balls beautifully driven by Price this time. A scrambling stop at mid-off. And there is no run as the sun emerges more strongly. So
best part of the day.
hopefully we will get through to the scheduled close of play. The umpire's just exchanging a couple of glances. Who's warming up, Edward? Who have you spotted?
Tim under G, just in front of us here.
So we are going to get another short burst for him as he goes for his 5 foot. He and Podmore really have been the pick of the Glamorgan attack. Not quite enough backup from the others. David Lloyd was tidy, he got a wicket. James Harris picked up the vital wicket.
Boris Douthwaite coming around the wicket, starts a new over and bowls and beats the left-handed Zafar outside the off stump.
And Glamorgan should have Michael Neser available for their next game against Durham because, strangely, they sit out the next round of matches, a fixture list which has some scratching their heads as to why you have counties missing out when you've got even numbers in both divisions.
Exactly. Here's Douthwaite bowls. That's well pitched up, and applause from wicketkeeper Chris Cook. Yes.
Surely you play 4 rounds of cricket or 3 rounds of cricket, and then you give the players maybe 4 or 5 days break, and then you have the other 3 rounds or whatever it is in this opening block of the season.
And next week, should we say it rains for 4 days and you're not playing? Good luck. You know you've missed out, and then it's sunshine. And the other side now, having missed 4 days, we'll set it out and look at the sun. As Douthwaite comes in, bowls to Zafar. Zafar drives nicely through mid wicket, and we'll only get a single because Billy Root's been pushed back there. Not Billy Root at all, it's Kieran Carlson. So,
and you think with even numbers in both divisions, 10 in the first and 8 in the second, you don't need to have sides sitting out random rounds during this first block of the season.
And then you move on to the Vitality Blast, and then Glamorgan, the second year running, will only play Kent once. As over the wicket then now to Price comes Douthwaite, and it's pushed away, there's no run. It's all a mixture, isn't it?
Yes, and there's an interesting little fixture development where Glamorgan are away to Durham in a 4-day game which finishes, or due to finish, on the Wednesday, and then away to Essex in a T20 on the Friday.
Douthwaite bowls, and again it's just pushed away.
So I don't think I'll be returning home between those two. It's really not worth the extra miles. Have to proceed direct from Chestler Street to Chelmsford, as I suspect will the players.
I noticed that our colleague Martin Emerson, who covers Durham, quite sensibly went by train because he was going from Sunderland to Hove. As in comes the next delivery, pitch leg side driven away, there's no run. So he can relax. At least you can relax because it's only about 2.5 hours now from up north down to Euston.
Is it?
Yeah. You get a good fast train, and then I suppose you just cross over and get the Brighton Bell, which is an hour.
I did a rugby game in Newcastle on the train once. It was a very long way from Cardiff to Newcastle.
You would be going the different way, you see.
A bit of a chugger halfway up to Birmingham, I think. I don't think we got an express at any point. Right. The
man of the moment,
Van der Hoogten.
Yeah.
So one more over from me, I think, and then Ed'll come in. Ed Seaborn of BBC Radio Bristol. You're listening to BBC Sport Online live from Sophia Gardens, where Gloucestershire, having been inserted, are 154 for 7. And Van der Hoogten, who's got 4 wickets to his credit, will look for the Michelle Pfeiffer.
Here he is, coming around the wicket and bowled to the left-handed. And that is wide and outside, and so far just leaves it for Cook. And then rehearses an immaculate forward defensive push.
So the men out today: Dent for 3, Bracey for 33, Hammond with outscoring Van Buren for 3, Ollie Price without scoring, Jack Taylor for 1 and Marcus Harris for 59. 4 wickets for Van der Hoogten, 1 apiece to Harris, Podmore and Lloyd.
In comes Van der Hoogten and bowls, and this time is played defensively as the ball ducks back into him. David Lloyd is at first slip and Sam North East at second slip. They'd be rather tired. You've got to concentrate every ball of the match there. Well, okay, everybody concentrates whether you're at mid-off, cover, third man, but there you've got to have your wits about you for every ball. As Van der Hoogten is round the wicket to the left-hander and bowls to him, and this time he just gets right down on his knees, as it were, and pushes it back down the pitch.
Play still continuing after weather delays in all 4 second division games. Derbyshire 231 for 6 against Worcestershire. Wayne Madsen 87, Billy Godalman 70.
What a player he is, consistency. Wayne Madsen. Dear me.
Durham 323 for 5 away to Sussex.
In comes Van der Hoogten and bowls, and he's got it, caught at the wicket. And very sportingly, so does Zafar Walker. He was caught low down. A splendid catch by Chris Cook. And there's the Pfeiffer, the Michelle Pfeiffer, as they say, and well bowled to Tim Van der Hoogten. It's 154 for 8. And Glamorgan celebrating this. We'll just look. Nick will appreciate this as a wicket-keeper. Nick, magnificent catch there, it must be said, one-handed at the end. Very good innings by Zafar. He hasn't exactly turned it around, but my word, he's made a difference. And he departs for 27.
Yeah, so well played to Zafar Goha, but congratulations to Tim Van der Hoogten as well. Just to round off those second division scores, Yorkshire are in control against Leicestershire. Century for Finlay Bean, 106 not out. Dawud Malan 74 not out. Yorkshire 247 for 2, going at virtually 5 and over against Leicestershire. In Division 1, Hampshire 114 for 3 in reply to promoted Notts' 185 all out. As we mentioned earlier, Northants 89 for 7 against Kent. Surrey at Old Trafford against Lancashire 333 for 7, 86 not out from Cameron Steele, 76 Ben Folkes, 54 for Jamie Smith, 3 wickets for Tom Bailey there for Lancashire. And at Lords, Essex made 162 for 3 against Middlesex. Dan Lawrence 74 not out. And no play at Taunton. I think this would be probably an apposite junction to leave you for the day and do some written work, and Ed Seaborn will join you for the concluding 6 overs or so.
Thanks, Nick, for that roundup of the day's proceedings. It's been a very interesting and entertaining day here, even though we have lost a lot of overs due to mechanical problems and also because of the weather. We lost 32 overs at most, and all credit to these last 2 batsmen, Goha and Price, Tom Price that is, who have partly rescued their side with that very good partnership of 46 for the 9th wicket. Now then, Martian de Lange, who we know very well from his Glamorgan days, how is he going to play? Van der Hoogten is at the top of his game, and he's coming in now to bowl to de Lange. Bowls to him. De Lange has a huge swish outside the off stump, as if to say, I don't care if it's 6:31 or whatever, I'm going to play my natural game. And I suspect David Lloyd and Ed Byram will be saying, now listen, don't play any stupid shots. We don't want to go in here and face 9 balls tonight or whatever, and over. Just play it out, Marsh, and don't get out. Magnificent figures here. 5 for 22 for Van der Hoogten as he comes racing in from the river end and bowls to the right-handed de Lange. Beats him for the second time outside the off stump. That's the end of another good over then. We have got 6 overs left. The score is 154 for 8. We could see Glamorgan bat tonight, but they will hope not. Another 4 overs because he'll have 2 for the takeoff. Ed?
Yeah, I must say, I'm probably almost looking forward to Marchand de Lange batting as much as I am to his bowling, because something's going to happen. It'll happen quickly. And you watch him set up with that open stance. He's pretty much clearing his front side out the way, hoping to swing across to leg. Really, that's his sort of natural.
Well, 20 minutes of him, and it makes a difference.
Well, yeah, who knows? I mean, Gloucestershire, well, it's not 46 runs even for a batting point now, but it's 46 runs to get towards the 200 mark. It's Douthwaite continuing from the Cathedral Road end, bowling to Tom Price, who's looked to drive at that one and has missed it. It wasn't a hard volley, but I suppose at this stage, with de Lange and then just Ajit Singh Dale to come, who's batting well. He made one surprising innings at Southampton, but for the most part, batting does not seem to be what he's in the side for, put it that way.
No.
Douthwaite bowls down the leg side to Tom Price, who can't get anything on it. It's, for once, slightly fumbled by Chris Cook. It was a difficult take, but even then he manages to get enough glove on it that they can't come through for a bye. The score remains 154
I know you
for 8.
saw that catch by Chris Cook, that last catch. It was a fantastic catch because he took it inches from the ground one-handed.
Well, every time I see him, he seems to take a spectacular catch behind there.
Keeper, as it is in the country at the moment.
I agree. Cook bowl, Douthwaite bowls. It's driven sumptuously through the covers by Tom Price. It's actually slowed down a bit as it's got towards extra cover, and they've come through for 2 in the end. 156 for 8. Nice flow of the bat, but he hadn't quite timed it as well as I thought he might have done off the bat. Price T moves on to 18, 156 for 8. Yeah, I remember he took a spectacular one-hander in the game here a couple of years ago. As in comes Douthwaite, bowls to Tom Price, clips up to mid-on, won't get a run there. You were talking about the schedule, and there's one quirk of it that is probably worth pointing out from a Gloucestershire perspective as well. So Gloucestershire will play their last home blast match on June the 22nd against Sussex at Bristol. As in comes Douthwaite, bowls now. There's a swat from Tom Price straight down the ground, and it will go for 4 runs. He's gone straight and hard and gets a boundary, moves on to 22, 160 for 8.
I saw de Lange have a word with him, and I thought the word might have been just play out the night, but I think they've said, right, if it's there, go for it. We've got to get some runs. We haven't got enough at the moment.
That was a spectacular shot.
It was
from
a
Price.
great
It was
shot.
just dead straight. There's no issues with hitting the ball there. Douthwaite bowls now to Tom Price, pulled away through mid-wicket this time by Price as a race round the boundary for Eddie Byram, and he keeps it down to just the single. 161 for 8. Tom Price keeps the strike on 23. So the last home match in the blast, June the 22nd. After that, at Bristol, there are only 6 days of Gloucestershire county cricket. There's a friendly T20 against New Zealand on August the 27th, but there's just the one championship match and the 2 matches in the Royal London. Of course, there's the Cheltenham Festival in there, so there's plenty of home cricket for Gloucestershire, but still,
The county ground,
your
headquarters.
It's remarkable, really. They have, of course, one of the rounds off in September, and then there's a bit of a break in
crazy,
September as
isn't
well
it?
for the Royal London playoff stages.
Van der Gooten starts on the over and bowls to Price, who plays it back down the pitch. A couple of fielders have moved away from the bat. There's a deep mid-wicket now. There is the deep fine leg. Still the 2 slips, but attacking intent. There will be attacking intent, certainly from de Lange, but Price has shown it now as he hoisted one over the top for 4. But Van der Gooten is bowling in bright sunshine, bowls. There's tumbling stop there as again he tries to hoist that away on the leg side. 161 for 8. So Glamorgan needed just the 1 wicket now for the bonus point, the bowling bonus point.
I thought our monitors had given up for the day for a moment there, but they've come back into life.
Yes. Van der Gooten to bowl to Tom Price, and he's left outside the off stump. And we have how many overs left after this? 4.
Still movement there. I know that was long after it passed Tom Price, but the seam, as it can do sometimes, just gets itself into that perfect position, and there's still movement through the air as well as off the pitch out there. And those footmarks, it's funny, they look so much more pronounced on the stream than they do.
Yes, Nick
eye
was mentioning that now. Van der Gooten bowls. That's driven up to Oops, and De Lange wants a run, and he had to get back rather quickly. So just the 4 overs left this evening, and tomorrow it looks now even the forecast is excellent, but it looks, doesn't it? Lovely high clouds, blue skies.
Yes, hopefully this is a portent of what's to come.
Glamorgan will hope that it'll dry out completely because it's a brown looking pitch. Might turn. Plenty of spinners for Warwickshire, for Gloucestershire. Not one for Glamorgan really. Here's the next ball dabbed away on the offside now. Price will look for a single, I would have thought, here off the last ball of the over.
I suppose it's, I mean, if you're Gloucestershire, would you rather see these runs being scored, or would you, I mean, obviously you want the runs, there's no question about
you might
that,
as well
but at the
get
same
a few
time,
runs.
you've got Tom Price there actually looking as comfortable as anyone has so far today, and is this more of what's to come over the next few days? Gloucestershire will hope not.
Here's the last ball, and it's driven nicely. That might well run away for 4 towards the cover region. It's a long chase there, and it'll get there. Very short boundary away to the right, and well, he tapped his pad then whether to say, I really wanted a single, but he's got 4 runs, and the score moves up to 165 for the loss of those 8 wickets. We have a change of bowling now. I think Douthwaite, who's been pretty expensive, not for 44 from 10 overs, so he's going at 4 and a bit, more or less. 4 overs left this evening, as far as Glamorgan's concerned. Their opening batsman, 2 overs they'll want to be bowled, because then they won't have to bat. Now then, Mr. De Lange, I'm surprised he hasn't got a long on, not a long off, because if he connects, it's going to go rather a long way.
Tom Price has hit 2 boundaries in this innings. He's barely timed. It shows you the power that he does have, and this could be the year that we see Tom Price play more of a part in the blast, with Gloucestershire having lost the services of the all-rounders such as Benny Howell, Ryan Higgins, and it's Douthwaite bowling now to De Lange, who clears everything out the way and tries to slam this one down the ground, but he's rather chunked it, and it's fielded up at mid-off and there's no run. But it could open the door for Tom Price potentially to come in and play more of a lower order hitter stroke bowler role. And he certainly showed in the Royal London, albeit a different competition, that he could play that role with a match-winning innings at the Oval. De Lange has hit this one in the air and straight to the waiting hands of Harry Podmore. He could not have picked him out any better. He didn't have to move, he barely had to move his hands either. He tried to clear that mid-on fielder, and Glamorgan had set the fielder just that little bit deeper, and as a result he was in the perfect position. So that's the end of De Lange. Goes without scoring on his Gloucestershire debut, and Gloucestershire now 165 for 9. The end appears to be nigh.
Well, I'm sorry, but that was rather brainless, because you've only got 3 overs. We've seen it all before from Marchand, but when you've got a couple of overs left, and Tom Price is, he's playing well. He's scoring runs. He's playing sensibly, and now you've got a man to come in. I don't know what sort of player Dale is. But, well, there we are. I think we better leave it at that.
Well, you know, I suppose in some ways it's sort of loath to criticise somebody batting at number 10 for going out and playing the way that has suited them in the past. I mean, the real sins have been committed by those that have come before. I've said it before, but you go back to the dismissal of Bracey right before tea to a shot that he would dearly love not to have played, out for 33, and then some of the batting through the middle as well, even though Van der Houten did bowl very well, don't take anything away from him, but Hammond walking all the way across to play a ball on off stump through mid-wicket, Ollie Price leaving a ball alone that would probably have hit middle of the leg. It's a mixture really of good bowling and some indifferent batting.
David Lloyd can have a quick word in Dale's ear. Don't get out. Because if you do, Byram and I have to go out.
The dreaded 1 over.
1 or 2.
I suppose maybe Gloucestershire would think about if they could get a single for Dale here. Tom Price maybe hit out for 3 balls. I don't think they'd declare.
I don't think so.
It's what Brendan McCullum would do. But I don't think they will. I think they'll probably just try and play this straight up. But the question is, can Ajit Singh Dale survive these 4 deliveries?
4 balls, as Douthwaite comes in to bowl the first of them. Bowls to Dale. Dale pushes quite comfortably to Billy Root at mid-off.
First class average sits at 8.67, but I mentioned that innings at the Ageas Bowl. He finished 36 not out there, so 36 of his 78 first class runs came in that one innings.
Is Douthwaite from this end in to Dale. Dale gets a bat on it and wants to get a run. He wants to get to the other end, but it was never on. So he just has to defend, because even if there is 1 there, I think it'll be turned round down by his partner.
He signed an extension in the winter. Ajit Singh Dale will be in Gloucestershire colours until the end of 2025.
Well, he waits now as in comes Douthwaite, bowls to him, and he's got a 3rd slip, and that is the end of the innings. So Tom Price is undefeated. We've got to wait 10 minutes, but a good bowling performance. I think that's the way that we've got to look at it. 165 all out. Good innings there by Price, who defended pretty well and took the runs when they came. And that was the 4th duck of the Ingram diving away. So you've heard that probably. 5 for 26 from the Glamorgan seamer. So Gloucestershire all out for 165, and let's work this out then. 3 overs remaining. Glamorgan have an over.
Yes, I believe so. They've taken off the 5 balls and
both
taken off the 2 overs yet, but there will be 6 balls left. And who will Glamorgan send out?
I don't think the openers. I don't know. Let's have a look. Nick just said from the back there, Podmore or Van der Houten, they the registered 2, and I said to send them both out.
Well, after some of the shenanigans that I saw last season with night watchmen, Gloucestershire sent 3 night watchmen out in a game against Kent at Canterbury, all of them out, and Hampshire sent out 2 against Gloucestershire in that same fixture I was talking about when Dale made the 36, and they lost. But not only did they lose Mohammad Abbas's wicket, but he was absolutely pinned on the toe by his former Pakistan teammate Mohammad Amir, and didn't look himself for the rest of the match.
But Glamorgan can only lose 1 wicket.
Yes, well that's
something
the way
to think about.
Yes, the way that Glamorgan supporters will be looking at it.
And you're wondering why that is, listeners and viewers. That's because if a wicket falls in the last over of the day, you then walk off.
So I suppose the next question is who will get the ball for Gloucestershire. My suspicion is Tom Price would get the one over. Langer, Dale probably would be the other two choices, but I suspect, given what he did last year, Tom Price would be your most likely bowler to take your wicket with his prolific finish to last year. The bowling average on those pitches of around 20 is really impressive, and I know there was a survey which the ECB did about such things as which player do you think is going to lead the various divisions in runs, wickets, who will win Division 1, Division 2. All the county captains were asked, and one of them, and you couldn't vote for players from your own team, but one of the county captains thought that Tom Price would lead Division 2 in wicket taking, but we'll see.
Well, we'll see who's going to open the batting, see who's going to boot the bowling. We've got about 6 or 7 minutes, so we will be back for the 1 over. Don't leave us.
To open the batting in Glamorgan's first innings, Eddie Byron and Tim van der Gooten. And to open the bowling for Gloucestershire at the River End, Merchant Delay.
Just look at this field. I'm talking to my colleague. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 slips. Off you go.
Here is Marshall de Lange then, bowling to Tim van der Gooten. It's down the leg side, and van der Gooten does not get a touch on it. So the prediction of van der Gooten to open the batting was correct. Eddie Byram is at the other end. He should just be a statue for these 6 balls, because it should be van der Gooten's task to negotiate all 6 of them. There are now only the 5 slips. There's a leg slip in place as well. In comes de Lange and bowls outside the off stump, and there's no stroke from van der Gooten. So de Lange looking to try and get his former teammate out. Gloucestershire throwing the ball to Marchand de Lange rather than Tom Price, as I wondered whether they might.
Should have.
And well, I think we agreed we're going to do 3 balls each, so my last ball of the day.
Have a bit of fun.
Why not? We'll amuse ourselves somehow. In comes Marchand de Lange. He's there and bowls to van der Gooten, who defends into the leg side. They shouldn't run, and eventually they decide not to. So
5 slips.
3 balls to go.
He may take a wicket, but I think I would have given it to a regular opening bowler who swings it or knows, where to pitch it. And I know Marshall. You know that he's very, very quick, but you've got to pitch it in the right place.
I suppose perhaps they're just thinking it's a lower order stroke tail ender. Give it to the fastest bowler.
Here he is, and bowls outside the out. He hasn't bowled really a straight ball yet, and that's 4 gone. 2 to end the proceedings, for which has been a very interesting day. And Eddie Byram has his hand on his bat and waits at the other end. And if van der Gooten gets a loose ball, he will try and whack it for 4. But van der Gooten will put everything in, and he'll be rather quick these last 2. Here he is from the river end. And bowls to van der Gooten. Van der Gooten defends. And then there was 1.
Well, I must say we've seen a lot more cricket today than I thought we might have done. We're at about 10 past 11. That hover cover broke down and was unable to be moved until lunchtime.
Yeah. We've seen more wickets than I thought we would at 71 for 1.
Various interruptions for rain as well. At least the paying punters have seen more cricket than...
Here is the last ball of the day. Marchand de Lange to Tim van der Gooten. Bowls to him, and van der Gooten tries to work it on the leg side. Doesn't get a touch. Is that a no ball? No.
4 byes.
It's 4 byes, yeah. You see the waving. So Glamorgan off the mark. They're 4 without loss very quickly. I'll try to with the proceedings of the day. Glamorgan won the toss. They asked Gloucestershire to bat first. 71 for 1, as we've mentioned. They were going well. Marcus Harris top scored with 59. James Bracey 33. Then came the collapse. 6 wickets fell for 37. There was some useful innings. Zafar Goha made 27. Tom Price was undefeated on 27. Splendid bowling for van der Gooten. 5 for 26. 2 for Douthwaite. While a piece for Podmore, Harris and Lloyd. It's a glorious evening here at Sapphire Gardens. Let's hope we'll have 3 days of sunshine. A lot of cricket to be played in this game between the 2 near neighbours here in this opening championship match of the season. Hope you've enjoyed our transmission. We'll be back tomorrow. Looking forward to that. So from Nick Webb, And from Ed, our guest, from, well, I don't know if a guest, he's a paying guest or unpaid guest or whatever he is. He's very, very welcome, Ed Seaborn. Myself, Edward Bevan. Nos da I chi gyd, good night to you all.